1. "Remind me again," Alec said, as he adjusted the mirrors in the truck. "How, exactly, do we get to Oklahoma from here?" Melissa popped her head up from the back seat. She had been daydreaming about being safe at her grandparents' house. She could almost smell her grandma's delicious homemade bread when she was pulled from her fantasy. "Just stay on this road," Melissa said, trying to sound sure of herself. She had made the drive with her family before, but that had been a while ago. She couldn't give directions with full certainty, but she didn't want to give the others any reason not to want her around. "The road signs should give a pretty clear indication of where to go anyway," she added. "Like that one?" Alec asked, pointing to a green stake in the ground that was missing its sign. Melissa cringed. She hoped that she would remember some landmarks along the way. It wouldn't help her case to lead the group down the wrong path. "I'm sure that's not a common occurrence," Elaina said optimistically. "Honestly, I can't imagine that we can't figure out how to find an entire state. There was a time when drivers relied on signs to get where they wanted to go, after all." "That was so long ago," Alex said. "Even police officers rely on navigation instruments to do anything anymore." "Just wait," Will muttered. "Pretty soon, we're going to be in North Dakota, wondering how the heck we got there as an infected is gnawing off our limbs." Alec shot him a stern look. He had to keep the peace as best as he could. Alec understood that tensions were running high, but he was starting to get really tired of bad attitudes in their group. Will was young and immature, but patience was wearing thin. "How long of a drive is this going to be?" Elaina asked. "I guess it's going to take at least 17 hours, Derek said, looking out the passenger side window. "There aren't cops out here, so we can go as fast as we want. But I imagine that we'll have to make several stops to find gas. I just hope that the stations aren't dry in these areas." "That's so soon," Melissa said dreamily. "I mean, I've been on the streets for the better part of a month now. It's crazy to think that I'll be with family in less than a day." "Barring any complications, of course," Derek reiterated. "I'm not totally convinced that a populated area, no matter how healthy the people are, is the right place to go. I'd just as soon set up camp out in the wilderness. Fewer people, fewer infected people." "Then stop the car when we get to Wyoming," Will said under his breath. "This car is pretty cramped already." Alec frowned. Will said that he was going to try to have a better attitude. He was worried that the teen would forever be changed by what had happened to Natalia. The kid in the back seat was a completely different person from the kid who cheerfully drove his truck around the streets of Seattle while he was suffering from a head injury. Alec laughed to himself. In a strange, sick way, even those were better days than the ones they had been facing lately. Then he was able to make a close bond with other survivors and make some progress toward getting to a safer place. Now, the tiny family they had created was about to implode. He still felt responsible for everyone's safety, but he certainly didn't like his charges. He knew that at any moment, the group's numbers could change. It had been that way for some time now, and as bad as it made him feel, he just didn't have the same connection with Derek or Melissa as he did with Elaina, Natalia, and Will. Alec never wanted to turn back to Seattle, but a part of him longed to return to a time where he felt like he was making a difference in the lives of people he cared about. "Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, Kansas, Oklahoma," Melissa said, taking inventory of their travel. 5 states until we're home." "Tell me about their house again," Thomas said, looking for something to reassure him. Melissa smiled. "It's great. Their place is out in the country, but not too far from town. We can drive in to get something to eat, or just stock up on groceries and drive down the dirt road to their house. The house isn't huge, but there are enough rooms that we don't all have to share one. I'd say we could go 2 to a room. That sure seems like a luxury." I can't wait to sleep in the same bed every night, Thomas said. That, and I can't wait to eat hot food. Me too. I bet my grandma will make a pot of her famous chili the minute we get there. It's been too long since I've seen them. And you sure it's safe there? Thomas asked. If it isn't, I don't know where is, she replied. It's out of the quarantine border and far enough from a populated city. If we want, we could dig a bunker on their land. I think everyone could be really happy there, she said, proud that she finally had something positive to contribute. Melissa had done a lot for the group, but no one seemed to appreciate her. She'd pushed the group to escape from the new Army's experimental camp and eliminated any potential dangers. She'd saved Will's life from infection. Not once did she get a thank you from the others. She made a lot of tough decisions, but got no credit for her bravery. Finally, she would be able to find the perfect shelter for her new travel companions, and they would have to recognize all of her contributions to their well-being. They would have to. I hate to burst your bubble, Will said without any emotion in his voice, but you can tell your grandparents to get out one less table setting. I don't plan on lounging around a stranger's home once the truck stops. That's fine, Melissa said coldly. That makes more room for the rest of us. I'm sure the others will appreciate that. Right? She asked, looking for the others to agree with her. The passengers sat in uncomfortable silence. No one turned to look at Melissa. Wait, Thomas said, panic rising in his voice. Are you guys not planning on sticking together once we get there? Derek was the first to speak up, breaking the awkward tension. If everything is clear in Oklahoma, then I don't see why we need to stick together. Safety in numbers is important while traveling, but I have contacts on the East Coast that I would like to meet up with. Melissa looked hurt. Alec? Elaina? The two exchanged a look, trying to figure out how to delicately break their intentions and plans to the teen. Alec didn't want morale to sink any lower. They still had a way to go. My plans have never really changed, Elaina said. No matter where we end up, I still need to get to a hospital or laboratory so I can keep working. I don't know what kind of reputation I have these days, so that's going to be a challenge. But if I get in contact with the right people, I think I can mass-produce a cure. If your grandparents' home is the best place to do that, then I'd be happy to stay. If it isn't, I'll have to find a more practical location. I'm not in the position where I can hide and wait for the world to stop burning. I have to put out the fire. Alec looked at Elaina with admiration. He wanted to follow her wherever she went, helping her in any way that he could. He had so much respect for the work she was doing, even though her reputation was tarnished. She was a truly good person, trying to save the human race. He wanted to be a part of helping her succeed. He didn't know if she would be okay with letting him hang on to her wherever she went, but he suspected that she wouldn't oppose having a little help. He would knock down any barrier in her way, as long as it meant she succeeded. The thought of being with Elaina when she managed to release her cure was too good to be true. In fact, the idea of having any sort of normal existence after surviving the virus was hard to imagine. The thought of being with Elaina in a whole new world was overwhelming. Alec? Melissa asked, her eyebrows raised with expectation. I just want to be somewhere safe, he answered. Once we get across the quarantine zone and are in a healthy community, then we can figure out where we want to go from there. I'm going to stay flexible and take things one step at a time. It wasn't the answer she was looking for, but it was better than a definite no. Melissa sat back and crossed her arms, personally offended that no one wanted her unsolicited help. What Alec didn't say was that he feared that the group dynamic was far beyond repair, and that it was a toxic environment for them all. He understood that no good ever came out of cramped quarters, but it wasn't easy to stay optimistic when there was so much bickering and negativity going on. Alec knew that he wasn't particularly happy-go-lucky himself, but at least he knew when to keep his emotions to himself. "I'd like to stay with you, if that's okay," Thomas said quietly. "I don't have any family that I know of, and your grandparents sound really nice." Melissa looked at the ground. "Of course you can. My grandparents will love you." Thomas smiled. He was still young, and despite what his former townspeople had made him do, fairly innocent. He hadn't had the time to grow into an adult with plans for the future. Before his family became infected, he thought he would have more time to figure out how to survive on his own. In fact, his mom often dreaded the day her son would leave the nest and convinced him to stay at home until he was absolutely ready to go out on his own. Mentally, Thomas was ready to leave the little town years ago. Financially, he didn't know if he could ever leave. His family was poor, so he took on extra shifts at the local grocery store to help support the household. His dad worked at a used car lot, and his mom stayed at home with his siblings. Now that his wish to leave town had come true, he didn't know what to do with himself. So he would cling to whoever wanted him around. Elaina looked up from her handful of notes and looked toward Alec. "What's up?" he asked, seeing her nervous expression. "Where's our next stop?" she asked. Alec looked at how much gas was left and then looked at Derek. "Maybe in an hour or so? Do you need to use the bathroom?" "Not quite," she said. "I think I know of a way to quickly replicate the virus. If I could just get to a lab, I could maybe even incubate some samples on the dashboard so they'd be ready to administer to everyone in the car before we stopped at our final destination." Everyone groaned when they heard her reply. In a time where no one could seem to get along, everyone agreed on one thing. They wanted to get to safety as quick as possible. They had made way too many stops and detours for the sake of finding supplies, getting help, or pursuing a laboratory. They had a truck, enough food and water to last them the rest of the car ride, and enough drivers to ensure that everyone was well rested. The last thing anyone wanted to do was stop and wait for Elaina to tinker around in a lab. "What?" she asked, taken aback by their response. "Can it wait?" Alec asked gently. "I know the cure is extremely important, but we finally have some momentum behind us. I promise you, if you want to find a lab the second we get to Oklahoma, I'll drive you there. We just need to make it another 15 hours or so first." "Okay," Elaina said reluctantly. "Sitting here with ideas and no way to try them out is driving me insane." "I know," Alex smiled. "Just hang in there. We'll be out of here soon." Security was nice and all, but that wasn't Elena's top priority. She didn't care if she had 50 infected people chasing after her, as long as it meant that she could complete her work. It was a constant need that she couldn't shake. With every dragging minute, she was closer and closer to returning to her normal life, to eliminating unnecessary distractions. Elaina Morgan would soon return to her former glory. She just needed to survive the longest road trip of her life first. Chapter 2. "I saw a sign for a few gas stations. Should be coming up in the next mile," Derek yawned. "Do we need to fill up?" "We'd better," Alec replied, taking the closest exit. "Thank goodness," Will said. "I've been holding my pee for over an hour." "Me too," Thomas said. "It'd be nice to stop and stretch our legs." "If the pumps are working, I'm going to try to fill up a few gas cans so we don't have to stop for more than a minute the rest of the way," Derek said. "Plus, only one person will have to get out of the truck at a time if we have to fill up. It should make the ride go a little faster. And what do we have to do when we need to pee? Will argued. Derek shrugged. I think we have enough empty water bottles for that. Melissa groaned and turned up her nose in disgust. Fine, Derek said. Every stop we make, we risk running into infected, plain and simple. Besides, it's dark outside. Night is always the worst time to leave the vehicle. Just as Alec was about to make the turn into the nearest stop, the truck was rammed by what seemed to be an invisible force. Metal scraped against metal as the truck spun out of control, finally coming to a stop against a light pole. Somewhere in the desolate town, another truck had appeared out of thin air and struck Thomas's truck, sending it headfirst into a pole. Will cursed after hitting his head on the back of Alec's headrest. The seatbelt dug into his chest, bruising his skin in a diagonal-shaped pattern along his torso. "Oh, what the hell just happened?" Will asked. "I didn't even see it coming," Thomas said, wiping a tiny trail of blood from his rapidly swelling cheek. "Is everyone okay?" "I'm fine," Will responded, rubbing his sore head. "How about you guys?" "Nothing major," Thomas said. They waited for the others' responses, but no voices called out. "Shit," Will said. "I think they're really hurt." He dug underneath his seat until he found a flashlight that Derek had picked up at the hospital. Flipping it on, he searched the truck in the dim light. The sun was just starting to come up, leaving a purple shadow on everything. Alec, Elaina, and Derek were slumped forward in their seats as the airbags ballooned like giant white pillows. Next to Thomas, Melissa sat motionless. Her head rested against the broken window. "She's out cold," Thomas said, feeling Melissa's pulse. "What about the others?" "I'll get out and check. What do you think happened to the other driver?" Thomas went pale. "Do you think it's possible that an infected person was driving that car when they crashed into us?" "I was wondering the same thing," Will said softly. Thomas pulled his gun from his pocket and turned the safety switch off. He got out of the truck after Will and went to investigate. "Stay here and look after the others," Thomas said. "I'll take care of the other car." Will watched as Thomas jogged over to the other vehicle, which had come to a stop at the intersection where they collided. Before checking on the others in the front seat, Will took a closer look at Melissa. She was unconscious, but still breathing normally. She had a few visible cuts and bruises on her, but Will didn't see any significant damage. Will had no doubt that she would likely come to in minutes, with a pounding headache and maybe a little nausea. But he was the only one who knew that. If Will wanted her gone badly enough, there would be no witnesses to his crime. He would finally seek justice for Natalia, and the group would be better off for it. She would feel no pain as she ceased to live. When Thomas returned, Will would say that there was nothing he could do. She was too far gone. It would all be too easy. When he thought about the act, though, it sent a dreadful feeling through his veins. He couldn't be responsible for another's death. Not directly. If he killed Melissa, then what would separate him from the monsters they ran from? He couldn't be around her anymore. He slid out of the truck and shut the back door, focusing his attention on the injured three in the front of the truck. Across the street, Thomas was nervous about approaching an unknown vehicle, but he felt like he had been trained for the job. After all, his post-virus job at home was to either arrest or kill any out-of-town visitors. This was just another day on patrol. When he got near the truck, a girl hopped out from the front seat and pulled her gun on Thomas. He immediately raised his arms in the air in response. "Hey, take it easy. I'm not infected, and I don't want to hurt you." "The infected aren't the only ones who are dangerous," the girl said. She pushed a long black strand of hair behind her ear. "I'm not going to hurt you," he repeated. "I just wanted to make sure you're okay." Thomas heard a muffled noise coming from the truck. He took a step closer to get a better look. "Is there someone else with you?" he asked. "No," she said, her silky straight hair waving back and forth as she shook her head. "That's just the radio." Thomas got a better listen. It sounded like someone was calling a name. Bethany. "Are you Bethany?" he guessed. "That's right. And you are?" "Thomas. What kind of a radio is that?" She reached in and pulled a little black box from the front seat. "Bethany, are you okay?" the muffled voice said. "Are you there? Get back to me." "Who's that?" he asked. "No one. I need you to tell me who you are and who else is in that car," she ordered, raising the gun again. "I told you, my name is Thomas. There are 5 others with me. We're from Washington, and we're trying to get past the border." "Good luck," she scoffed. "Have you had any contact with the infected?" "Who hasn't to some degree? No one's been bitten, if that's what you're asking." "Good," she said. "How can I know if you're trustworthy?" "Huh?" he asked. "You don't have to be infected to have ulterior motives." Thomas shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know how I can prove my trustworthiness to a complete stranger. I guess I can tell you that I rescued some of those guys from a vigilante group trying to execute them." This answer seemed good enough. Bethany lowered her weapon, much to Thomas's relief. "Where are you heading?" he asked. "Anywhere. I don't even know anymore. We're trying to get to Oklahoma. Once we get into Wyoming or Colorado, I'll feel a lot better. Too many infected people around here, I guess." She cackled. "Colorado is gone. The rich people in their mountain homes might be okay, but everyone else is toast. I heard that the government is going to keep moving their border back until they see some results." "What? I thought anything south or east was relatively safe." "Just heard it on the radio." "Seriously? We've been flipping through the channels for hours. We finally turned the damn thing off because it was nothing but static. Everyone has gone off the air." "The commercial stations, sure," she replied, as if he had said something stupid. "You need to be listening to the emergency stations, or the private ones. I don't know if you can pick up those signals in your vehicle." "And your little radio told you that?" "Sure did. I do a lot of channel searching, too. Helps me pass the time." "Is that what you were doing when you crashed into our truck?" "Where did you come from? No one saw a thing." Bethany blinked quickly. "I blew a tire. Do you think I'm happy about ruining this truck? Also, I don't use my lights when I don't need to. Lights attract people. People do terrible things in a crisis." "I don't know. If you had your lights on, we might have dodged you," Thomas said. He walked closer to examine her tire. He wasn't sure if he believed Bethany. There was something different about her, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. "That thing didn't blow. It absolutely exploded," Thomas exclaimed, looking at the shredded tire. He had only seen a tire like that after shooting one from the roof. "Did you get shot?" She shrugged. "What does it matter? My car is ruined, and I don't know what I'm going to do." She looked down at the ground. Something didn't seem right about her story, but Thomas was interrupted before he could ask for clarification. "Do you think I can ride with you?" she asked. Thomas looked back at the truck. He wasn't even sure if everyone was okay. The last he knew, 4 out of 6 people had head injuries of some sort. He wouldn't allow himself to even consider that anyone could succumb to their injuries. When he returned to the truck, he fully expected to see the vehicle running and everyone sitting up straight. He was terrified to think of any other reality. I don't know," he said, imagining everyone's reaction to squeezing one more person in the truck. There are already 6 of us. We might have some injuries, too. I'd have to check." "Okay," she said brightly, twirling a lock of hair around her finger. "Let me know if you can manage it. If not, it's whatever." For being alone in a serious situation, she didn't seem very concerned. Thomas figured that he must have been spending too much time with dramatic people. Maybe this was how relaxed people behaved in times of stress. "Okay," Thomas said, feeling nervous for some reason. He looked back at the truck. He really wanted to make sure his travel companions were alive. "Stay right here. I'll be right back." "I won't be going anywhere," she said, kicking the ruined wheel. Thomas ran back to the truck and immediately found Will. He had his fingers on Derek's neck. "How is everyone?" Thomas asked. "Still unconscious? It's only been a few minutes. When I accidentally hit Alec over the head, he was out for a good while longer." The truck was a complete mess, and Thomas didn't know if they could get it back up and running again. He had a little experience working with cars, but not enough to do any serious repairs. If they needed new parts, they would be screwed. He wondered if there was any chance Bethany knew how to fix cars. Also, there was someone in contact with her through the radio. If someone was looking out for her, maybe they could send help. "Hey, what did you find out about that other car?" Will asked, concern etched on his face. "Oh, it was just some girl," Thomas replied, not exactly sure how to describe the woman or the strange vibe she gave off. "Is she alive? That was a head-on collision for her." "Oh, yeah, she's fine. She wanted to know if she could ride with us since her truck is pretty messed up." Will scoffed. "I think we have bigger concerns on our plate. If we can trust her, you should tell her to come over here and help us out. We need to sort out this mess soon, or we're going to attract the infected." "Right," Thomas said. He turned toward Bethany's truck and jogged back to speak with her. He hoped the girl would be willing to help. He wasn't great at ordering people around, and she seemed like she would be hard to give directions to. When he got to the truck, she wasn't standing where he'd asked her to stay. His stomach dropped. She was in no position to go anywhere. If she wanted a ride, she had no reason to leave. Thomas searched around the truck, hoping that she had decided to collect her belongings. But when he looked inside, the usual cache of stolen food and drinks was littered amongst the seats. "Bethany!" he called, hoping that he hadn't overlooked her in a moment of panic. She didn't respond. This was a bad sign. Either she had run off, or something had taken her. If the infected were in the area, it would be difficult to make a quick escape. But she had a gun. If someone tried to grab her, she would certainly fire her weapon, and Thomas would have known. Still, the girl was nowhere to be seen. Her disappearance sent a chill down his spine. But there wasn't time to solve the mystery. His own group needed him. He walked back to his truck, looking behind the whole way. As quickly as she'd appeared, Bethany had vanished without a trace. Chapter 3. Back at the truck, Elaina was beginning to stir, but still seemed out of it. The others remained completely unconscious. This made Will extremely nervous. If Elena's brain was damaged in any way, he feared that she might not have the intellectual capabilities she once had. She always said that her notes were detailed enough to guide any scientist worth their salt in the right direction. But Will wasn't so sure about that. Besides, how were they going to find a good enough scientist without her? Will found the small first aid kit that they constructed at the hospital and dug through it until he found what he needed. He had gotten so used to seeing horrific injuries and assisting with patching people back together that he was starting to feel like a medical professional. He started in the front seat, hoping that by the time he finished making his rounds and began to attend to Melissa, she would be too injured to continue on with him. Several of the truck's windows were broken, which sent shattered glass throughout the cabin. This resulted in tiny cuts and scrapes all over everyone. Because they sat in the back seat and were on the opposite side of the collision, Will and Thomas had the least of the lacerations. Derek and Melissa probably had it the worst, as they were hit more directly. Will made sure that there were no bits of glass sticking out of Alec's arm before he gave it a quick spray of disinfectant and wrapped it tightly in gauze. He wound the cotton until the blood stopped leaking through, then sealed the bandage with a layer of tape. Once he was satisfied, he moved on to Elaina. Elena's eyelids flickered when Will touched her face, which he reasoned was a good sign. He dabbed an alcohol-soaked cotton ball onto a scrape on her cheek, which caused her to moan with discomfort. "Hey, Elaina," he said softly, checking the rest of her upper body for injuries. "Wake up." She groaned something unintelligible and opened one eye before shutting it immediately. "Stick with me, okay?" Will asked, moving on to Derek. Derek had a large piece of metal sticking out of his shoulder that made Will's knees feel weak when he looked at it. Thomas hadn't gotten back yet, and Will knew he needed to take care of it soon or risk having another group member bleed out in front of them. With his eyes half closed, Will yanked the scrap out and tossed it on the ground. Quickly, he stuck a handful of gauze to the puncture wound and wrapped a length of elastic bandages around him from one shoulder to the other. By the time Will was done, Derek looked like he had begun to be mummified due to the number of bandages on him. After that, Will hunched over and placed his hands on his knees, trying to focus on taking smooth, even breaths. Apparently, he wasn't as desensitized to dealing with nasty injuries as he thought. Before Will could even think about tending to the enemy in the back seat, Thomas returned with a dazed look on his face. "What's up?" Will asked, the nausea fading. He shook his head. "She's gone." "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I say," Thomas said, feeling frustrated. "I went back there to talk to her, and she was nowhere to be found. I don't understand it." "Whatever," Will said dismissively. "We don't have time to play hide-and-seek. I'm trying to fix up all of these people, and it's hard to do on my own." "Just tell me what to do," Thomas said. "I've patched up those three as best as I could," he said, pointing to the front seat. "They could have more injuries that I haven't seen yet. It's hard to tell when they're squished in there together." "What about Melissa?" Thomas asked. "I haven't gotten that far yet," Will said, his voice low. "I was meaning to talk to you about her. I think she's a danger to the rest of us." "Melissa?" Thomas asked incredulously. "I know you aren't happy with her, but I really don't think she's a danger. She's offering us a safe place." "She's trigger-happy," Will retorted. "She gets spooked easily and doesn't think before she shoots. She's moody and impulsive. She's not a team player and doesn't trust us. I don't trust her." "What are you saying?" Will leaned a little closer to Thomas. "I'm saying that she's out cold right now. She's probably pretty injured and will be dead weight to us. I say that we just pull her out of the truck, prop her against the gas station over there, and let fate decide what happens to her." Thomas stood with his mouth agape. "Are you kidding me? She's done nothing to deserve that. You're basically sentencing her to death." Will shrugged. "I'm sure someone else might find her to be an asset to their team. I think she's doing us more harm than good." Elaina mumbled something from inside the truck, but neither of the boys paid attention. They were sizing each other up, ready to fight if they couldn't come to an agreement. "Once the others wake up, they're going to side with me," Thomas said. Maybe I should just act on my own before they do, he said, walking over to Melissa's door. Hey, Thomas shouted. What are you doing? Nothing, he replied flatly. Get away from her! Why are you defending her? What has she ever done for you? Thomas threw up his hands in disgust. I can't believe what you're suggesting we do. How would you feel if I left Elaina out there because I thought she might spread the virus to me? That's completely different. She's working on the cure. This one is doing nothing but killing people who could have easily been saved. Will opened the door and reached for Melissa's arm. Thomas jumped in and shoved Will before he could touch her. Don't touch her. I'm warning you. You're not going to win this fight. Will's face had turned bright red with anger. All of the fury he felt toward Melissa and the situation she'd put him in threatened to explode inside him. Will shoved Thomas back, nearly knocking him to the ground. Thomas regained his balance and squared up to Will. He wasn't much of a fighter, but he felt like he needed to defend both Melissa and himself. Thomas didn't have a problem with Melissa. In fact, he kind of liked her. She was strongly opinionated and fueled by fear. But who wouldn't be if they were running from infected people? She had a clear goal and wanted to survive. Thomas didn't see anything wrong with that. Will threw a punch that Thomas managed to duck. Then Will threw another one that made contact with his gut. Thomas reeled, but surged forward, pulling Will into a headlock. Will struggled to escape, but he was no match for Thomas, who was a bit larger than him. Let me go, Will choked out. You have to calm down, man, Thomas said. If you lay a hand on Melissa or do anything to harm her, I will hurt you. Have you ever thought about the fact that you might be the danger to this group? Will's face was starting to turn purple, and his eyes bulged slightly from his head. What's going on? Alec croaked from the front seat. Thomas released Will and froze. He didn't want the others to know that they had been fighting. Will dropped onto his hands and knees to regain his breath. What happened? Alec asked again. He sounded miserable and a little agitated. Will scrambled to his feet and rushed to Alec's side. We were in a car accident. This truck came out of nowhere and rammed into us. Elaina, he mumbled. Are you okay? I think so, she groaned. I feel like garbage. Me too, Alec replied. My head is killing me. I think we have plenty of painkillers if you want some, Will replied, reaching for the bag. He poured a couple of pills out and gave one to Alec and one to Elaina. Is Derek? Alec started. Knocked out, Thomas finished. So was Melissa. Alec sighed. I think I packed some smelling salts in the kit. Take the little glass vial and waft it under their noses. It should revive them. Oh, Will said. I didn't know that was what those were. Thomas grabbed the vial from his hand and waved it under Derek's nose. The effects were instantaneous. He came to, just as confused as the rest of them. Then Thomas stuck his hand through the broken window and revived Melissa. She started shrieking seconds later. My face, she cried. Oh, it hurts so much. Thomas yanked open the door and gasped. In the side of her face, she had at least 30 tiny pieces of glass sticking into her skin. Let me see the medical kit, Thomas said sternly, yanking it toward him when Will reluctantly gave it up. Help me, she cried. I will, he said gently. He got out a pair of plastic tweezers and began carefully picking out tiny slivers of glass. What happened? We got into a car accident, Thomas repeated. Will and I were fine, but the rest of you got knocked out for a little bit. Will started taking care of your cuts and scrapes. Try to take it easy, he said, addressing the whole group now. I don't understand, Alex said. I didn't see anyone coming toward us. No one did, Will answered. That's what was so weird about it. I really thought we were the only people out here. Who hit us? Thomas continued picking glass out of Melissa's face as he spoke. I went over to talk to her. It was a girl named Bethany. I'd guess she was in her late teens or early 20s. She was alone. I told her to stay where she was while I went to check on you all. But by the time I went back, she was gone. I really don't know what happened to her. Alec furrowed his brow. Where did she have to go? That's what I'm trying to figure out, Thomas said. He wiped an alcohol swab over Melissa's cheek as she whimpered. So she abandoned her truck? Alec asked. Yes. Scavenge it, Alec said. If it's up for grabs, let's get everything we need. Will nodded and grabbed his flashlight and a gun and made his way toward the other truck. I think we should hurry, Thomas said with worry in his voice. We've been out here for a while. I don't want to attract attention. Is our truck okay? Elaina asked. I don't know yet, Thomas frowned. We've only had time to take care of you guys. Derek gingerly got out of the truck and opened up the hood of the truck, studying any damage to the engine. Alec also crawled out, shaking off the broken glass as he went. Then he helped Elaina get out. She stretched her limbs, checking for injuries. Are you hurt? Alec asked her. My shoulder is killing me, she said, and my head is still a little foggy. Mine too, he said, standing a little closer to her. I'm glad you're okay. Me too. Thomas cleared his throat. He felt awkward interrupting their moment, but he needed to speak to them quickly. I have something I want to talk to you two about, Thomas said nervously. I think there's something wrong with Will. How so? Alec asked, as if he already knew where the conversation was headed. He was saying some disturbing stuff while you guys were knocked out. I thought he was going to kill Melissa. He wouldn't do that, Alec said quickly. Will, I've gotten to know him over the past month or so. He's gone through a lot of bad stuff, but he would never kill anyone. Thomas wrung his hands. He straight up told me that he thought Melissa was a danger to us all, and that he wanted to abandon her here and go on without her while she was still unconscious. Elena's eyes widened. That doesn't really seem like him. I wouldn't make this up. I would prefer it if everyone could get along. I thought a new group of people would make this whole situation better for me. I'm starting to think that everyone has lost their minds. Alec looked toward the direction Will went, then looked back at Thomas. Listen, Will has been with Elaina and me for a while now. He's going through a hard time. He is not dangerous in any way. And Melissa is? I didn't say that. Give him some space and give him a chance. He suffered a lot of trauma. We all have. Let's just try to work together and get out of here. We're so close to the border. Let's try to keep it together until then. Okay? Thomas clenched his teeth. He didn't feel like his concerns were being taken seriously. He saw the crazy look in Will's eyes and felt like he was capable of harming Melissa. But Thomas didn't want to rock the boat. Things were already tense, and he didn't want to add any more drama to the situation. Besides, once they got back in the car and left, there was nothing Will could do. Okay, Thomas reluctantly replied. I just wanted to let you guys know what was going on. I'd appreciate if you didn't tell him about this conversation. Noted, Alec said, rubbing his head. Now, let's see if we can get this truck running again. Will returned shortly after, carrying a bag full of snacks. He seemed like his normal self again, but Thomas didn't know if he could take Alec's word for it. He had seen firsthand what could happen when tensions run high. Thomas just figured that Alec would remember that too, seeing as the last time a group of people got ahead of themselves, they almost executed him. Chapter 4. Derek slammed his flashlight on the cracked windshield in frustration. Alec hung his head and sighed. A few feet back, Thomas shook his head at Elaina, who had been awaiting news about their truck. "We're absolutely screwed," Derek said. "This thing needs a new engine. If we even manage to put a new one in, there are so many other little things that would go wrong on the way that I don't think we'd ever make it. If I found the person who did this to us, I think I'd have some harsh words for her. There are now 2 perfectly good trucks that have been ruined." "I don't think we'll ever find her," Thomas said. "Maybe that's why she split. She knew that she would be attacked with pitchforks and torches if she took the responsibility for destroying that truck." "It's probably better that way," Elaina said softly. "What are our options?" Will sat down on the ground and pulled his knees to his chest. "I don't think we have a lot of choices," he said. "We can try to walk into town and find another car. Otherwise, we're on foot again." "We can't walk the rest of the way," Melissa said. "That's suicide." "How far do you think the town is from here?" Thomas said. "Miles," Derek said. "Honestly, I'm wondering if it's even worth trying. We're right on the edge of the forest. I think I'd rather just hike down and take our time. We can continue to head south, but I think it's safer to be out in the wilderness right now." Thomas nodded. "Bethany did say that Colorado was infected. I'm not sure if we can walk through these towns without running into some bad stuff." "Bethany," Will scoffed. "Is everyone feeling up to walking?" Alec asked skeptically. "I mean, we were just in a pretty bad car crash." Elaina shrugged. "Besides my shoulder, I feel okay." "Me too," Derek said. Even Melissa gave a non-committal shrug. "Do we have the supplies we need?" Alec asked. Elaina opened the gate on the bed of the truck and peered in. "I think we have enough supplies to hide underground for a few weeks." Alec could almost see the smile forming on Derek's face at that assessment. It was all the ex-military man wanted to do. Live in the woods like a hermit. "If that's what everyone wants to do, we can hike until we find a new vehicle," Alec relented. He seemed to be the only one who remembered how dangerous the woods could be. He was surprised that Will wasn't more hesitant, seeing as the new army had kidnapped him from a secluded spot. Everyone grabbed a bag and made their way toward the trail. Alec and Derek took the lead, eager to blaze the trail and scope out any hidden dangers. Elaina trailed close behind them, listening to the men's discussion about navigation. Melissa trailed a little bit behind the oldest 3. She was clearly in pain from her multiple lacerations, and a little out of it from the painkiller Thomas gave her. Thomas wanted her to forge ahead, though, because Will was sulkily taking up the rear, and he didn't want her to get too close to him. So Thomas placed himself behind Melissa, so there was at least one body between the two at all times. Thomas tried to match her pace, speeding up when she sped up and slowing down when she slowed down, but it was hard to do while remaining inconspicuous. Plus, it didn't help that Thomas had to look behind him every couple of minutes to make sure that Will wasn't going to push her off a cliff or anything like that. For the most part, Will seemed to be in his own little world. He didn't really feel like talking to anyone, even Alec and Elaina, whom he felt a certain amount of kinship toward. He had experienced what could happen when he got too close to someone. He couldn't tolerate the pain of having another friend ripped away from him. Staying quiet was hard for Will. As someone who rarely stopped talking, he felt like he had all these thoughts in his mind that he needed to let out. He wanted to talk about how weird it was that the girl that crashed into them had mysteriously disappeared. He wanted to talk about how Melissa was a weak link and couldn't be trusted. Finally, he wanted to share stories about Natalia and how important she had been to the group's success early on. Once, Thomas and Will locked eyes while Thomas was checking up on him. Will didn't look angry that Thomas was keeping close watch on him. Instead, his expression was one of pure grief and exhaustion. Thomas could relate. His empathy for the other boy didn't erase the fact that he was harboring violent thoughts. While the others were courteous to him, Thomas felt like Melissa paid the most attention to him and treated him with the most warmth. He didn't want to lose her. Eventually, Melissa caught on to Thomas's strange behavior. She had seen him looking over his shoulder too many times, and noticed how his pace changed in relation to hers. To test her suspicions, she purposefully changed her pace just to see how he would react. Something wasn't right. "Hey," she whispered to him, as she slowed down a little to walk beside him. "Is something wrong?" "Huh?" he asked, caught off guard by her questioning. She sped up a little, giving himself equal space between Elaina and Will. "No, nothing's wrong." "Can we talk?" "Sure." She took a deep breath. She didn't want to seem paranoid, and she didn't want to stir the pot. But she sensed that Thomas was treating her differently than he had before the crash. "Are you mad at me? You keep trying to get away from me, and whenever I look at you, you're looking as far away from me as possible. Did I do something to upset you?" "Not at all," Thomas answered quickly. "Then what is it?" Thomas quickly looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention to the fact that they were speaking. He didn't want Will to know that he was snitching on him, and he didn't want Alec and Elaina to know that he hadn't magically started trusting Will again. "I didn't want to bring it up to you, but Will's upset with you," Thomas whispered. Melissa laughed nervously. "Thomas, that's the most obvious statement I've ever heard. He doesn't try to hide his open disdain for me. I'm just trying to ignore it now. There's nothing I can do to make things better." "But it wasn't really your fault. You don't deserve it." "Try telling that to him. Is that all you wanted to tell me? That Will hates my guts?" Thomas bit his lip. "I didn't want to tell you this, but I think Will might be dangerous." "What makes you say that?" "He's been a bit of an ass, but I don't think that makes him dangerous." He looked at the ground. "He was acting kind of weird after the crash. He was saying something about how you were a liability, and he thought we should abandon you there. I don't know how far he would go to get back at you, but I'm worried he's going to hurt you." Her face fell. "It's not enough that I have to run from infected people and faux military members," she said. "Now I have to watch out for one of my own group members?" "I told Alex and Elaina about this, but they just sort of waved me off. They don't think he's capable of doing something to hurt you." "I'm not so sure. They didn't see and hear him after the wreck." Melissa looked as though she were about to cry. She blinked rapidly and sniffed a few times. "Hey," Thomas said gently, "I'll make sure nothing happens to you. You can trust me." "That's sweet of you, but it's not enough. I'm clearly a big source of conflict within this group. Maybe I should just go." Thomas grabbed her wrist. "You can't go." "Why not? You shouldn't have to. You didn't do anything wrong." She bit her lip. "I'm starting to think that I made a mistake by shooting Natalia. I mean, Elaina did have a cure. Come on. There wasn't any choice. You had to do what you had to do. I heard what happened. That doesn't change how people in this group feel about me. If I left, then I wouldn't have to worry about being attacked in my sleep by Will. I also wouldn't have to cause the others to suffer my presence." "You probably wouldn't make it on your own," Thomas said. "No, I've done it before. I'm closer to the border than I've ever been. I've survived this long. Who's to say that I couldn't make it another month?" Thomas shrugged. He had yet to be completely on his own. It wasn't always ideal, but he had always had the benefit of being attached to a few people who could watch out for him. "I don't doubt that you can take care of yourself," he spluttered. "I just don't want you to go. I want you to stick around for a little while longer. Can you do that for me?" She looked at him, a curious smile on her face. "For you? I'll try to get along with everyone, as long as you have my back," she added. He returned her smile. "I can do that." She sped up, a little energy restored from their conversation. She had an ally she could count on. That was enough to keep her from branching off right away. She hoped that eventually it would be safe enough to split away from the others. But when that time came, she hoped Thomas would stay by her side. Once Will noticed that Thomas was no longer speaking to Melissa, he quickened his pace until he was in line with Thomas. Thomas, upon seeing Will next to him, flinched. "What were you guys talking about?" Will asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just asking how her face felt," Thomas lied. "You weren't saying anything about me, were you?" "Nope. I think that would only cause more tension." "Yeah, you're probably right about that." "Has she said anything about me?" Thomas shook his head. "No, but I think she knows that you don't like her very much." "Yeah, I suppose I'm not hiding that very well." Thomas looked up at Melissa. She seemed to be doing a little better. He hoped that Will wouldn't ruin this rare moment of levity. "Do you think it's possible to just drop it?" Thomas said. "I never got to meet Natalia, but I heard she was a great girl." "She was." "You would get to see how great she was if we could have gotten her to Elaina. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think we could have deprived her of her senses after she turned. She wouldn't have lashed out. It would only take a blindfold, earmuffs, and some restraints for safety, and she would have been okay. In hindsight, sure. In reality, we didn't know these things. We can't change the past. That's what everyone keeps telling me." Will kicked a loose rock with his shoe. Thomas watched as it tumbled down the side of the mountain. "I had to shoot an infected family member," Thomas said plainly, after a long silence. "It was the worst thing I've ever done in my life. If I knew then what I know now, I would have just placed everyone in isolation and waited until Elaina was able to release her cure. Even if that didn't happen, I'd rather them die from illness with a little dignity than having to put the bullet in their heads. But at the time, it was my only option. I think it was the right one, too." Will cleared his throat. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I had a similar experience, too. I wouldn't be surprised if we all did something we didn't want to do, but had no choice," Thomas said. "As far as you know, maybe Melissa really liked Natalia. I know Natalia's death has been really hard on her." Will grimaced. "Can we stop talking about this?" "Okay," Thomas said. "Can you promise me that you're not going to do something to harm Melissa?" Will's mouth was clamped shut. His eyes turned upward as they walked through the canopy of trees. "Dude," Thomas said, frustration mounting. "I didn't want to have another incident like we did after the crash. I'm willing to put this bad blood between us in the past, if you can just promise me that you're not going to kill a healthy person for no good reason." Will looked back at Thomas. "Fine," he said. "Just know that this doesn't mean I trust her. I'm not going to let my guard down around her, and I suggest you don't try to get too close to her either. I'm not going to hurt her if she doesn't do anything to hurt any of us. But the second she screws up, I'm not going to be very nice to her." It wasn't quite the answer Thomas was looking for, but it was better than nothing. "Yeah, all right," he responded, ready to be done with the uncomfortable conversation. A weight must have lifted off Will's shoulders because he seemed to perk up a bit. He jogged ahead a little to catch up with Derek and Alec, leaving Thomas in the back of the pack. Thomas shivered as they walked through the quiet woods in the early morning. It would have been a nice walk if he hadn't spent the majority of it negotiating with his travel companions. He dragged his feet as he trailed behind the others. After a stressful morning, he just needed a little time to himself. Chapter 5. As the sun rose, it did little to help the chill of the mountain air. Having assumed they would remain in the truck for the remainder of the trip, no one was really prepared to traverse in high altitude. Derek removed his excessive bandages from his shoulder and fashioned them into makeshift gloves. Elaina pulled out a hospital lab coat from her rucksack and wrapped it tightly around her body. They walked wearily through the picturesque landscapes, following a trail that had once been frequently used by hikers. Now, like everywhere else, it was abandoned. Will spotted a trail marker in the overgrown bushes along the way. He pushed back the branches to glean any insight into how much further their journey would be. 4.5 miles to base, he said. That's a little longer than I thought it would be. At least it's all downhill, Elaina said. I wonder if there will be abandoned vehicles at the base. I wouldn't be surprised, Alec replied. Hopefully, we can find a nice big vehicle so we don't all have to cram into a car. Hopefully, it will have a working heater, Will chattered. They walked in silence for a while, having nothing to discuss. There was only so much planning one could do when heading into completely unknown territory. Suddenly, Melissa stopped dead in her tracks. Thomas nearly ran into the back of her. What? He asked. Shh, she said, holding a finger to her lips. She looked petrified. What is it? Thomas whispered again. She wordlessly pointed to a tree, no farther than 10 feet from the trail. Leaning up next to a tree was a body. At first, the gray-green tone of its skin made it hard for Thomas to distinguish it from the mossy trunk, but it was unmistakable. There were infected people in the woods. Thomas didn't know what to do. The infected person was still, which seemed unusual. Perhaps they weren't aware that there were healthy people around them because they were being quiet. Thomas quickly tiptoed to the front of the group, motioning for them to stop. What? Will began to ask, before Alec clamped a hand to the teen's mouth. Thomas pointed back to the spot where he saw the infected. Just next to that big tree trunk over there, he breathed. Elena's eyes widened when she finally saw what Thomas was pointing at. She reached for the vial of serum in her pocket with one hand and clutched Alec's forearm with the other. There are more, she whispered, looking around the forest. Sure enough, once Thomas looked around, he saw more bodies blending in with the scenery. Some wandered slowly through bushes, while others lay flat on the ground, completely motionless. It looks like they're in their dormant state, because they don't realize we're here, she said. Let's stay in a close group and keep going as quietly as possible. I think we can get to a safer spot if we keep moving. Everyone was noticeably terrified. Guns and knives were pulled from pockets, just in case. Thomas wished that he had brought his hunting rifle from the truck, but it had been lost in the wreckage. The only weapon he had left was a tiny pocket knife. The group moved quickly but silently down the path. A few times, Elaina was worried that they had been spotted, but they remained unbothered as they hiked down the mountain. It was then that she wondered how quickly her cure would begin to work after administering it. She had promising results within her own body, but she hadn't experienced any serious symptoms when she'd injected herself. She wondered if she could use a loaded syringe as a defense if the infected attacked. It wouldn't be the most effective weapon, but curiosity was taking over her brain again. It would certainly be an interesting experiment. Unfortunately, she had a limited supply of the serum. If she started injecting it into every infected person who crossed her path, she would likely not make it to a lab to replicate it before the next emergency arose. Once again, she found herself feeling very impatient. "I think we're in the clear," Alec whispered, after walking a while. He hadn't seen any infected, and if they stayed relatively quiet on the rest of their journey, he figured they were in good shape. Then, out of nowhere, what sounded like a gunshot caused the nesting birds to scatter into the sky. Everyone froze. Besides the infected, they believed they were the only people on the trail. If there was someone else out there, and they were making noise, they would most certainly attract the attention of more infected. There was no way a single body remained in the dormant state. When the next shot rang out, the 6 took off like the shot was to signal the start of a race. They sprinted down the trail, stumbling over rocks and powdery soil. Then, 5 large figures blocked the path in front of them. Derek skidded to a stop, scrambling backward to get away from the infected. They snarled and screeched at the group, arms raised to snatch anyone they could get their hands on. "Just go!" Alec shouted, as another gunshot rang out. Derek raised and fired his gun at the infected, which only drew more decaying corpses to the area. Thomas wasn't about to stay and fight. He heard Alec's order seriously. Brandishing his pocket knife, he grabbed Melissa by the hand and backtracked a few feet. The forest dissolved around him as his focus narrowed. He needed to find a way out as quickly as possible. Nothing else mattered. The once dormant infected they had passed were now beckoned by Derek's fire. They crept down the path and immediately spotted Thomas and Melissa. One lunged at Melissa, and Thomas swung his arm at it, gouging a small chunk of flesh from its face. It recoiled for a moment, but persisted, lunging at Thomas this time. Melissa pulled away from the infected, losing her balance on the side of the trail. Her body weight pulled Thomas backward, and the momentum caused them to tumble down the side of the mountain. They slid down the shallow incline, trying to grasp onto whatever they could to slow their bodies down. It was of little use. The dry season had coated every surface in a layer of fine dust, decreasing friction between their bodies and the earth. Melissa dug her long nails into the ground, slowing herself down to the point where she could land gently on her feet on the ground below. Thomas crashed down to the ground, sending shock waves from his heels all the way up to his hips. He was in pain, but he was alive. That was enough for him. Coincidentally, their fall landed them onto the trail below. They were close to the base of the mountain now. The rest of the hike would take less than an hour. "Are you okay?" Thomas asked Melissa. "Oh, I think so," she panted. She got up to dust herself off when Thomas saw the blood. Her entire shoulder was soaked in sticky red liquid. "Your shoulder," he gasped, pointing to her apparent injury. She looked down, confused at first, then horrified. The adrenaline pumped through her veins as she slid down the mountain, apparently blocking any pain from her injury. When she finally had the chance to stop and realize what had happened, the pain hit her. Melissa dropped to her knees and howled in pain, clutching her arm. Thomas ripped at her clothing, trying to find the source of the bleeding. Sure enough, one of the wayward shots from the forest had struck Melissa, and the bullet was now embedded in her flesh. "Oh, help me," she cried. "I don't have the first aid kit," Thomas said frantically. "I think Will was carrying it, but I don't know where they went." As far as Thomas knew, the others didn't survive the attack. The last time he saw them, they were directly in front of the infected. Derek was doing his best to hold them back, but there were just so many of them. "We need to keep moving," Thomas urged. I don't know where the others are, and I don't know if there are more infected chasing after us. We don't have the weapons we need to fight them off, but we can run." "I don't know if I can," Melissa said, clutching her arm. Her face was pale and sweaty. "Oh, I feel like I'm going to pass out." Thomas could hear something, getting closer. He didn't know what he would do if Melissa couldn't get up. He couldn't leave her, yet he couldn't just stay and let himself be devoured by a pack of infected just because she was too weak to get away. "Look, I know you're not feeling very good, but we need to get the hell out of here. If we can just make it a little farther, we might be able to find a car at the base. I can try to carry you, but I don't think I can go fast enough to outrun the infected. Please, just try to get up," he pleaded. Melissa struggled to get up to her feet, as if she were a newborn foal. Thomas held her steady as he watched the trail. They didn't need to be fast, but they needed to be quick enough to get themselves out of the line of fire. Suddenly, Alec came speeding around the corner, followed by Will, Elaina, and Derek. Alec was mouthing something at them, but Thomas couldn't hear him over the sound of the river beside them. The water was rushing through the rocks of the shallow river, adding to the chill in the air. He kept shouting something at them, but Thomas still couldn't make it out. "Melissa got shot," Thomas shouted back, putting pressure on her wound. "We need the first aid kit." Alec began waving his arms, a furious look on his face. Thomas didn't understand what was happening. This made him even more frustrated. He was terrified that Melissa would lose too much blood before they found a safe place to rest. "Get in the river!" Alec roared, once he was close enough for the two to hear. Thomas shot Melissa a confused look. That didn't make any sense to him. If Melissa was injured, she would need to get the bullet removed, maybe even stitches. The river would wash the blood away, but would do nothing to help her injury. Then Thomas saw them. A large pack of infected turned the corner and came into view. There were tons of them, and they were rabid. It was only a matter of time before the 6 were surrounded again. "Get in the river!" Alec screamed, and Thomas obeyed, finally understanding his message. Thomas carried Melissa into the freezing water, and they floated on their backs, letting the stream push them away. Seconds later, the other 4 splashed into the river, paddling themselves closer to Thomas and Melissa. "Oh, was this really our best option?" Melissa spluttered. Alec swam a sort of breaststroke with his head out of the water. He watched the infected line up along the bank of the river, not daring to go in. "Yeah, I'd say so," Will responded, pointing to the infected. "But how will we know where we're going?" Melissa asked, her teeth chattering. "We won't," Alec replied. "We'll move a lot faster this way. We just need to stay on the surface of the water and watch for an opportunity to get back onto land." Thomas rolled back over onto his back. He watched the clouds float along in the sky as he floated down the river. They were away from the infected, but he still didn't feel like they were any safer. He supposed it made little difference whether they were safe or not. They were no longer in control of the situation. No matter what they did, they'd be taking a risk. Thomas couldn't decide what would be the worst way to die in the epidemic. Initially, his greatest fear was to die from infection. He was terrified of losing his mind and killing innocent people as a result. Then, he was taken in by the town survivors. After that, he feared getting killed by a healthy person who had chosen to go against the basic rules of society. Then, he escaped. Now, he wondered if anything would be worse than dying from a simple accident. If the mountain were any steeper, he might have perished during the fall. Or, if the group encountered a waterfall or rough rapids, they could easily drown in the river. It would be such a stupid way to go, after risking his life in so many other, nobler ways. As Thomas floated down the river, he willed himself to stay afloat to the end. He had gone through too much to lose his life now. Chapter 6. On the bank of the river, near the trail, the 6 stood shivering as they tried to reorient themselves. They could have been floating down the river for minutes or hours. Time seemed to move slowly as they made their way through the mountain. Eventually, Derek found a stopping point where they could rest and reevaluate their situation. They swam in complete silence, absolutely terrified and miserable to find themselves evading hordes of infected in a seemingly peaceful landscape. Thomas helped Melissa strip off wet layers of clothing. He wrung them out and hung them to dry on a branch. As the sun warmed her exposed skin, she still shivered. Blood flowed freely from her shoulder, despite the constant pressure Thomas put on the injury. "That bullet needs to come out," Alec said, after examining her wound. "I don't think it's a good idea to wait for a hospital either. We might be wandering around for quite a while." "Yeah," Derek agreed. "That was our mistake with Victoria." Elaina opened the first aid kit. A few bandages were soaked, but it was otherwise in good condition. She gathered a bottle of rubbing alcohol, tweezers, and gauze. "We need to be a bit more careful," she said, rummaging through supplies. "At this rate, we will be out of bandages and antiseptics by the end of the day." She splashed alcohol on the wound, eliciting muffled shrieks from Melissa. Then she touched the tip of the tweezers to the opening in the skin. She could hardly see what she was doing with all the blood. "I don't know if I can do this," she said, dropping her hands by her sides. "I've done dissections and that sort of thing, but I don't know if I'm qualified to do this." "Let me," Derek said. "It's not going to be pretty, but I think I can get the job done," he said to Melissa, who nodded weakly. He dug around in her arm for a while, his tongue between his teeth, as he concentrated on finding the bullet. Thomas found himself holding his breath as he watched. Finally, Derek pulled the bullet out and dropped it into the dirt. He packed the hole with gauze and wrapped it tightly. Thomas grabbed her slightly damp, blood-tinged shirt and helped put it back on. She was pale, and her teeth had yet to stop chattering. "How does it feel?" Thomas asked, sitting beside her. She just shook her head and leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Now that that's taken care of, can we discuss what the hell happened up there?" Alec asked, his frustration rising. "How did she get shot?" "You heard the noises from the woods," Will said quickly. "Someone else was in that forest. Maybe they were shooting at the infected and missed. Maybe they were shooting at us. I don't know." Derek looked at Melissa's arm. "It's strange that she got hit from that angle, though. It almost looks like she got shot from someone standing in front of her. What do you remember about getting hit?" "I don't really remember anything," she trembled. "I didn't even realize I was hurt until Thomas pointed it out. Oh, I don't know when or where it happened. All I know is that I was walking with the group one moment and falling down the mountain the next. Somewhere along the line, I got shot." "I think that's somewhat common if there's a lot of adrenaline in your system," Elaina mused. "I bet you were too shocked and scared to even feel it." Alec pulled off a shoe and dumped water out of it before tossing it to the ground. "Okay, let's think. Who fired shots here?" "I did," Derek admitted. "I took down at least 8 infected." "Same here," Alec said. "I didn't even see that Thomas and Melissa were gone until we were able to keep running down the trail." "Thomas?" "I didn't have a gun. I tried to keep them away with my knife, but we lost balance and went over the edge." "Will?" Alec asked. "I didn't have a gun either," he said. I'm telling you, it was someone else. We weren't alone." Thomas narrowed his eyes at Will. Something seemed a little off about his story. Will seemed a little too jittery for what the situation called for. While the others laid out all of their possessions to dry in the sun, Will clung to his bag, holding it tightly against his chest. Will's eyes darted around, never landing on anyone else's face. He blinked rapidly and seemed eager to change the subject whenever possible. Thomas was amazed that no one seemed to suspect that something was up with the kid. "What's in your bag?" Thomas asked Will, point blank. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I just asked a simple question. What's in your bag?" Alec turned to look at Will. Thomas watched as Alec pieced together the suspicious evidence. "Go back to your girlfriend," Will said dismissively. "Unless you need a snack, then I can help you. That's about all I have in here." "You are acting a little weird, man," Alec said to Will. "Why can't you just show him your bag? Then we can drop the subject and figure out what we're going to do." Will scowled at Alec. "No, I don't think we should give in to unreasonable demands," he said. "How can we work as a team if he doesn't trust us? I already know that Melissa doesn't trust us, nor can we trust her." Melissa looked at the ground. She didn't have the energy to fight. "Then just show him the bag," Elaina said. "We've been through a lot this morning. Maybe we should do what we can to put each other at ease." "No," Will said strongly. "I don't want to hear another word about it. Can we just focus on how we're going to get out of this forest?" Thomas stood to his feet. He wasn't going to let Will change the subject. He wasn't going to let the others forget about this conversation. Will was hiding something, and Thomas needed to know what it was. He grabbed the strap of Will's bag and gave it a forceful tug. Will pulled back, but Thomas was firmly rooted to the ground. With all of the strength he could muster, Thomas yanked it from his clutches, sending Will sprawling to the ground. As Thomas unzipped the bag, Will returned to his feet and tackled Thomas, sending them both to the ground. In the scuffle, both boys lost possession of the bag, and it landed at Elena's feet. She grabbed it and held it close to her chest. "You wouldn't dare attack me, would you?" Elaina asked Will, her eyebrows raised. Now Alec was on his feet, just in case he needed to come to Elena's aid. Alec and Will had a sort of kinship, but Alec would remain loyal to Elaina, first and foremost. She opened the bag and unloaded bags of snack crackers and bottles of water and energy drinks. Then she pulled out a small radio. It was dripping water, and when Elaina went to turn the device on, it released a surge of electricity and shocked her. She yelped and dropped it on the ground. "What is that?" Alec asked. "Looks like a radio," Derek replied, confused. "It's a pretty good one, too." "How did you get this?" Alec asked, looking disappointed and dismayed. "I found it back at the hospital. It wasn't working, but I thought I would bring it along anyway." "Obviously, it has some power left," Elaina said, sucking on a sore finger. "Why didn't you tell us about it?" Alec asked again. "We could have made contact with someone. Or we could have called for help. Just because you didn't know how to use it doesn't mean that a police officer or ex-soldier couldn't figure it out. He didn't tell you about it because he didn't get it at the hospital. He got it from that truck that wrecked." Everyone stopped and looked at Thomas. He had a smirk on his face. "Honestly, I'm glad this happened. Now everyone else will believe me when I say that you've gone off the deep end." "What do you mean?" Derek asked. "I've seen that radio before. It belonged to Bethany, the girl who hit my truck. When I saw her last, someone was trying to reach her. When I went back to check on her, she was gone. I didn't bother checking to see what kind of valuables she left behind. You guys were all knocked unconscious, and it seemed more important to take care of y'all than to do an inventory of that girl's stuff. But when Will went back to confirm my story, he must have rummaged through her things. Didn't you?" Will looked nervous. He was blinking rapidly and biting the inside of his cheek. "I don't buy your story about this Bethany chick. I didn't see anyone there." Thomas was red in the face now. Will was lying right to his face and trying to convince the others of something completely false. "She's absolutely real," Thomas argued. "Stop lying!" "Hey!" Elaina shouted over the boys. "There's a gun in here." "I thought you said you didn't have a gun, Will." Alec rubbed a hand over his stubble. "Why did you lie about that?" he asked, his voice eerily calm. Will sat back down on the ground. He buried his head in his hands. "I don't know," he said. "I knew that if I said I tried to kill a few infected, I would get blamed for shooting Melissa. Thomas has had it out for me ever since the accident." "For good reason," Thomas interjected. "I didn't shoot her. I'm telling you, there's someone else in the forest. I'm not a big fan of the girl, but I would be crazy to shoot her in front of all of you." Thomas gritted his teeth. "Tell me everything that happened when you fired your weapon," Alec ordered. Will closed his eyes and thought before opening them again. "We saw the infected, and they began to close in on us. I saw Derek start shooting, and I wanted to help. I grabbed the gun that I found at the scene of the accident and started firing everywhere I saw infected people." "Found?" Thomas asked. "Did you take it from the truck, too? Was it right next to Bethany's radio?" "I don't know why you're trying to make me into a villain," Will retorted. "I was trying to stop us from being killed by the infected. That includes her," he said, pointing at Melissa. "Give me the gun," Alex said gently. "Why?" Will argued. "You don't believe him, do you?" "I would just feel better if it was in a safe place," he replied, as Elaina handed over the weapon. "I'll give it back if we're in a situation where you need to defend yourself against the infected. There's too much uncertainty and conflict around. Let's just cool off for a while." Thomas was glad that Will was no longer in possession of a gun, and that the others were starting to realize he was coming unglued. Still, it wasn't enough for Will to be put on probation because of uncertainty. Thomas was fairly certain that Will had found an opportunity to cause Melissa harm and get away with it, and used it to his advantage. He was frustrated that no one treated Will like the danger that he was. Until Alec finally realized what his friend was capable of, Thomas took it upon himself to be the watchdog for the group. He would do his best to observe everything that was happening and protect Melissa. But he didn't want to be constantly accusing Will of crimes if the others didn't want to hear it. He would just collect evidence and use it when the time was right, if necessary. Melissa's condition grew worse by the minute. When Derek removed the bullet, everyone figured that it would help her get better. Her body would have the chance to heal without the foreign body inside. Instead, she was still losing a considerable amount of blood, and there was always the risk of infection, no matter how much alcohol they wiped on the outside of her arm. As Thomas, Will, and Melissa sulked, Derek approached Alec and Elaina. "If we want the girl to survive, I think we need to get a move on," he said. "She looks just like the other girl did after she got shot in the leg. Honestly, she probably looks worse, because at least the other girl tried to put on a tough face. She needs professional medical treatment immediately. Even if we don't want to stay, I say we at least drop her off at a hospital somewhere." "How long do you think it will take to get to a hospital?" Elaina asked anxiously. "Hours? Days at this rate," Derek responded. And we don't have the medical supplies she needs? Alec asked. Derek shook his head. We collected a lot of useful stuff, but it's still not enough. We can't give her a blood transfusion or give her IV antibiotics. Besides, my training is for patching people up well enough to survive the hour-long trip it takes to get to a real medic. She'd last an hour or two in her current state. If that's the case, Alec said, then what are the chances that she'll survive to even see a hospital? We haven't even gotten out of the forest yet. We still have to find a car. Then, who knows if we'll even be able to find a hospital that isn't overrun with infected. If what Thomas told us is true, then we'd have to drive another 8 hours or so to get out of the infected zone. That's the thing, Derek said softly, so the other three wouldn't hear. I'm not very confident that she'll survive to see the healthy world again. Chapter 7. As the group continued on down the trail, Alec stuck close to Will, keeping an eye out for him. He didn't want to distrust the boy, but he hadn't left him much choice. He tried to have a little empathy for him, though. When he had been through trauma at the beginning of the epidemic, he had dealt with it by not dealing with it at all. Still, staying home and getting plastered all day was different than potentially shooting a travel companion. But he wanted to keep Will in good spirits if he could. He didn't want to believe that Will was dangerous, but if he was, Alec had the responsibility of preserving his mental health. Unsurprisingly, Will was fairly silent and respectful for much of the hike. He knew he was on thin ice for lying, and didn't want Alec and Elaina to worry about him. He replied to Alec with short responses, and stayed well within sight at all times. Derek and Thomas were both in charge of ensuring that Melissa was well enough to continue. Fortunately, the injury was to her upper body, so she was capable of walking. However, infection and blood loss was setting in, and it limited the amount of physical activity she could do. Her caretakers discussed the best options for both Melissa and the group. Painkillers would make her more comfortable, but in the event of an attack, her senses would be dulled too much to think defensively. She stayed silent for most of the conversation, but finally needed to speak up. "Am I allowed to have a say about my own body?" she asked, slowing to a stop. She sat down on a fallen tree to rest. "Of course," Thomas said. "I'm in a lot of pain. It's not just my shoulder, either. Every part of me aches. I want the drugs." "But what if something happens?" Thomas asked. "If you're out of it, then you're not going to be able to fire a weapon. Your reactions will be slower, and I'm afraid that you'd be an easy target." "I don't know if I even care," she sighed. "Let's face it, I'm not in great shape already. I think I'd already be a target." "Don't say that," Thomas said. "You're going to be fine. We're not that far from the quarantine border now. We'll get some help." "I hate to say it," Derek added, "but if you're lagging behind, that puts the rest of us in danger too. If we have to stop to carry you out of a tight spot, then that increases our chances of being attacked too." Thomas glared at Derek for bringing up such a sensitive subject. Derek revised his statement. "I still plan on helping you, regardless of the situation, but I want you to consider all of the possibilities." "I understand," she said. "Honestly, I occasionally thought that Victoria held us back. I didn't want her to die, but I thought about how much further we would have gotten if we didn't have to stop so often." "I'm not in the business of leaving group members behind," Derek said. "And I appreciate that. That's why I'm telling you now. If you're in danger because you're watching after me, let me go. I don't need that on my conscience." "Come on," Thomas protested. "I mean it. Save yourselves. That's what I would do." Thomas frowned. From what he knew about Melissa and her strong will to live, she must have been suffering. "You really want those pills, don't you?" "Just one," she said. "I don't want to overdo it." Derek pulled out the kit and placed one white oblong pill into the palm of her hand. She popped it in her mouth and swallowed it with a swig of water. Then she got back up to her feet and continued walking. "You're a tough girl," Thomas said. "You're going to be okay." She gave him a quick grin. "Thanks. I really hope you're right." A few feet ahead, Alec fiddled with the radio, trying to get it to work again. He managed to get the device to dry out, but it still wasn't working. "You're sure you put the batteries back in correctly?" he asked Will. "Yes," Will persisted. "I double-checked. I don't know if the thing ever worked to begin with." "That sucks. Do you know how useful this thing could be? We could actually find out what the hell is happening out there. We could probably even call for help. Imagine if we could just give some stranger our coordinates, and a helicopter appeared to take the 6 of us out of here." "Sounds too good to be true," Will replied. "You got that right." "Maybe we'll end up somewhere where there are spare parts for this thing," Will said hopefully. "We'd have to figure out how it works first. The thing that I don't understand is that Thomas said he heard someone speaking on that radio. How much time had passed between your visits to the other truck?" Will looked up into the sky. "I don't know. It was all pretty disorienting. Maybe 30 minutes? Possibly more. Anyway, I wonder if Thomas had a concussion he didn't know about. When I got to that empty truck, that radio was silent." "Not this again," Alec groaned. "What? I didn't say anything bad about him. If he got a few marbles knocked loose, that isn't his fault." "Okay," Alec said. He thought that at that point, it was more likely that Will was the one with the brain injury. He hadn't been himself in quite some time. "Here," he said, handing the device back over to Will. "Put it back in your bag. We'll try working on it later." "I've messed around with computers before," Will said. "If we had a screwdriver, maybe I could open it up and take a look inside." Alex stopped for a second and looked Will straight in the eyes. "Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you mention the radio or the gun?" "I told you," Will said, looking away. "Thomas and Melissa would have found some way to turn it back on me. I wanted to tell you later, in private, but he exposed me. I'm sorry. I really didn't want you to find out this way." "I just wish you could keep it together long enough to get out of this place," Alex said softly, as if he were speaking to himself. Will didn't know how to respond. He didn't like letting Alec down, but he had so much rage and confusion building up inside him. Night had fallen, and the group was no longer closer to finding their way out than they were at the beginning of the day. Their detour had gotten them hopelessly lost. The trail they were on was overgrown with weeds and was largely unmarked, much to everyone's frustration. "I think we need to stop for the night," Elaina said apprehensively. "Melissa needs rest. We all do." "What about the infected?" Will asked. "I don't think it's safe to camp here. What if we're attacked in our sleep?" "There are 6 of us," Derek said. "Well, excluding Melissa, there are 5 of us. We can sleep in shifts, so one person is always watching. If everyone takes a turn staying awake for an hour, maybe a little longer, we can get a full night of sleep. Once we have light again, we can continue." "Fine with me," Elaina said. "I could use a little rest. My feet are killing me." She laid her borrowed lab coat on the ground like a picnic blanket. The others gathered around and set their bags down. "Should we build a fire?" Thomas asked. He used to go camping all the time when he was younger. "I'm afraid it would attract the infected to our camp. Derek said. "We're better off huddling together to conserve body heat." At this, Will got up and moved as far away from Melissa as possible. No one seemed to have a problem with that. "I'll go first," Alec volunteered. "I'm not feeling particularly sleepy yet." "I'll go next," Derek said quickly. "Then me," Thomas chimed in. "I can take the last watch if you guys want." "No, that wouldn't be right," Elaina said. "We should all take turns." "Then I'll go next," Will said. "You can take the last watch, Elaina." "Good," Alec said, removing his watch and setting it in the middle of the group. "Let's aim for shifts between 1 and 2 hours. If you're getting too tired to watch, then move on to the next person. This is not the time for accidents." Derek nodded. "Whoever is on duty needs to keep an eye on Melissa, too. She may need bandages changed or medicines administered. If there are any complications and she needs help, by all means wake someone else up for assistance. We want to be in better shape in the morning than we are in now." "Sounds like a plan," Elaina yawned. She fashioned a little nest of pine needles and leaves and settled down into the earth. One by one, the others followed, falling asleep on the forest floor. As the night went on, each travel companion worked their shift, patrolling the immediate area and keeping watch on Melissa. Alec, having experience staying awake at odd hours to patrol, made it an hour and 40 minutes before giving his post up to Derek. Derek frequently checked on Melissa's injury, applying antibacterial ointment and checking her temperature every 20 minutes, until his shift was up. Once his eyes grew too heavy to continue, nearly 2 hours later, he woke Thomas up for his turn. Thomas also kept a careful watch over Melissa, placing a cool cloth on her forehead when she began to mumble in her sleep. He occasionally woke her to make sure she was hydrated, and gave her more pain medication when she moaned in agony. Then Will stirred. Thomas hoped that he'd go back to sleep, and Thomas would just wake Elaina for the next shift. If Elaina could watch out for the group for just another few hours, it would be morning, and Will wouldn't have to be in control of everyone's welfare. The thought of his watching over the group alone made Thomas extremely nervous. But Will didn't fall back asleep. Instead, he checked Alec's watch. "Weren't you supposed to wake me up a while ago?" Will whispered. "It's my turn for watch." "I've got it under control," Thomas said. "You can go back to sleep." "I'm up now. You might as well rest up. We need everyone to be sharp today." Thomas looked around the forest. It had been rather quiet. Melissa wasn't in great condition, but she wasn't in horrible shape. Thomas knew that Will wouldn't work for longer than absolutely necessary, so Elaina would be in control in an hour. "Fine," Thomas relented, settling down next to Melissa. "Wake Elaina up in an hour for her turn." "You got it," Will said. Thomas rested his head in his arms and closed his eyes. But he couldn't sleep. He couldn't trust Will to behave himself. He nestled in closer to Melissa, her excessive body heat warming him. If Will laid a hand on Melissa, he would know. But he couldn't let Will know that he wasn't going to sleep. Thomas kept his eyes closed tightly, like he used to do when his mother would check on him after bedtime as a child. Instead of watching, he listened, tracking Will's movements in his head. He heard Will unzip a bag and rummage through plastic bags until he pulled something out and zipped it shut again. Then Thomas heard the sound of crinkling plastic. Will got up and began to walk down the path before trekking deeper into the forest. When Thomas didn't hear him return, he got up to investigate. "Will?" Thomas hissed toward the trees, where his footsteps disappeared. When there was no reply, Thomas grabbed a flashlight and a gun and made his way into the forest. He just had a sinking suspicion that Will was up to no good. First of all, everyone had agreed to keep a close eye on their camp. Secondly, there was no good reason to go into the forest alone. Will knew that. Finally, Thomas heard footsteps again. He picked up his pace, following the sound, but he was careful not to get too close. He didn't want to startle Will in case he was armed, but he needed to see what he was trying to pull. In a small clearing, Will stopped and crouched down. He took 2 batteries from his pocket and swapped them with the oxidized batteries from the radio. He turned a knob to hear a faint static sound. Thomas's heart skipped a beat. He was catching Will in another lie, but even more importantly, he was witnessing Will try to communicate with the rest of the world. He didn't know why Will was doing this in secret, but he hoped that if there was any decency left in the kid, he would use his discovery to help the whole group. Will turned the knobs, trying to get a strong signal from the radio. Thomas could hear muffled voices, but nothing clear. Then, as clear as day, Thomas heard someone talking to Will. The radio distorted the voice so much that Thomas didn't know if the person was male or female. But he distinctly heard the question, "Where are you?" Will cupped a hand over his mouth and spoke back into the radio, trying to stay quiet enough as to not attract any attention. Thomas needed to get closer to hear what he was saying. Thomas tripped over a tree root. The sound startled Will, who whipped his head toward Thomas. "Who's there?" Will whispered, fear in his voice. "It's Thomas," he hissed, walking into the clearing. "What are you doing out here?" "What are you doing?" Will asked, stuffing the radio into his back pocket. "Trying to figure out why you abandoned your post? You're lucky I was still awake when you got up. You could have been ambushed out here." "Look, I don't need your help," Will said. "Everyone is fine. There hasn't been a sighting all night. I just needed a little time away from the group to work on this radio. I need to be able to make things right for the group." "For the group?" "Yeah. I saw you change the batteries. My guess is that the radio worked just fine before it got wet. Once Alec dried it out and you replaced the batteries, it started working again. Why couldn't you have done this in plain sight?" Will looked exhausted. His usually bright eyes were rimmed with red. He had patchy stubble covering his face. More often than not, his typically happy face was stony. "Tell me who you were talking to." I don't know. I couldn't get a very clear signal." "You know I have to tell the others about this." Will's eyes narrowed. "You don't have to. Let me tell them. It always sounds worse coming from your mouth. And it never sounds accurate coming from yours," Thomas fired back. "Please," Will said softly. "I'll let you have a listen. Just don't make me out to be the bad guy." Thomas knew the importance of delivering accurate information, but curiosity got the best of him. If there were people out there willing to communicate with them, he didn't want to have to wait until morning to do so. He thought about Melissa and how she could use emergency medical attention. The radio could help them. "Fine," Thomas grumbled, squatting on the ground. "Let's hear it." Will turned the dial when a horrible shriek rang out. Thomas and Will bolted upright, wildly looking around. "I think that's from camp," Thomas said, stomping through the tall grass and weeds. "How do we get back?" I'm not sure," Will said tremulously. Unfortunately, the screams continued, giving the boys a good idea of where to go. Finally, they found the trail and ran as fast as they could, ready to thrust themselves into the unknown. "I don't hear anything," Thomas said as they neared the camp. "I don't either," Will panted. The chill that ran through Thomas nearly froze him in his place. He didn't want to hear screams, but the sudden lack of screams was almost more terrifying. Finally, they found their resting spot and skidded to a stop. At the scene, they watched as Elaina swung a tree branch at a lone infected person's head, knocking them down. She raised the stick above her head and pounded it into the fallen person's skull 3 times for good measure. Melissa was propped up against a tree further back into the forest, her long hair hanging over her face. At first glance, she looked dead, but Thomas could see her chest rising and falling, ever so slightly. Derek was flat on his stomach, arms sprawled out. The back of his head was covered in blood, and he had chunks of flesh missing from his legs. There was no doubt about it. Derek was dead. Alec was bent over, with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. Upon hearing the other 2 return, he looked up. His eyes practically glowed with rage. "Where were you?" he growled in a deep voice. Thomas had never seen Alec like this before. He was typically so cool and collected. Now, he could see his face redden as the sun came up. "Will was on duty," Thomas said, his voice so low that he was barely audible. "I heard him leave camp before I had the chance to fall asleep. I followed him to see where he was going. I just had a bad feeling." Alec turned his attention toward Will, his expression unchanged. "Where were you?" Will slumped down against a tree, his face as white as the lab coat on the ground that was now flecked with blood. His mouth hung open, but no words came out. "No?" Alec asked, standing up straight. "No answer?" Will was practically catatonic. He made no attempt to respond. "Then let's pack up and go," Alec said simply. "It's morning." Elaina picked up the white coat and shook the leaves off it. Then she gently draped it over Derek's body. The 5 left the scene of the attack as if nothing had happened. Alec and Elaina led the way, navigating through the forest. Thomas and Melissa followed just behind them, Thomas supporting Melissa as they walked. Will trailed behind, unable to come to terms with the horror he had done nothing to prevent. They could not stop and weep for their lost travel companion. They had to move forward. Chapter 8. It went without saying that Derek's death was not to be spoken of. Everyone ruminated about it in their own minds, but his name didn't dare escape their lips. Thomas and Will were especially down about his death, since both felt responsible. Will felt sick. Technically, he was supposed to be watching after the group. If he'd seen the infected sneak up upon them, things could have ended differently. Alec was furious at him. He knew that for a fact. He wouldn't so much as look at Will. Will didn't know if he could ever come back from such a disappointment. Alec hadn't even been told about the radio. It didn't matter why he abandoned the group. It only mattered that he wasn't there when he was supposed to be there. Thomas also had an overwhelming amount of guilt riding on his shoulders. While he wasn't technically supposed to be on the lookout, he was awake. Instead of choosing to keep a watchful eye over the others while they slept, he chose to follow Will. As much as he insisted that he was trying to make sure Will didn't do something to harm the others, Thomas couldn't shake the fact that it was his own curiosity that had caused him to go. This was a secret that he tried to push down deep inside him until he forgot that he wanted proof that Will wasn't as great as Alec and Elaina thought he was. His own selfish need for justice took him away from people who needed him. He could have taken over for Will and told the others about it in the morning, after everyone was safe and sound. Not to mention, Melissa was in terrible shape. While Thomas and Will were away, her fever spiked. Her body temperature soared, but no one was there to give her medicine or cool her off. It was nothing short of a miracle that she'd survived the attack. The infection had rendered her so weak that she could hardly run away. When the infected came, she managed to scoot herself into a pile of leaves and blend in with her surroundings. At first, she couldn't stop screaming. Eventually, she became too weak to get any sounds out. While she was perfectly still, the infected gravitated toward Derek, who was wildly swinging a knife. Unfortunately, the stress of the battle took its toll on her already fragile health. At one point during their hike, Thomas carried Melissa on his back, while she was too weak to walk. As vocal as Melissa had been in the past, she kept her discomfort to herself for the most part. She rarely complained, as her body suffered aches and pains. She tried to hide her tears, and she realized that help was not coming anytime soon. She tried to walk when her legs felt like rubber and threatened to collapse under her. The further they walked down the trail, the narrower it became. Eventually, they were walking on what appeared to be horse tracks. Signs of habitation popped up every half-mile or so, giving the group pause. If people lived in these remote areas, it was possible that there were healthy citizens left who could take them in. It also meant that there could be more infected who hadn't strayed far from home. After discovering fallen signposts and empty bottles on the ground, the five discovered a dilapidated stable in a clearing. White paint chips covered the ground like a light snow, and the faint smell of manure wafted in the air. When Elaina spotted it, she stopped dead in her tracks. "Oh, thank God," Thomas sighed, gently setting Melissa down from his back. "Do you think anyone around here has antibiotics? There have got to be houses around here, right? Abandoned houses? Someone's got to have unused medication. A stable might have horse antibiotics. At this rate, that's better than nothing." Elaina jabbed a finger toward the front window. "Did anyone else see that? There's movement. Someone is in there." Alec looked around nervously. It hadn't been long since their last encounter with the infected, and he was still a little on edge. "What are the chances that the people inside are infected?" he asked. Elaina thought for a moment. "Well, based on past experience, I'd say there's an 80% chance that whoever's in there is dangerous." "Melissa can't go in there," Thomas said, his voice strained. "I'll go in if you guys stay with her. I just want to check for medicine." Alec pitied him. He seemed so upset about Melissa's condition, but he knew the boy couldn't go in alone. "You and Elaina can stay with her," Alec said, pulling his gun from his pocket. "Will, you're coming with me." "Me?" Will gulped. Alec nodded, pulling the confiscated handgun from his bag. "It's time to redeem yourself." Will knew exactly what he meant, and couldn't argue. As much as he didn't want to be on the front lines, he would have to obey every order to regain even a sliver of Alec's trust. "Laney," Alec said, "get your gun ready. Be ready to defend yourself." She nodded, pulling Derek's old gun from her bag. "You ready?" he asked. "Yes," Will squeaked out as they walked toward the stable. They slowly crept through an open door, careful not to startle whoever was inside before they knew of their condition. Then Alec saw a woman walking briskly toward a sofa. On the couch, a teenage girl was muttering and convulsing. She was covered in red bite marks, and her skin was gray. The woman, who appeared to be her mother, placed cold compresses on her forehead, just as Thomas had done with Melissa. "She's infected," Will whispered, so the pair at the back of the stables wouldn't be notified of their intrusion. "Should we get Elena's serum?" Alec asked. "This could be our first cure. Besides Elaina, of course." "There wasn't much left," Will said anxiously. "If we give it out to strangers, then there won't be any left for us if we need it." "What else can we do? It doesn't look like the girl is in really bad shape. Otherwise, she'd be attacking her healthy mom. I think we need to offer the serum to her. Elaina would want that." Alec walked forward, his gun in his back pocket and his hands raised. "Excuse me," he said, approaching the woman. "I don't mean to intrude, but we have medicine that can help that girl," he said. "We don't need your help," the woman said, glaring at Alec as she tended to her daughter. "You don't understand. We have a cure for the infection." The woman turned her entire body toward Alec, revealing a matching set of inflamed bite marks. "Get out!" she shouted. Behind the rage on her face, Alec could see her eyes pleading with him. "But," Alec said, shocked by the woman's own injuries. She lunged at Alec, rousing her daughter from her fevered state. The young teen jumped from her prone position and came toward Alec. The second she laid a hand on Alec, Will fired 2 clean shots, hitting each woman in the head. They crumpled to the ground, blood seeping out onto the dirt floor. Alec wiped his hand on his pants, avoiding looking at the people Will had just killed. I had to," Will sputtered. "No, I know you did. Thanks for having my back," Alec replied. "Do you really think we could have saved them?" Will asked, feeling guilty. He had hounded Melissa for days after shooting Natalia, when there was a potential cure miles away. Now, the cure was sitting 20 feet from the stable, and he'd shot 2 women who weren't even in advanced stages of the illness. "Sometimes you just have to do whatever it takes to survive," Alex said, draping a wool blanket over the 2. "It's something that I struggled with a lot at first. Hell, I still struggle with it now. But there are people who need me and depend on me to get home safely. I don't know if it justifies all the killing, but we're just doing our best out here. Do you understand that?" Will gave a noncommittal shrug. "What happens when you can't even save the people who depend on you?" Alex scratched his head. His short hair had grown longer than he had ever had it while working on the force. He couldn't remember the last time he saw his reflection, but he assumed he no longer looked like a cop. "I think we could all stand to do a little better," Alec replied. "We face death every single day. I often wonder if I'd have any regrets. You know, if I got bitten by an infected person one of these times." Will was silent. He didn't want to think about that. "Should we get the others?" he asked, changing the subject. "Sure," Alex said, a little disappointed that he wasn't getting anywhere with Will's bad attitude. Alec was never one to talk about his feelings. It was no wonder he couldn't get through to Will. "Let's check out the rest of this place first. You take the west side and I'll check the east." Once Will left to search the rest of the stable, Alec turned around to watch him. He wanted to trust his young friend, but between Thomas's stories and the things he had witnessed firsthand, he didn't know if that would be possible. Everyone was getting antsy and anxious to get to a safe place. Alec's biggest concern at the moment was getting his people out of the war zone in one piece. Chapter 9. "It's all clear," Alex said, poking his head out of the stable door. "Come in." Elaina ran forward, and Thomas and Melissa followed behind. Melissa could hardly keep her eyes open. "We need to do something for her," Elaina whispered to Alec. "She's been mumbling all sorts of weird things. I wonder if she's having hallucinations from the infection." Alec frowned. "There's a little office in the back. You can put her on that couch. We might not want to use the old couch in the front, though." "I'm not even going to ask," Elaina said. "Have you had the chance to look for medicine?" He shook his head. "We haven't gotten that far yet. We just secured the area." "I heard gunshots." "You did. We'll get rid of the infected once we get Melissa settled." Elaina grabbed one of Melissa's shoulders and brought her inside. Alec led them to the back office and helped them gently lower her onto the cushions. He could feel the heat radiating from her through her clothing. Derek did say that she wouldn't make it more than a few days without medical attention. According to his timeline, she wouldn't be around much longer.
"Where's Samuel?" Melissa cried. He was just here."
Alec furrowed his brow in confusion. "Do you mean Will?" Elaina grimaced.
"No. She's been talking about this Samuel guy for a while. We have no idea who he is."
"Oh," Alec said, his face falling. He had never seen anyone in such bad shape from a fairly benign gunshot wound. He had seen gunshot victims fully recover from shots to vital organs.
"I don't know what I'll do if he doesn't make it," she said. "All of them."
"Shh," Thomas said, raking a hand through her hair.
"Save your strength."
"Try to get some rest," Alec said. "You're safe here."
"Yeah, I think I'll get a little sleep,"
she said dreamily. Alec gestured toward Elaina and Thomas. The three rejoined Will in the center of the stables. "I don't know how long we can stay here, but we may need to prepare to hang out here for a while. It looks like a storm is coming through, and I don't know if it's in our best interest to power through right now. First things first, can I get some help removing these bodies?" Thomas and Will shuffled toward the infected and lifted the bodies. Elaina gave Alec a sympathetic look. He seemed so exhausted.
"I'll look for antibiotics,"
Elaina said. She was thankful that she didn't have to carry the bodies outside. She headed toward the back of the stable, toward a wall of cabinets. One by one, she opened them and scoured through its contents. The first few contained nothing but grooming products. Elaina nearly reached for a fancy-looking shampoo for her own hair, but she resisted. She couldn't think about her own hygiene at a moment like this. The next had various supplements for farm animals, plus a few boxes of snacks for humans. She made a mental note of the location of the food and moved on. Finally, she hit the jackpot. Shelf after shelf held different bottles and skin treatments. She carefully read each and every label until she found what she needed. Elaina grabbed a clear glass bottle of veterinary antibiotics and a fresh syringe. The needle was much larger than a human generally needed, but there weren't a lot of choices. She returned to the room and set her newly found supplies down on the table, along with the first aid kit that was shrinking by the day. Melissa was in a fitful sleep, but woke with a start when Elaina swiped her forearm with an alcohol swab.
"Am I dead?"
she mumbled, as Elaina gingerly searched for a vein for the injection. She had no problem drawing blood for herself, but having to use a large needle on another person was a different story. She didn't want to get this wrong.
"What? No," she answered. "I'm giving you some medicine."
She nearly chuckled at the idea that their reality was some sort of afterlife. Elaina wasn't particularly religious, but she didn't imagine that humans would enter an epidemic of apocalyptic proportions as either a reward or punishment for their mortal existence. It was nearly what some might describe as hell, a wasteland filled with death and fear. Then again, things weren't always terrible for Elaina. Sure, she was probably the most wanted person in the world, but she had made some extraordinary findings with little help. Intellectually, she was on top of her game. Then there were the people she had met along the way. Most turned out to be despicable, but a few were some of the closest relationships she had ever had. Elaina was never one to make friends, so the fact that she had a sister-like bond with Natalia was pretty remarkable. Plus, she was especially bad with dealing with the opposite sex. Yet a relationship with Alec was bubbling under the surface. Under different circumstances, they might have had a shot at dating. She shook that thought away as she touched the end of the hypodermic needle to the pale skin of Melissa's forearm. With a slow exhale, she plunged the needle into her blue vein, sending medication into her bloodstream. "I hope that's the right dosage," she said, as she stuck a small bandage onto the injection site. "The label gives instructions for treating horses, not humans." "It's better than nothing," Alec said. The three men had returned from removing the bodies from their new shelter. "How often do we need to give her that medicine?" "Twice a day, I think," Elaina said. "IV medicine works faster than pills do, but it still could be a few days to see much improvement. I think we need to look at her arm again and make sure it's cleaned up. That was difficult to do in a forest." "Do we have everything we need here?" Thomas asked. "I'm sure there are more houses we can raid around here." "I think we're set with supplies. What we don't have is a source of water." "I can go look for water," Will said, picking up a couple of empty buckets. "I think I heard a stream not too far from here." "Are you okay to go on your own?" Alec asked. "Yeah, I'd prefer it, actually," he said, looping his bag over his shoulders. "I'll be back soon." No one objected to this. In fact, everyone was a little relieved that they could leave the task up to Will and not have to worry about his having conflicts with anyone else. Alec didn't feel comfortable letting him go out with any of the others. "Sounds good," Elaina said. "When you come back, we can start a fire and boil the water. Then we can work on Melissa's arm." Will left without another word. He seemed eager to get out of the stable. "I'm freezing," Melissa whimpered. "Did you find a thermometer?" Thomas asked. "I did," Elaina replied. "But this is a stable. I don't know where it's been." "Oh," he grimaced. "Right." He placed a hand on her forehead and frowned. "She's burning up." "I'm so cold," Melissa repeated. "Get my blanket from my mom?" Thomas looked at the others with a worried expression. "I'll see if I can find a blanket," Alex said. "We can't really use the gray wool blanket, can we?" He left the back room and closed the door behind him. Elaina took a peek underneath Melissa's bandages. "Maybe I'll try to practice sutures while Will's out getting water. Do you need anything else?" Thomas shook his head. "Okay," Elaina said. "Let me know if you need anything." She walked out of the office, gently closing the door behind her. For the first time since they met, Melissa and Thomas were alone. Thomas didn't know how to feel about this. He considered Melissa to be a friend, but at the same time, more than a friend. He hated how Will mocked him for taking a special interest in Melissa, but he wasn't completely wrong. Melissa was strong-willed and a little bossy at times, but Thomas didn't mind that. She had shown him more kindness than anyone else had since the virus struck. He was a lonely boy looking for a friend, and she fit the bill. It was only natural that romantic feelings started to develop. He was shy, so he was afraid of sharing these feelings with her. Plus, if she didn't feel the same way, they'd have to continue traveling with awkwardness between them. Unfortunately, she wasn't in good enough condition to have a serious conversation with at the moment. She drifted in and out of consciousness and rambled on, spouting absolute nonsense at times. It was frightening, but also disappointing to Thomas. He didn't mind spending their alone time wiping her brow and holding her head to sip water, but he would have preferred to be able to talk in secret. He felt that if anyone in the group would have his back, it would be her. Thomas desperately wanted to tell her about what Will was doing the night that Derek died, but she was not able to listen to him. He just hoped she would get better so he'd have a chance to speak everything that was on his mind. "Are you feeling any better yet?" he asked, stroking her cheek.
I don't think I'll ever feel better," she moaned.
"You will," he said encouragingly. "It just takes a little time for the medicine to start working."
"It won't bring her back."
"Who?"
"Natalia."
Thomas sighed. "You did the right thing. Just relax."
"Will hates me. He's gonna kill me."
"Maybe he should." "Hey," Thomas said, his voice a little sharper. "Don't talk like that. No one is going to hurt you as long as I'm around. He's not even here right now. He went to get water so we can clean you up."
"I'm so sorry, Natalia,"
she cried.
"I didn't want to. I was just trying to get home."
"I know," Thomas said softly.
"I just want to get home."
"We will. We just need to get you better. Then we'll find a car and go home." She blinked her eyes.
"It's all my fault."
"It's not," he insisted. "Natalia was infected. She would have killed Will. She might have killed you, too."
"Not Natalia,"
she groaned. He lowered his eyebrows. "Then who you talking about?"
"Samuel."
Thomas pursed his lips. "Who is Samuel?" he asked patiently. She had muttered his name 100 times, but had yet to provide information with context for her ramblings.
"I can't talk about it anymore,"
she mumbled.
"Another time."
"Okay, another time."
"I'm gonna go to sleep now."
"You do that. I'll be right here when you wake up."
"Do you promise?"
she asked, reaching for him with her good arm. He sat down on the edge of the couch beside her and put his hand in hers. It felt so good to have human contact. "I'll do whatever I can to keep you safe," he said. "I promise." Thomas continued to sit with her as she slept for hours. He watched the shallow rise and fall of her chest, with his hand in hers. He wiped her brow when she broke out into a sweat, and curled up next to her when she shivered. It was hard to watch her suffer through her illness, but it was also one of the greatest moments of Thomas's life. He had never connected with a girl on that deep of a level before. Melissa woke up just as the sun was starting to set. Her skin was still warm and moist, but some of the color had returned to her cheeks.
"How long have I been asleep?"
she asked groggily. Thomas handed her a bottle of sports drink. "Drink this. It's probably been at least 5 hours or so."
"Oh,"
she said, taking a few small sips.
"I thought you said Elaina was going to work on my shoulder."
"Did I dream that?" "No, that was the plan. We were waiting on Will to come back with the water."
"He's not back yet?"
"Nope." She took another slow sip.
"Well,
is he coming back?" Thomas shrugged.
"Honestly, I have no idea."
"But would it be so bad if he didn't?" Chapter 10. Elaina tossed a scratchy blanket over a pile of hay and lay down in the nest she created. It was not comfortable by any means, but it was still better than the hard dirt floor. For an abandoned stable, it was fairly clean, yet the smell of animals hadn't entirely dissipated. It reminded her of the petting zoo her parents took Lily and her to as children.
"How many hours has it been since he left?"
she asked. Alec checked his watch. "Nearly 5, I think. I should have gone looking for him hours ago. It's risky going out after dark now."
"I don't think you should go out there,"
Elaina said.
"What good would it do anyway?
If he got in trouble with some infected, then I don't know if he'd survive. If he did, the first thing he'd do would be to run back here for my serum. Have you considered the fact that he might be purposefully lost?"
"What do you mean?" Alec asked, sitting down next to Elaina.
"You saw how eager he was to leave. Maybe he just needs a little space. It isn't completely dark either. He could be on his way back now."
"Maybe," Alec said, absent-mindedly playing with a piece of hay. "I hope he doesn't take too long. I was hoping we could continue on in the morning."
"We can give him until morning," Elaina said. "If he's not back, we'll just have to accept that he didn't want to continue on with us."
"Okay," Alec said, disappointment in his voice. "Things are different now, anyway."
Elaina turned on her side to face Alex. "Unfortunately, I think you're right. Will's been so cold and distant ever since Natalia died. At times, I wonder if he really is a danger to the group."
"If he's not an immediate danger to someone, then he could be a danger to our progress. It's hard to work as a cohesive group when everyone is trying to attack each other. I get that he's messed up about Natalia, but he's not the only one who's dealing with trauma."
"I miss her every day," Elaina said softly. "She was just so pleasant to have around. I mean, I occasionally got irritated with how immature she could be at times, but it's only because I forgot how young she really was. She was still in high school when we met. Her parents had given her anything she could ever want, too. All things considered, it was amazing how well she handled herself. I just wish she had lived to see her dad get what he deserves. I often fantasized about rubbing my Kieran Breton's smug face with her by my side. I guess I'll have to do it in her memory."
"And you will. Hopefully, very soon," he said, a smile appearing on his face. He reclined back, his head resting in his hands. "You don't think the military, the new one, or the old one, got to Will again?"
The thought of those people sent a shiver down her spine. "I hope not. Will's escaped from both, though, so if anyone can get out of their clutches, he can."
"Unless he's changed his mind about the whole thing," Alec grimaced.
"You think he's gone so far off the deep end that he would join them? For what? Just to take Melissa down?"
Alec shook his head. "No, I don't think he would do that. My guess is that he's either blowing off some steam and planning on returning, or attempting to return to civilization on his own."
Elaina turned a little closer toward Alec. She could smell his rugged, musky scent that was the result of too few showers and lots of deodorant. It wasn't bad, though. In fact, she quite liked it. "I can't even imagine being on my own now," she said. "I used to prefer being alone. It's crazy how accustomed I've become to sharing my life with others. I don't know if I could ever go back to a life of solitude."
"Same," Alec said, "although this only applies to some people and not others. There aren't too many people that I would want to stick around with permanently. I wouldn't mind some long-term companionship, though."
Elaina blushed. She had a feeling she knew whom he was referring to. "Do you think Will could make it on his own?" she asked, changing the subject.
"I'm not sure.
I think he can be pretty clever, but it's not safe for anyone." They were silent for a moment. Elaina wanted to ask Alec something, but she knew she was approaching a controversial subject. Do you think that Will shot Melissa?" she asked cautiously.
He pursed his lips. "I've been wanting to ask you the same thing. I don't want to think that he would do something like that.
But it does seem suspicious, doesn't it? She finished. I mean, the shots we heard were pretty far away. If we couldn't see where they came from, how likely is it that she got hit from that large of a distance? My problem is with what Thomas told us after the crash. I feel a little guilty about blowing him off at first. I really thought he was just being too sensitive about Will's bad attitude toward Melissa. That, and I just don't know him as well as I knew Will. I'm not going to forget that he took part in holding us prisoner, too. I started taking him more seriously after Melissa got hurt. Now, I don't think I'd trust him to be alone with the others, including you. Me? Elaina squeaked. I think I can handle myself. Oh, I didn't mean it like that, Alec said quickly. You're the toughest girl I know. I'm just saying that I would worry about how he would behave without a majority to keep him in check. How can we keep him around if we both think there's a really good chance he shot Melissa? Elaina asked. I mean, society is crumbling, but I thought that our little group would never stoop to the levels that some people do. We've been running away and defending ourselves from healthy criminals. Now, we may be enabling one. Alec cringed. I agree with you, but even hearing it doesn't sound right. We don't even know if he's coming back. If he does, we can talk it over and decide that he might not be able to continue on with us if he's going to be a problem. Alec nodded. I think that's fair. Besides, who knows if he's coming back? Also, who knows if Melissa is going to survive? I always forget they are still kids, Elaina said. It doesn't excuse how they're behaving, but I wonder if I'm being too hard on them and expecting too much. I don't think they have any excuse, Alec said. They're young and stupid, but that doesn't mean that they get to fight with each other. We're on the same team. I just want to get out of here, Elaina said, now inches away from Alec. I hope we can all hold it together until then. He leaned in a little closer. His side brushed against hers. Listen, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but I wanted to talk about your future plans. My what? She sputtered. I know we've gotten ourselves a little sidetracked out here, but I wanted to make sure that you still wanted me to come along with you. I mean, we don't know how much longer Will or Melissa might be with us. Thomas doesn't have any family, but I presume he'll take care of himself. If you want me to leave you alone to complete your work, then I understand. I just wanted to be on the same page when the time comes. Alec seemed so worried that Elaina couldn't help but crack a smile. What? He asked, playfully nudging her with his elbow. Of course you're coming with me. I wouldn't have it any other way. Alec grinned broadly. I'm glad to hear it. Come on. Do you really not know that I like having you around? She asked. The more they talked, the more comfortable she felt with him. You don't really make a display of your emotions, he chuckled. You can be hard to read at times. Hard to get, you know? She blushed. She wasn't trying to play any games with him. In fact, she didn't know if she was capable of it if she tried. Her flirting skills were so abysmal that she was shocked that he had any inclination that she liked him. In many ways, she was more mature and wise than her peers. But in this one area, she felt particularly stunted. You know I don't have experience with this, she said, feeling embarrassed. It doesn't show. Honestly. Now he was embarrassed. They lay next to each other in silence, enjoying a moment of alone time. Elaina knew that she would soon have to return to reality, But for the moment, lying in a pile of hay with Alec was pretty great. Then, as if a magnetic force had drawn them together, their bodies connected, and their lips touched. Elaina felt like she was simultaneously floating in the air and underwater. She felt a lightness that she hadn't felt in years. Alec wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in tight. They kept kissing, forgetting that at any moment their lives could plunge into the turmoil that plagued them. It was as if they had a chance to lead normal lives where they could casually date without the fear of losing each other to dangerous people. Eventually, they managed to pull apart, blissful smiles on their faces. "I couldn't have gotten this far without you," Elaina said. "Honestly, you've been so helpful and trusting, even when I didn't deserve your trust." He took her hand into his. "I couldn't have done this without you. I might have just given up and let the infected take me if I hadn't had a reason to keep going." He looked away for a moment, shocked that he had spoken so candidly with her. But if there were anyone to speak his mind with, it was Elaina. "Do you think Melissa's okay?" Elaina asked, forcing her body to turn away from Alec for a moment. She wanted to be as close to him as possible, yet she knew that she couldn't afford any more distractions. "I think we would know if she wasn't," Alec said. "It's probably a good sign that we haven't heard from Thomas in a while. I imagine he would have come out here all panicked if she had taken a turn for the worse." Elaina looked at Alec's watch. She would need another dose of antibiotics in a few hours. "Do you think we should check on them?" she asked, sitting up halfway. Between the deep pile of hay they were resting on and her tired body, getting up felt like an impossible feat. "No," Alec said plainly, pulling her back toward him. He cradled her upper body, kissing her on the forehead. "I don't know if we'll ever get an opportunity like this again. Once we leave here, it's back to business. If I die out there, this is what I want my last thought to be." "You can't leave me," Elaina protested. "You're right," he mused, gently pecking her on the lips. "I'll be with you until the end." Alec held on to Elaina tightly, absolutely elated that he'd finally had the opportunity to kiss her. It had been on his mind for quite some time, but the moment was never right. As blissful as it was still a confusing moment for the two of them. Outside the stable, they had to return to their professional-like demeanor. This was better for group dynamics and for staying on track. They still had a long way to go before they could even consider a romantic relationship. Alec and Elaina fell asleep in each other's arms, forgetting that Will was missing and that Melissa was deathly ill. Their problems would still be right where they left them when they woke. So they let their eyes grow heavy and their limbs fall weak as they enjoyed each other's company. Chapter 11. Thomas sat on the floor, the back of his head leaning up against the couch where Melissa was sleeping. He felt so useless. He desperately wanted to do something purposeful, but he could only wait until the others gave him further instructions. He needed Will to come back with the water so Elaina could work on Melissa's shoulder. At the same time, he didn't want Will to come back. It would be nice to wash up, but he'd rather have Will's absence than a shower. He also needed Elaina around to administer the antibiotics and needed Alec to tell him what they were going to do next. Finally, he needed Melissa to wake up and tell him that everything was going to be okay. Thomas rested a hand on Melissa's forehead. She was still burning up, but she was sleeping more peacefully than before. Earlier,
she'd hardly stopped mumbling about Samuel, whoever he was. He couldn't wait until Melissa was coherent again, so he could finally solve the mystery of Samuel. Obviously, he was someone very important to her, or she wouldn't keep repeating his name. Because she wasn't available to explain Samuel to him, Thomas spent his time coming up with possible solutions. Each story made his imagination run wilder. His first thought was that Samuel was a family member, a brother or a cousin perhaps. Thomas knew very little about all of his travel companions, but he probably knew the least about Melissa. She had to have some family at one time or another. Thomas vaguely remembered her saying something about her siblings when she talked about going to her grandparents' house. But he had also met several people who claimed to be only children, only to find out that they had other family who had tragically perished. Sometimes it was just too painful to admit that they were family members who'd passed away before their time. It would make sense if she were muttering about her brother. She often threw in phrases like, "sorry," or "I didn't mean to," when she spoke of Samuel. Perhaps she'd had to eliminate infected family members, just like he'd had to. Or maybe Samuel was a close friend. Thomas had seen some of his acquaintances and co-workers get gunned down by the vigilante group that he'd later joined. It was horrible to see people he spoke with on a regular basis die such violent deaths. It was definitely possible that Melissa had witnessed the death of a good friend, and it had left scars on her subconscious. For the most part, Melissa presented herself as a tough and cautious woman, never showing more emotion than necessary. Her illness had betrayed her, allowing her secrets to flow out of her as she slept. The final story Thomas had concocted was his least favorite, though it seemed to hold the most weight. Samuel was a boyfriend, or someone whom she loved in a romantic sense. He had clearly died or was lost during the spread of the epidemic. At night when she slept, she pined for him. At her most vulnerable, she cried out his name, apologizing for something she did or didn't do. It made Thomas's heart hurt to think about this possibility. He didn't want to know if there was someone else out there who she had feelings for. But if that were the case, then there would be no room in her heart for him. He wasn't sure how she felt about him, but Thomas knew that his feelings for Melissa grew by the day. It was hard not to feel fondness for someone he cared so intimately for. Eventually, he figured he'd find out who Samuel was. He just hoped that it would turn out to be nothing. Thomas couldn't stand the silence. Every once in a while, he could hear Elaina and Alec speaking quietly about something, though he could never make out words. Melissa hadn't been fit for conversation in quite some time. Thomas knew what it was like to be lonely in a group of people. He'd experienced it in his hometown, and was experiencing it again with his new companions. Everyone had their own thing going on. Thomas was just Thomas. So, because he had no one else to talk to, he started speaking to Melissa, even though she couldn't hear him. It felt awkward at first, but then he became accustomed to the one-way conversation. "Hey," Thomas started, stroking the inside of her forearm with his fingertips. "I really hope you start feeling better soon. I want you to be back to normal." She responded with a slight snore. He continued speaking, letting his voice drop to a near whisper. "I know you've had your issues with Will, but I just want you to know that I'm on your side. I don't get how he doesn't see you like I do. You're a smart, kind woman, and I think you're great. I don't want you to feel guilty about doing the things you had to do to survive. It was never your fault that Natalia died. And whoever Samuel is, well, I'm sure that wasn't your fault either." He mentally scratched that last part out of his head. He didn't know enough to speak about Samuel. Maybe she did something to him that was completely unrelated to the epidemic. He wouldn't bring his name up again while she was sleeping. "To be honest, I'm glad you're asleep right now, because I don't know if I could ever say these things to you while you're awake. I've never been good with girls. I'm too shy and awkward. I want to tell you that you're so brave and beautiful, but I clam up whenever I get the chance. So here goes. I think that you're incredible, and I'm starting to have feelings for you." Thomas watched as Melissa's ribcage rose and fell in a steady rhythm. "I don't know if you feel the same way about me. My guess is that you don't. I'm not that smart or talented, and I'm a follower. I did whatever the gang in my hometown told me to do, even when I knew it was wrong. I do whatever Alec and Elaina tell me to do because they're smarter than me. I don't think girls are generally attracted to guys who can't stand up for themselves." He turned around and moved to the edge of the couch, sitting in the space next to Melissa's waist. "I think you would have liked me more when we were younger. I had dreams and ambition then. I wanted to save up enough money so I could leave town on my own and never go back. I wanted to make a name for myself on my own. I didn't exactly know what I wanted to do, but I knew I wanted to be successful in whatever it was. You're ambitious. I think you would have been into me then." He laughed to himself. He wouldn't have been able to ask her out back then. He wouldn't have been able to speak to her, whether she were conscious at the time or not. "Do you know what? I'm going to be braver. For the both of us. I'm not going to be the scared, timid kid I used to be. I've been through a lot, and I think I've grown up a ton in the past few months." Thomas thought back to what life was like for him in the surviving group in his hometown. He'd allowed himself to follow whatever he was told. After a while, he even started believing that they weren't all that bad. It wasn't until he'd met Elaina and Alec that he finally snapped out of it. He realized that he was too easily influenced by suggestion and failed to think for himself. "It's going to be different now," he said, a little louder. "I'm going to be different. I know. I shouldn't get my hopes up when I could be killed any moment, and you could die of infection. But I just have this fantasy where everything goes right for us. I could see us living at your grandparents' house until this thing blows over. Elaina will be able to cure and vaccinate everyone. Then maybe we can stay together, even if we don't have to. We can get a little apartment as we make our way in the new world. I want that life more than anything." "Samuel," she mumbled. "Yeah, Samuel," Thomas groaned, feeling defeated. He eyed the bottle of antibiotics on the table. He figured Elaina wouldn't mind if he injected Melissa for her. He knew that it hadn't been a full 12 hours since the last dose. But what would a few hours hurt? Thomas didn't want to wait any longer for Melissa to get better. He wanted results as soon as possible. With shaky hands, he drew the amount of clear liquid that he had seen Elaina take out before and touched the tip of the needle to the bruised speck on her arm. After taking a deep breath, he slowly found the vein and released the liquid, drop by drop. This roused Melissa, who woke up with wide eyes. "What's going on?" she croaked. "You're awake," Thomas exclaimed. "How are you feeling?" "Terrible," she moaned. "Do we have any more painkillers?"
Thomas dutifully pulled out an array of medication and plucked out a couple of anti-inflammatory drugs. "These should help." Melissa took the medication with loud gulps of water. Thomas tried to give her a protein bar to eat, but she declined. "I'm just so tired," she said, as she pushed the food away. "I feel so sick, and I just want to sleep," she cried. "It's okay," Thomas said in a soothing voice. "You can go back to sleep if you want. I'm going to take care of you." He caressed her cheek with the back of his hand, wiping away a tear that had leaked out. His touch seemed to calm her down a considerable amount. As he stroked her hair, her breathing became slower and deeper. As she dozed off, Thomas carefully took a peek under her bandage and grimaced. The area around the bullet hole was shiny and red. It looked like it needed to be cleaned again. Elaina seemed to know what she was doing the last time she helped dress the wound, so Thomas momentarily left Melissa to consult with her. He returned to the main part of the stables, following flickering candlelight. Thomas couldn't remember how long it had been since he had last spoken to the two. He had gotten so caught up in what was happening to Melissa that he'd hardly thought about the others. In the dim light, he could make out Alec's body lying on what looked like a pile of hay with an indent in the middle. He crept closer, not wanting to startle him if he happened to be sleeping. He only needed Elena's advice. He figured she would be at the countertops, mixing up horse medication to create some kind of antiviral medication or something like that. Then he could hear soft voices. Alec wasn't alone on the makeshift bed. On the other side of Alec was Elaina. And they were kissing. Thomas couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had always thought they were close, for people who had only met during the epidemic. He'd wondered if there were romantic feelings between them, but he was shocked to see his hypothesis confirmed. They had always seemed so cordial, so professional when they interacted. They certainly didn't act like lovers. Immediately, Thomas felt embarrassed. He knew that he wasn't supposed to see them like that. As quickly and as silently as he could, he backpedaled until he was far enough to turn around and tiptoe back to the office. He quietly pulled the door open and slowly closed it behind him. He looked like he had seen a ghost. He sank into the couch next to Melissa, perplexed at what he'd seen. He grinned, then bit his lip when he realized he was smiling about something he saw while snooping. He didn't mean to figure out their secret. He was just there. "Did you go?" Melissa asked, confused. "Just for a second," he said in a hushed voice. "I just wanted to see what Elaina and Alec were up to." "And?" "Oh, nothing. The adults were just having a moment." He chuckled. Melissa was clearly not herself, because her heavy eyelids batted, then closed again. Thomas rested his hand on hers. He would have to tell her about what he saw when she was feeling better. A little piece of gossip would certainly lift her spirits. As embarrassed as he was about walking in on Alec and Elaina, he felt a tiny pang of jealousy. He had just seen two people with mutual feelings share a moment together. It was something that Thomas wanted for himself. Unable to contain the emotions that boiled up inside him, he tenderly pressed his lips to Melissa's forehead. He had so much affection for someone he basically knew nothing about. "Please get better soon, sweet Melissa," Thomas said, squeezing her hand. He moved back to the rug on the floor and lay by her side like a loyal dog. He closed his eyes and imagined kissing Melissa like Alec had kissed Elaina as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 12. The next morning, Elaina woke up, still in Alec's arms. It felt nice, but something about the morning light streaming in through the windows diminished the magic of their newly found affection for each other. It wasn't that she felt differently about Alec, but the fact that they would soon have to get to work. The illusion of happiness was broken. Carefully, so as not to wake Alec, she pulled away from him and stretched her legs. She grabbed a tiny tube of toothpaste from her bag and scrubbed it on her teeth with her finger, rinsing with no more than a capful of water from her bottle. They would soon be out of drinking water, if they didn't find any more. It was a little concerning to Elaina that Will had gone out to find water and never returned. What would happen when they inevitably had to find water? "Good morning," Alec said sleepily. "Any sign of Will?" "Nope," Elaina said, finishing off her last bottle of water. "I haven't been up for long, but I haven't seen him. I'm sure the first thing he would do would be to make his presence known." "You're probably right," Alec replied. "So he's not coming back?" Alec shrugged. "I don't think so. He took all of his supplies with him, and he has Derek's gun. It does make him look pretty guilty, though. I mean, if he really did shoot Melissa, it would make sense that he's trying to get away from the group." "Because he feels guilty?" "That, or because he knows he no longer has our loyalty." Elaina frowned. Without Natalia and Will, it really was the end of an era. She knew it was irrational to feel any kind of resentment toward Melissa or Thomas, but they were just so different from Natalia and Will, back when they were part of a functional group. Elaina did feel connected to Thomas, mostly out of obligation. He had saved them at a time where it was a risky thing to do. Technically, Alec and Elaina rescued him, too, but he wasn't at risk of being executed. "We're going to need water soon," she said, shaking her empty water bottle. "Since Will is not reliable, what do you suggest we do?" "I can go out and look," Alec replied. "I bet I could find some and return within the hour. It's best if we keep moving. Staying in one spot for too long always gets us in trouble." "Let's check on Melissa first," Elaina suggested. "If she's well enough, maybe we can all go." The two opened the door of the office to find Thomas and Melissa still sleeping. Upon hearing the door creak open, Thomas jumped up from his spot on the rug. "Just us," Alex said, reassuring Thomas. "We were just checking in on you guys." Thomas's face burned red. He didn't think that Alec and Elaina knew that he had spotted them kissing the previous night, but seeing them together brought back his embarrassment. He tried to downplay this embarrassment and act casual, something he wasn't great at. "Oh, yeah, we're doing fine," he said, leaning awkwardly against the couch. "So, Melissa's fever broke?" Elaina asked, confused by his strange demeanor. Let me see," Thomas said, resting his hand on Melissa's forehead. She was a little clammy, but not hot. "Yeah, I think the fever is gone," he said, a smile appearing on his face. That seemed to be a good sign that her health was returning. "Is she well enough to keep going?" Alec asked, looking at his watch. "I don't want to outstay our welcome." Thomas gently nudged Melissa awake. She whimpered, but she didn't say Samuel's name. That was also a good sign. "How are you feeling?" Elaina asked. "It's probably time for your antibiotic. I forgot last night." "Oh, that's okay. Thomas gave it to me," she responded. Thomas raised his eyebrows. "You were dead asleep. How did you know that?" "I don't know. I was just kind of floating in and out of consciousness all night. I had the strangest dreams. Dreams so realistic that I don't even know if they were truly dreams." "Sounds like fever dreams," Elaina said, preparing the syringe for another injection. "So, do you feel any different?" "I still don't feel good by any means," she said, sitting up a little. "I have a pounding headache, and my shoulder is killing me. I feel weak and tired, too, but I feel a ton better than I did yesterday. I think the antibiotics are really helping."
Elaina pulled her bandage off and tried not to gag at the smell. It didn't help Melissa that hygiene was basically non-existent in their current situation. She needed to have her injury cleaned.
"Yeah, we probably have to take care of that before we can leave," Elaina said through clenched teeth as she stuck the bandage back on.
"Then I'll get some water," Alec said, collecting empty bottles around the room. "I'll be back as soon as possible." With that, he turned around and strode out the room. Elaina hovered in the doorway, unsure of what to talk about. She felt like a third wheel with the other two.
"Are we leaving soon?" Thomas asked.
Elaina nodded.
"If it's possible," she said, looking toward Melissa. "We want to make sure you're well enough to travel. Otherwise, we might put ourselves at greater risk." "I don't really remember getting here," Melissa said, "but I think I'm feeling better now than I did then. If I manage to walk in here, I think I can walk out of here." "You've hardly had anything to eat or drink in over 24 hours, Thomas protested. "You're not ready to get back on the trail. If we had to run, you'd get left in the dust."
He handed her one of the last bottles of water and the protein bar she'd declined the night before. She reluctantly opened both and took a tiny drink and a tiny bite to appease the other two.
"Finish both and we'll talk," Thomas said. "You need to get your energy up. I think we should wait another day or two." "I don't know if we can afford that time," Elaina said. "What did that girl tell you about the quarantine border?" "That it's constantly moving, and most of Colorado is wiped out." "Right. Do you have reason to trust what you've heard?"
Thomas nodded. Whether or not Elaina believed Bethany was real, she was using his information against him.
"Then we don't have time. Alec will be back soon, and when he returns, we'll clean up and go."
Elaina left the room to gather supplies. From the cabinets, she grabbed anything of use: unlit candles, matches, towels, and equine medication went into her bag. She tucked empty food wrappers into drawers, trying to hide any trace of them. Thomas followed her and watched as she packed up. She seemed to weigh the pros and cons of each item she found within seconds before moving on to the next item. It was like watching a robot carry out a task.
"What about Will?" Thomas asked.
Elaina continued her search.
"What about him? Did he come back?"
She sighed and turned around to face him.
"No."
"Is he gonna come back?"
"I don't believe so, no. We're not going to wait for him or actively go looking for him. We have to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. If he returns, he returns. If he doesn't, we have to carry on without him."
Thomas felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He knew that celebrating Will's absence would be in bad taste, so he suppressed his elation.
"It's probably for the best anyway," he said casually. "It's in Melissa's best interests if he's not around. So when you say we should hope for the best, are you talking about his returning or staying missing?" "I suppose we all have our own opinions about what's best," Elaina said, turning back toward the cupboards. "I don't think it matters what they are at this moment. If Will happens to return, we can discuss what we want to do."
Thomas chewed on a fingernail. He was still worried that Alec and Elaina felt loyalty to Will over Melissa. If he returned, he needed allies.
"You know that I wouldn't lie about the things I've told you. After the wreck, Will scared me. I know. But do you believe me?"
Elaina turned around again and set her bag on the floor.
"Yes, Thomas, I believe you. I just don't want to participate in any battles unrelated to getting to a safe place and distributing my serum. Do you understand?"
Thomas nodded.
"Yeah, I think so." "Good. Help me search this place and start packing up. We don't have much time."
Thomas was pleased that he had Elena's trust, but he still felt weird about the whole conversation.
She'd never really warmed up to him. Not like Melissa had. Still, he supported her mission and wanted to help her if it was within his capabilities. He got to work, starting on the opposite side of the old cabinets. Kneeling down, he wrenched open a cupboard that was sticky with some mysterious liquid that had dried. Inside were a shotgun and several boxes of its shells. "Jackpot!" he whispered excitedly. Now he would have a proper weapon to defend himself with, since Will took the spare handgun. He had seen these weapons in action, too. This wouldn't merely shoot a tiny hole in an infected person. At the right range, it could completely obliterate a threat in one shot. "That's useful," Elaina said, looking over. "That's used for hunting, isn't it?" Thomas examined the gun. "It looks like it was hardly ever used. My guess is that it was only used for putting injured horses out of their misery." "Oh," Elaina grimaced, continuing her search. She found a tube of numbing ointment in a drawer and tossed it over to Thomas. "Why don't you see if Melissa wants to use any of this? If we're going to clean out the infected flesh, she might want to be a little numb for it." "Sure thing," Thomas said, hurrying toward the office. He managed to keep a straight face until he had the door shut behind him. "You look happy," Melissa noted, as Thomas burst in the room with a smile on his face. "Will hasn't come back yet. It sounds like Alec and Elaina have given up on him. Elaina said they're not going to wait for him or go looking for him. I think you're safe." Melissa let out a sigh of relief. "Well, that's good news. I think another gunshot would be the end of me. Did she tell you anything else that's interesting?" She ate the last bites of her meal and washed them down with the last of the water. She was fully sitting up now, and the color had mostly returned to her cheeks. Thomas hesitated to answer. He didn't have any other pertinent information, only gossip. He remembered what Elaina had said about not wanting fighting within the group and wondered if it extended to gossip. "What?" Melissa asked, her eyes opening a little wider. "You know something, don't you?" "Nah, it's nothing," Thomas said quickly. "Never mind. Tell me," she ordered, her voice stronger than it had been in days. "Fine," he said in a hushed voice. "It's just that I accidentally saw Alec and Elaina kissing last night. That's all." Melissa's face lit up. "That is interesting," she giggled. "Tell me details." Thomas rolled his eyes. "There are no details. I went out to talk to them last night and saw that they were kissing. I ran back here immediately before they noticed I was there." Thomas liked seeing Melissa happy again. For so much of their journey, she was angry, petrified, or consumed with guilt. Finally, she had something to bring her entertainment. "You love this, don't you?" Thomas smiled. Her glee was infectious. "It's just so weird to think about," she laughed. "I get it. Alec is pretty cute, and Elena's not bad-looking herself. But she's a little socially awkward. I know they're friendly toward each other, but I can't imagine Elaina with any guy." Thomas nodded. He had also thought of himself as socially awkward from time to time. Maybe that meant that he had a chance with Melissa one day. "Oh, that reminds me," she said. "I had the weirdest dreams about you." "Really?" he asked, feeling himself blush again. "What were they about?" "I don't really remember," she lied, speaking quickly. "They were just weird. Not like a bad kind of weird. Just interesting, I guess you could say." Thomas didn't know how to respond to that, so he just stayed quiet. He was extremely curious about what she meant by that, but he wasn't going to press the matter further. "What do you have in your hand?" she asked. "Something for your shoulder," he replied, thankful for the change in subject. "Here, I'll help you with it. It'll numb your skin so Elaina can dress your wound. Melissa pulled down on the neck of her shirt with so much force that it tore a few inches down the neckline. She pulled her top far enough down her arm that her wound was fully exposed, along with much of her upper chest. With trembling hands, he applied a glob of the ointment on her injury, focusing on the nasty red hole in her shoulder and not the lovely, smooth skin below her neck. When he finished, he took a few steps back. Yeah, he muttered. Let's get Elaina to take care of that stuff from now on. Squeamish? She teased. A little, he lied. I'm going to get her to look at it now. Wait, she said, before he could escape. Thanks. For what? Staying with me through the night. Every time I woke up, you were there. I really appreciate it. Thomas smiled and shrugged his shoulders. No problem. Chapter 13. Like clockwork, Alec burst back into the stables almost exactly an hour after he'd departed to find water. He'd returned with a bulging backpack and a content look on his face. Where are those matches? He asked, before anyone had a chance to greet him. The water looks clear enough, but I think we need to boil it to be safe. Do we have anything to put the water in? How about this? Elaina asked, holding up a large metal bowl. She looked so relieved to see him back so soon. Perfect, he said, smiling back at her. I managed to find a water tank at an abandoned house not too far from here. I think if we stay on the trail, we'll find more abandoned homes. We're short on food, so we'll eventually have to stop. Elaina grabbed a fistful of hay and bundled it into a dense ball. She carried it outside, grabbing fallen branches from the trees. Then she tossed them into a pile and struck a match, adding it to the mix. The hay ignited, but burned out quickly. You have to arrange the sticks differently? Thomas said timidly. He felt uncomfortable correcting a genius, but he figured he had more experience in these matters than she did. Go ahead, she said, gesturing toward the pile. I've never done this before. Teach me how to start a fire. Well, you sort of have to arrange the wood in a way so the air can get in, he said, as he examined the sticks. They have to be pretty dry, too. Let's see if we can find some better ones. Thomas stepped into the trees and scoured the forest floor. He carefully chose the driest pieces of dead trees available. Okay, these look like they'll work, he said, stacking them. Then take your kindling, he explained, as Elaina gave him a new ball of hay, and put it underneath the wood. That way the wind won't blow it out immediately, and it will give the wood some time to catch on fire. He struck a new match and lit the kindling in a few places, letting it slowly smolder. He added more as it turned black and ashy. Finally, the logs began to turn black, then glowed red. A few minutes later, they had a steady fire. Good work, Alec said, placing the metal bowl of water on top of the fire. They watched intently as the tiny bubbles on the edge of the container turned into large bubbles that rolled through the water. Once Alec was satisfied with the water, he used the sleeves of his jacket to carefully lower the hot water to the ground. Too bad we don't have any coffee, he said forlornly. He thought back to the last time he drank the stuff back at the police precinct as he tried to sober up from his beer binge. He hadn't had a beer since Will offered him one after attacking him. Will had been so cheerful and kind then. That was weeks ago, though. Once the water had dropped to a lukewarm temperature, Alec, Elaina, and Thomas carefully filled every receptacle they had. Thomas filled his bag with his share of the bottles, making sure each one was closed tightly. He couldn't afford to waste resources. What's the plan? A soft voice asked from the door. Melissa leaned against the doorframe, trying to conserve the little energy she had. You look good, Alec said. Feeling better? I'll feel better once I'm home, she said, answering that question for what seemed like the 10th time that morning. Me too, he said. For now, I think the plan is to strategically pick up supplies as we go down the trail. We need food and water. First aid supplies and weapons are always valuable too. And information, Elaina added. Yes, but our main goal is to get to a working vehicle, Alec continued. It's a race to get to the border before it moves again. Can you walk? I can try. Well, do your best. Unfortunately, we can't really take it easy. Melissa nodded. She understood the gravity of the situation. She was just as antsy to move as anyone else. Then I don't see why we should wait any longer, Alec said. Let's go. Alec and Elaina walked quickly, eager to break through the border before they became trapped again. Melissa did her best to keep up, but she didn't have the same strength that the older two had. Thomas did his best to encourage her to keep moving forward, but they inevitably began to lag behind. I've been thinking, Elaina said, and I get that we need to get to the border as soon as possible, but if we could find a place for me to produce more of my serum, I might have a better chance of getting out of here. Alec frowned. I don't follow. Wouldn't that only delay getting to safety? See, I'm not sure about that. Here's the thing. What if we encounter the army or the police at the border? They'll take one look at my face and lock me up. I'm still a wanted woman. I've got no credibility until I earn it again. Alec shrugged his shoulders. What if we get through the border somewhere unprotected? There can't be agents at every point. No, but I don't think I can just waltz into any university laboratory and start working. I'd be arrested in seconds. I haven't proven my innocence yet. You shouldn't have to, Alec said. You were framed. You're innocent until proven guilty. Elaina pursed her lips. That only works in a society governed by logic and reason. I haven't seen that for over a month. People are driven by fear. It makes them just as unpredictable and dangerous as the infected. I'm worried that I won't be able to distribute the serum without some credibility. I can't do it on my own. Just imagine what would happen if I showed up at the CDC with boxes full of vaccines. They'd shoot me on the spot. How do you plan on gaining credibility? She thought for a moment before speaking. She knew that Alec wouldn't be pleased with her idea. I think I could secretly produce the serum on a larger scale. If we make our way toward the border, we can find infected people and inject them. If the cure works, and I think it does, then I'll save lives and have witnesses. I'll have evidence that I've found a way to stop the virus. They'll have to at least listen to me before locking me up. As she had predicted, Alec looked uncomfortable with this idea. It's risky, he said. Not only do you want to go to a hospital and spend a lot of time in a dangerous area, but you're talking about purposefully approaching infected people. Do you know how close you have to get to them to inject them? If it doesn't work instantly, you'll get torn to shreds. I think it's great that you want to save lives, but you're going to lose your own in the process. Why don't you use me as a character witness? I've met Breton. I know what's been going on. Elaina sighed. He meant well, but he didn't seem to understand how she was viewed by the general public. On the surface, he understood that she had a warrant out for her arrest, and that people generally despised her. But he seemed to think that people would listen to her. He just saw her in a different light than most did. Remember my trial? She said flatly. That's what's going to happen if I can't prove myself. Yeah, I guess, he muttered. But you managed to change my mind about you. I think Thomas would say the same thing. She looked back at the young man helping Melissa over rocky terrain. He had changed a lot since she'd managed to convince him of her innocence. There's one more person I need to convince, she said quietly. I think I need some excellent samples to do that, though."
"Who?" Alec asked.
"Professor Himmler," she said. "He's a virologist in New York. Well, he's a retired virologist. We spoke a few times while I was working on my virus. He probably understands it better than anyone else. I don't know if the news has changed his mind about me, but when we briefly worked together, he understood that the virus was originally meant to attack and weaken cancer cells. He's a no-nonsense guy, though, so he's going to want to see a strong argument for why he should help us before we get his blessing."
"That's great!" Alec exclaimed.
"Why didn't you mention him before?" "We had no way of contacting him while we were in Washington. The cell phone towers went down within days of the epidemic, and we had no way to charge our phones. We would need a landline in an area where there is still phone service. A radio might also work, but if I remember correctly, Will has that. Finding a phone would be a huge win for us."
"Add that to the list of needs," Alec said. "Food, water, car, and phone.
And lab."
And the lab," he added. "That's a tall order."
They stopped for a moment to let the other two catch up. Thomas and Melissa were a few minutes behind. When they came closer, Elaina noticed that Melissa was looking pale and clammy again.
"I see a house up ahead," Alec said, as Melissa panted. She looked no better than she had when they'd found the stable. "If it's empty, we can search the place while Melissa rests."
"How much rest?" Thomas asked. "I think her fever is back."
Alec bit the inside of his cheek. "We'll decide once we get there."
They walked a little slower, so they could stay in one pack. While they arrived at the cottage, Alec grabbed his gun from his bag and marched straight toward the door. Thomas followed close behind. Elaina stayed back with Melissa, bracing herself for the sharp pop of gunshots. Melissa was swaying on the spot, so Elaina guided her over to a boulder to have a seat. She didn't need to deal with a head injury from passing out, on top of everything else that was wrong with her. It wasn't long before the men returned without incident. Elaina was surprised but relieved that there was no gunfire necessary.
"It's empty. Someone's clearly took the essentials and fled, but there's still some good stuff here. See for yourself."
Elaina entered the small cottage and looked around. The cupboards were wide open, and she could see cans of fruits and vegetables neatly stacked in rows. Thomas ripped open a box of saltines and shoved a handful in his mouth. He offered some to Melissa, but she shook her head. Instead, she wobbled over to the couch and flopped down, her eyes closing immediately. Concerned by this, Elaina calmly walked over and held her fingertips over her nose. Feeling her hot breath on her hand was reassuring that the girl just needed some sleep to recover. Thomas opened the medical kit and prepared a syringe of antibiotic. He gently wiped Melissa's arm with an alcohol swab and inserted the needle into her arm as if he had been doing it his whole life.
"There's a shed out there," Alec said, putting his hand on Elena's shoulder. "Let's check it out."
By the way he was speaking to her, and standing so close, for a moment, Elaina wondered if he was just looking for a little alone time again. Suspecting this, she followed him outside, interested in seeing what would happen. As it turned out, he genuinely wanted to check out the shed. He circled the perimeter, looking inside the windows. He tapped on the glass, hoping to startle any creature inside. When he deemed it safe, he opened the door. It was dusty and dank inside, as if no one had bothered to clean it out or expose the structure to fresh air. Elaina covered the bottom half of her face with her sleeve. She opened a moldy box that was filled with small clown figurines. She dropped the cardboard flap in disgust. "I don't think there are any treasures in here, unless you like creepy clowns," she said. "I'm going back to the house to check on Melissa."
"Wait," Alec said, with urgency in his voice. "Look at this."
She stepped over stacks of old books and CDs to get to the other side of the shed where Alec stood. He held the edge of a tattered bedsheet in his hand, a look of wonder on his face. "This had better not be a joke," she said dismissively. "I don't know if I'm in the mood for pranks." "This is no joke," he said, removing the cover to expose a motorcycle. It was a little old and rusty, but it appeared to be functional. Alec turned the keys in the ignition and started the bike, revving the engine. He hopped on and rode it out of the shed, toward the house. Elaina ran to catch up with him, absolutely elated. It wasn't the truck she was hoping for, but it was a vehicle. Alec hopped off the motorcycle and scooped Elaina up into a hug. "It works!" he laughed, giving her a squeeze before setting her down. "That's great," she said. "Let's tell the others." They ran inside, smiles on their faces. It was a contrast to Thomas's morose expression. "Good news," Alec said. "We found a motorcycle. There's even a gas can in the garage. I think that means that we're close to the end of the trail. We can ride it the rest of the way down the path, then keep going." "That's great," Thomas said, though his expression didn't match his words. "There are 4 of us, though, and you can only fit 2 people on a motorcycle." "We could take it in shifts," Elaina offered. "Alec could take me to the nearest town so I can find a hospital and a telephone. Then he can pick Melissa up and take her somewhere to recover. Then he can return for Thomas. We'll all meet up in whichever city is closest. Or we can find a car and all go together." "We can make it work." Thomas shook his head. "If that's what you want. If you guys need to secure a safe spot, we could probably stay up here for a day or 2 on our own. I don't want to slow you guys down by making you drive back and forth." Alec looked toward Elaina and shrugged. "That's fine with me. I'll do my best to get back to you guys within a day, maybe 2. We'll hurry. You just have to stay somewhere along the trail so I can find you guys when I return." "Yeah, I think that's best. Melissa won't be well enough to ride on a bike for at least another day," he said, as she slept beside him. "We'll rest up and you guys can do the important work." "Do you have everything you need?" Alec asked him. "We have food, water, medical supplies, and weapons. It's enough for a few days." "I'll be back soon," Alec repeated, nodding at Thomas. "Good luck," he replied. Thomas watched as Alec filled the motorcycle tank with gas. He handed Elaina a helmet before putting his own on. They got on the bike, Elaina wrapping her arms around his waist. With the rev of the engine, they took off down the trail. Thomas looked back toward the couch where Melissa slept. They were alone. Chapter 14. The silence set Thomas on edge. Any moment, he knew that someone or something could come tearing through the door to harm him. He constantly looked toward the door and windows, ready to jump up and fight back. He glanced at his newly acquired shotgun sitting on the kitchen table. From there, he drew a line to the door and back to Melissa. The short hike that morning proved to be too strenuous for Melissa's fragile state. As he watched her sleep, Thomas marveled at the fact that she'd managed to walk that far at all. He was frightened when she'd collapsed on the dusty couch. He feared she would never get up. Thomas wanted something to do to fill the idle time, but there wasn't much to do. He peeked through the lost artifacts in the house, proof that life had once existed there. Picking up a worn anthology of poetry, he sat down across from Melissa and began to read. Never much of a scholar, especially of Romantic-era poetry, Thomas struggled to concentrate on the flowery language. But eventually, he came to enjoy his sole form of entertainment. After a while, he even formed a connection between the words and his own life. It was as if many of the poems were describing his current location. Sure, there was lots of danger outside the cottage door, but at the surface, he was surrounded by beauty. Outside, beautiful aspen trees swayed in the light breeze, moving fresh air into his lungs. The cottage they had inhabited was not in pristine condition, but it was quaint and peaceful. Thomas could imagine himself spending more time in solitude with Melissa by his side. Once he saw his surroundings as the poets of past centuries had, he felt a little better. The silence was a little less stifling. He didn't understand most of the lines he read, but the book was comforting nonetheless. Around noon, Melissa woke up, her arms flailing. Thomas rushed to her side to soothe her. "Melissa," he called to her, to rouse her from her nightmare. "You're having a dream." She blinked her eyes open, letting them come to rest on Thomas's face. Sorry. I had a bad dream," she said, still quivering. "I was being attacked." Thomas sat down on the couch next to her. "You're safe, I promise. I haven't seen or heard anything in hours." "What have you been doing?" she asked. He leaned over and picked up his book of poetry, handing it over to her. "I wouldn't have guessed that you enjoy poetry," she smiled, resting her head back down. "I've never read any," he admitted. "It's not that bad." She laughed. "I'm sorry I haven't been very talkative lately. I bet you're bored with me." Thomas shook his head. "You need your rest. That reminds me, I should probably boil some water and check your bandages." He grabbed the metal bowl and a few empty bottles and headed out behind the house. This cottage also had a rainwater collection tank a few feet away, but the water had grown stagnant from sitting unused. He quickly built the fire, brought the large bowl of water to a boil, and waited. He stomped out the small fire just in case the infected were somehow drawn to the smoke and carried it inside. When he got back inside, Melissa was rummaging through the cupboards, supporting her weight on her good arm against the counter. "You should go back to the couch," Thomas suggested. "If there's anything you need, just tell me and I'll get it for you." "Fine, then," she smiled, slowly returning to the couch. "I found a box of tea bags on the top shelf. Why don't you make a few cups for us? It might make the water taste better. I think there are soup mixes up there, too. I'm not really hungry, but I think I can stomach one of those." "You got it," Thomas said, preparing the tea. He stirred a dehydrated chicken noodle soup packet into a mug of hot water. "I could get used to this," Melissa joked, as he brought her the meal. "Don't worry. Before long you'll be feeling up to preparing your own food again," he laughed. She sat up a little, and he tucked the corners of an old crocheted blanket around her hips. He reached back to fluff her pillow when she slapped his hand away. "I've got it," she said, playfully rolling her eyes at him. "Drink your tea." They sat quietly, sipping their hot beverages. Thomas didn't care for tea, but it was better than the taste of the stale water. "Want me to look at your arm again? Elaina told me to keep it really clean, so you'll be ready to go when Alec returns." "Where did they go?" she said, looking alarmed. Thomas smacked his head with the palm of his hand. "I forgot you were sleeping through all that conversation," he said. "They found a motorcycle and rode off to find a car and a hospital lab for Elaina. Alec is going to come back for her soon. There wasn't enough room for all of us, and you weren't doing well, so I told him that we would be okay here for a little while." She sank down into the couch, looking defeated. "You could have just left me here." No one wanted to do that. It's going to work out just fine. I wasn't happy about it at first, but I kind of like this place." Melissa crinkled her nose. "Really?" "Yeah, it's not so bad. People spend a lot of money for these little vacation homes."
"I guess. What else did I miss?" she asked, finishing her tea. She adjusted her shirt so Thomas could tend to the wound.
"That's about it,"
he said, removing her bandage. He doused the washcloth in hot water and lightly dabbed the wound.
"No word from Will?"
"Still missing. I hope they don't find him down the trail somewhere and bring him back. I don't think Alec and Elaina trust him very much, but that doesn't mean that they won't welcome him back into the group."
"He shot me, didn't he?" she asked.
Thomas shrugged.
"That's what I think. He was out of control. His anger is justified. If he'd killed someone I loved, I think I would lose it too. There's a difference between anger and homicide," Thomas said. "I'm just glad he's gone."
Thomas firmly pressed an alcohol-soaked piece of gauze in the hole. Melissa yelped.
"Sorry,"
he said. He was too distracted at his feelings of anger toward Will to realize that he was hurting Melissa.
"Let me put some of that numbing cream on it before I wrap it back up."
"What do you think happened to him?" she asked.
"What if he was killed by the infected? What if he's infected, just wandering around out there?"
Thomas grimaced at the thought. Will had done a lot of wrong in recent times, but Thomas didn't think that his actions deserved death.
"I'm sure he's hiding out alone in a place like this somewhere along the way," Thomas said, though he hardly believed his own words. "Maybe he's even made it to the next town."
"Yeah," Melissa said softly. "Maybe." They were quiet for a moment. Both had a feeling that Will was most certainly dead at this point. No one traveled alone if they could help it. It just wasn't practical.
"How long did Alex say it would take him to come back for us?" Melissa asked. 1 or 2 days? Why?"
She was quiet for a minute as she chewed at a hangnail.
"How sincere did he sound when he said that?"
Thomas paused.
"I don't know. Sincere enough. Why? What are the chances that no one comes back for us?"
Thomas's stomach dropped. Was he being naive to take Alec's word? He knew he wasn't as close to Alec as Elaina or Will, but he imagined that Alec still cared about what happened to them.
"I don't think they would do that."
"Would they?" Thomas asked. Melissa looked at the ground. She didn't want to burst his bubble.
"They'll come back. Besides, we have everything we need here. We could survive here for a week if we needed to. By that time, you'll be as good as new. If Alec and Elaina didn't want us around, then why would they bring us this far?"
He put the medical supplies back into the plastic case, keeping his hands busy. He didn't want to think too much about what would happen if Alec didn't return. He had no doubt that the two of them could survive on their own. But without means of transportation, they wouldn't get very far. Their life for the foreseeable future would be spent hiding in remote locations and scavenging for food wherever they could find it. Maybe one day they would be able to re-emerge into society, if there was anything that resembled society left. If Elena's serum were distributed, maybe they'd only have to survive on their own for another month. Melissa needed better medical attention, though. She was starting to grow stronger, but a few shots of horse medication wasn't enough. Thomas didn't know much about medicine, but he knew that a doctor could do much more in an hour to help her than he could do in several days. Melissa still had a hole in her shoulder that had to be stuffed with gauze. He didn't think it would ever really heal like that. Thomas saw what could happen when a bad injury wasn't taken care of properly. He didn't know Victoria, but he watched as Derek tried to remove the bullet in the hospital and what happened as a result of that. He was terrified that the same thing could happen to Melissa. He frequently told her that she was doing better,
and that she would be in perfect condition within a few days. But it was all wishful thinking. In reality, he knew that she could take a turn again and die before he could find anyone to help her. Then he'd really be alone. For Thomas, the worst part of the whole situation was the waiting. He could very well spend days, weeks, or even longer wondering if someone was going to return for him the next day. There was no timeline anymore. That was something he'd learned when the virus broke out. First, he thought he'd stay safe, while his town created a new social system, but it failed to protect everyone. He thought he'd spend one long day in his truck on the way to Oklahoma. But days had passed, and he was in a cottage somewhere in Colorado. There was no certainty, only waiting for help. Chapter 15. Elaina couldn't help but feel a little guilty as they coasted down the rest of the trail. She had seen Thomas's face as they left, and it gave her a queasy feeling in her stomach. Thomas said that he was fine with the arrangement, yet when she turned around that last time, the look on his face could only be described as dejected. They would be fine. There were plenty of supplies for the both of them. Thomas had a powerful shotgun and plenty of shells. He was a great shot and had experience picking off infected people from a distance. He could handle himself. Doubt still lingered in the forefront of her mind. The last time she'd let 2 kids out of her sight, Natalia and Will were snatched up by the new army, and Natalia was killed. It was impossible to know what would happen to Thomas and Melissa, especially when Melissa was in such poor health. It was too late to return, though. Alec had already navigated through the narrow trail and made it to the highway. They had to keep going. She held on to Alec a little tighter. They hadn't gotten the chance to talk since they left the cottage. She would have liked to hear Alec's encouraging words. He always made her feel better, even when they were in a dire situation. The cold wind whipped at her exposed hands. Alec drove the vehicle as fast as he possibly could. Elaina didn't know if that was because he thought the speed was necessary for their survival or because of the thrill of going fast. Either way, Elaina wasn't about to comment on his driving style. She was just happy to be moving. They zipped past a handful of small towns, passing them up in hopes for something better. They had enough gas in the tank to make it a little further, and Elaina wanted to go somewhere where they had a good chance at finding a decent hospital. Often, small county hospitals sent their samples to bigger cities with bigger labs. She needed a hospital big enough to have all the equipment it would take to produce her serum on a larger scale. Out of her own curiosity, Elaina also wanted to take another look at her blood. It had been quite some time since she last drew blood, and she wanted to know if the serum was still acting as it should. Alec seemed to forget about the fact that she had ever been infected in the first place. Immediately after Breton injected her, he seemed to be afraid of her. After she'd received the bite from the infected in the hospital, he was still a little leery of her. But now he never mentioned her multiple infections or asked if she was feeling any symptoms. It was like it never happened. It was rather miraculous that she could be infected twice and not show a single symptom in weeks. Many people died within days of becoming infected. Other than a little tiredness from nonstop travel, she was in the best physical shape of her life. She had never been stronger or had more endurance than she did after running through abandoned streets, hiking mountains, and bashing the infected with whatever blunt object she had at her disposal. When the two sped past a city limits sign with a population over 10,000, Elaina squeezed Alec's arm hard. He understood her signal and turned off, slowing down as he hit the exit ramp. For the first time all journey, Alec slowly navigated down the street. Then he saw something that made him hit the brakes immediately. Elaina nearly lost her balance and embraced him to stay on the bike. "Sorry," he said quickly, turning to her. "I saw some people walking around. They looked infected." "How could you tell from here?" He grimaced. "I've come to realize the strange way they wander in the dormant state. I don't think they're an immediate threat, but a loud motorcycle might set them on edge. I've seen groups of infected pull healthy people out of cars. We would certainly be attacked cruising around the city." "Are you saying we're going to have to go in on foot?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "Afraid so. There's got to be a gas station or visitor's center close to the highway. We'll figure out where the hospital is and head that way." They got off the motorcycle, and Alec pushed the bike between two large bushes. "Preferably, we'll find a truck to take back to the trail when we collect the other two. But just in case, I'm going to hide this here. Ready?" They walked in the ditch so the tall grass would provide some cover. Elena's sneakers squelched in the thin layer of mud. From above the vegetation, Elaina could make out the figures that Alec had described. They were still off in the distance, but they milled around like cattle in a pasture. The thought of willingly walking past them frightened Elaina. They were looking ahead as they walked, so it came as a surprise to realize that someone was following them. Elaina whipped around and stifled a scream when she saw a figure creeping up behind her. Pulling a steak knife she stole from the cottage out of her bag, she waved it in front of her body. Then Alec turned around and swore under his breath. He drew his gun, ready to fire. "Don't shoot," Elaina hissed, sweat forming at her brow. "We can't make a sound." The infected bolted toward Elaina, and she swung her knife and missed. The infected grasped her wrist, preventing her from wielding her knife again. Its emotionless eyes stared into hers as it attempted to claw at her face. Alec kicked the infected in the chest with his heavy boots, sending it back a few feet. The knife tumbled to the ground, and Elaina dropped to her knees to snatch it up. She fumbled in the tall grass, trying to get a good grip around the handle. The infected doubled its efforts as it found that Elaina and Alec were a formidable pair. It pounced on top of Elaina before Alec had a chance to stop it. Elaina, with the knife in hand, thrust the blade upward as the figure collapsed on her, stabbing it through the eye socket. The infected twitched before rolling over on its back, the knife still lodged in its skull. "Ugh!" Elaina groaned as she yanked the handle of the weapon. She could hardly look at the infected. Though it was hardly human, it still possessed traits that made it hard to look at in such a state. She wiped the blade on the tattered shirt it wore and stowed it back in her bag. "Never gets easier," Alec said softly. He hated that an innocent person like Elaina would have to participate in such horrific activities. At least his occupation gave him the opportunity to handle attacks with deadly violence if the situation called for it. He didn't enjoy killing, but he figured it weighed less on his soul than it would for an average civilian. They continued walking as if nothing had happened. A cool breeze ran through the air, giving Elaina goosebumps. She rubbed her arms, trying to stop shivering. "There's a gas station to the right," Alec whispered. "I see 3 infected out front. There's got to be a back door we can go through." Elaina was none too eager to enter a building with infected people so close. But to get to the other gas stations in the area, they would have to cross several intersections, which had just as many infected. They had few choices when it came to places that had the resources they needed, and every choice was dangerous. Elaina wasn't surprised when she found the back door of the convenience store ajar. It reminded her of Seattle in the early days of the virus. Everyone began looting before it was even necessary. Alec led the way inside the dim store, his gun raised next to his flashlight. Elaina followed, the knife gripped tightly in her hand. Once Alec ensured that they were alone, he tucked his gun into his pocket and started searching the counter. The merchandise had been picked over recently. Racks that would normally hold snacks and drinks were now empty, chip bags and candy wrappers strewn on the ground. Alec rifled through stacks of papers tucked into the counter drawers, looking for information that would help them. As he searched, Elaina looked for a telephone. She scooted behind him and immediately spotted a phone next to the register. Her heart pounding, she picked up the receiver and held it to her ear. Silence. Grabbing the end of the phone, she followed the wires back to the wall, where they were dangling inches from the outlet. She plugged in the power and the jack and listened again. Still nothing. As her hopes fell, she ran to the back office and pulled open the cover to the fuse box. She flipped all of the levers to one side, then turned them back on, one by one. Then she ran back to the front of the store, where Alec was studying a piece of paper. Elaina frantically pushed every button on the phone, trying to get it to work. But there was no power. She tossed the receiver down in frustration. "The power is out," Elaina told Alec as she blinked back tears of frustration. She had such high hopes that she would be able to contact her old colleague. "I'm not surprised. This place is going to crap quickly. I did find a map of the city, and it looks like the hospital is maybe 5 or 6 miles from here. Are you up for running? If all goes well, we could potentially make it before it gets dark. What do you say?" She nodded wordlessly, still upset about the lack of power. If the gas station was off the grid, then there was a good chance that much of the city would be too. "Hey," Alex said, shaking her gently by the shoulder. "It's gonna be okay. Hospitals tend to have backup generators." "You're right," she said, trying to be a little more optimistic. She grabbed a warm bottle of water that had rolled behind the counter and took a swig. "Everything is going to be fine. We'll go straight to the hospital and make the serum. We'll find a working phone, and then we can pick up Thomas and Melissa. It's a very straightforward plan." Once they got outside, Alec took off in a jog toward the hospital. Elaina sped up to catch him, but her foot rolled off the side of the curb and she tumbled to the ground. "Wait!" she squeaked, wanting to cry out in pain, but knowing that she had to stay relatively silent. Alec turned around, his face going pale. He sprinted over to her and knelt beside her. "I rolled my ankle," she said, rolling up her pant leg. Her ankle had already begun to swell. "That looks painful," Alec winced. "Can you put any weight on it?" He hoisted her up by one arm, and she took a step, nearly collapsing to the ground again. The tears of frustration returned. She just wanted to be able to run until her legs were too exhausted to go any further. Now, she couldn't even walk. "It's okay," Alex said in a soothing voice. He scooped her off the ground and began to walk down the road with her in his arms. "Come on," she sighed. "You can't carry me all the way to the hospital." She was embarrassed by the way he was doting on her. She didn't want him to feel obligated to care for her. "We'll go as far as we can," he said. "I'm not going to leave you to the wolves. I know we once made an agreement that we'd save ourselves if the moment ever arose, but I think we're well beyond that." "What do you mean?" He smiled down at her. "Think of me like the President's Secret Service detail. You're important around here. You have to go save the country. I'm here to make sure that nothing gets in your way of doing that. If I go down in the call of duty, but your life is spared, then all is right in the world. If you go down because I left you to fend for yourself, then what good am I in the first place?" She shook her head adamantly. "That's stupid. Your life is just as important as anyone else's. If you ever sacrifice yourself to save me, I'll never forgive you. I'm being serious. I'll be mad at you for the rest of my life." He chuckled. "You seem to forget that I'm a cop. This is what I signed up for, more or less. I mean, When I went through training, we were never given protocol for an epidemic that basically turns infected patients into zombies. I was just told how to handle traffic violations and violent crime. But that doesn't change the fact that I made a vow to protect lawful citizens. Besides, you're important to me, and I want to help you with your work. It's the most important thing in the world right now. Sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I think about how absolutely crazy it is that I'm with you.
Elaina blushed. I think that what you're doing is technically a crime. I mean, you are harboring a fugitive. You're literally carrying a fugitive down the street. I don't think your supervisor would be very happy about that.
Screw him, Alec said, touching his cheek to the top of Elena's head. It won't be long until your name is cleared. I can't wait until you can shove your innocence in everyone's face.
Save your excitement, she said flatly. I can't even walk on my own.
He set her down, and she gingerly took a few steps. If she placed an arm around his shoulder and put half of her body weight on him, she could limp a little faster than she could walk on her own.
I don't think it's broken, but it's still not good. Think we'll make it to the hospital before it gets dark?
Alec looked at his map and frowned. I don't think so. But if it makes you feel any better, there's a library around the halfway point. After the lab, the library's going to be your second most favorite place in the world. She rolled her eyes at him. What? It's true, isn't it? He teased.
You're probably right, she relented. While we're there, I'll see if they have any interesting medical texts that will help with my serum. You can find a refresher on police protocol for dealing with an epidemic, the likes of which the world has never seen.
Deal, he said, a big grin on his face. I'm going to be the best bodyguard you've ever had. Chapter 16. What's it going to be tonight? Thomas asked Melissa as he searched the kitchen cupboards. Do you want another mug of soup, or would you like a delicious can of spaghetti? She grinned. I'm pretty hungry, so I'm going to order the famous spaghetti. Are there meatballs included? You bet. And Parmesan cheese? Nope, Thomas said, sliding the slop from the can to the pot. Botulism, maybe, but definitely not cheese. He was glad to see her appetite return. For Thomas, that was always a sign of recovery. The extra calories would help get her strength back, so if necessary, they could fight on their own. Thomas didn't want to be reliant on Alec and Elaina for protection. He set the pot over a makeshift camp stove he'd created inside the cottage. He was worried about building a fire outside in the dark where the infected could see it, so he collected candles from around the cabin and used the tiny flames to warm the food. Thomas and Melissa sat together in candlelight, eating their canned noodles. It was the closest thing Thomas had ever had to a date. I found a deck of cards while you were preparing the water for my wound cleaning, Melissa mentioned between bites. I thought we could play a game after supper. Awesome, Thomas replied. What games do you know? Well, she thought, I'm pretty good at solitaire, but that's not really an option with the two of us. I know how to play pitch, but that's for larger groups. The only game I know how to play that's for two players is war. That will work, he chuckled, clearing the dirty dishes and setting them on the counter. He hoped they wouldn't be at the cottage long enough to have to worry about washing dishes to reuse again. They sat quietly, methodically flipping cards to the center of the table and quickly swiping the winning matches with a quick sweep. The mundane game did little to entertain, and Thomas desperately wanted to solve one mystery of Melissa's illness. Can I ask you something? He said, breaking silence. Sure, Melissa said, flipping a new card over in the deck. While you were unconscious, you were saying a name over and over again. Samuel. Was he, your boyfriend? Her eyes opened wide, and then squinted as she cringed. I didn't realize I was talking in my sleep. Did I say anything else?
Not really. You just said his name a lot. She set her cards down on the table. He's definitely not a boyfriend. Samuel was, my brother. He contracted the virus and died. I'm sorry to hear that, Thomas said. He was mentally kicking himself for bringing up bad memories on what was a rather nice night between the two of them. I shouldn't have said anything, he said quickly. I was just curious. It's fine, she said. Maybe this is my subconscious telling me that it's time to talk about him. I think he was one of the first deaths in my area. Everybody was so busy freaking out about the virus that no one took the time to see how I was handling his death. We were pretty close, so it hit me particularly hard. You also said you were sorry, Thomas added, before regretting opening his fat mouth again. Yeah, I feel some guilt for what happened. Samuel was my twin brother. He was smart and popular and good at sports. Sam was about to get a scholarship to play football at the University of Washington, and my parents could not have been more excited about it. He was the golden child, by all accounts. How did he get sick? It's stupid, really. He had a sore throat and was achy. My parents were absolutely fretting over him because he was supposed to start workouts and he was too tired to go. He only had a cold, but you know how boys can be dramatic about illnesses. Thomas gave a small smile. Melissa was especially tough. He imagined that her late brother wouldn't handle her injury as well as she had. I was the one who convinced him to go to the urgent care clinic. I wanted him to get diagnosed with a stupid cold, just to prove to him that he was being a baby and that my parents were making a big deal out of nothing. I even drove him there and sat in the car while he was being examined. So what happened? Thomas asked. Everyone's stories about infection started out as seemingly everyday tasks gone wrong. People died horrible deaths for such innocent actions. While he was there must have been another patient in the early stages of the infection. Samuel said that the waiting room was packed, so it would have been too easy for someone to cough or sneeze directly in his breathing space. He also said that the doctors and nurses were short-staffed, and everyone was running around hectically. He wondered if he had been accidentally infected with a used swab or needle while he was there. That, and Samuel was a compulsive nail-biter. He could have easily touched something with the virus on it and immediately introduced it into his body. How long did it take for the symptoms to develop? Oh, not long at all. He was sent from the clinic with orders to rest for a few days and drink a lot of fluids. He just had a cold, like I had been saying all along. The next day, he was feeling better already. Then, a few days after that, he was sick again. Chills, high fever, and extreme lethargy. By that time, the first reports of the virus had already made the news. People were urged to stay away from hospitals if they could help it. That's when we knew what was wrong with Samuel. It's not your fault, Thomas interjected. I mean, if your parents were so concerned about him, then wouldn't they take him to the hospital themselves? Probably. But that doesn't matter because I was the one who convinced him to go. My mom didn't speak to me once we realized what was wrong with him. So, knowing that I was to blame, I took it upon myself to care for him. We made his room into a quarantine chamber, and I made myself a makeshift hazmat suit. There wasn't much we could do for him, but I tried to make him as comfortable as possible. First, he was really lethargic and sickly. Then he started acting weird. He didn't want to talk to anyone, was angry all the time. It wasn't like him. Then he started having seizures. In the end, that's what killed him. I held him in my arms as he stopped breathing. There was nothing I could do. Thomas expected her to start crying as she recounted her experience, but instead, she looked straight at the table. She sounded as though she had replayed the story in her head so many times that it came out as if she had rehearsed it.
After Samuel died, my dad ended up getting infected not long after. But his infection caused more of a psychosis element to his reaction. He was shot and killed after trying to invade a stranger's home on his way home from work. By that time, the infection rate had skyrocketed, and I didn't have time to mourn his loss, too. "What happened to your mom?" Thomas asked. Like I said, my mom didn't handle the news of Samuel's infection very well. Between trips to his room to bring him food and drinks, she scolded me for being so careless with him. Sometimes she even screamed at me, telling me that she wished I had gotten sick instead of him. The day he died, she packed up and left. As I found out later, my dad was largely unavailable at the time because of his illness. I was alone. I wandered through town by myself, trying to hide from the other infected. Eventually, I was kidnapped by the new army. That's when I met the others. Anger bubbled up inside Thomas. He couldn't believe that Melissa's own mother had told her that she wished that she'd died instead of her brother. It was completely incomprehensible that a parent would say something like that. I don't know what to say," Thomas stuttered. "I know. That's why I feel so guilty about what happened to Samuel. The truth is, if I would have minded my own business and allowed him to get the attention my parents wanted to give him, he would probably be with me right now." "You can't do that to yourself," Thomas said, reaching across the table to take her hands in his. He could see the reflection of the flickering candles in her eyes. "The only person who can be blamed for this virus is Breton Vincent. Everyone took part in spreading it around. But it doesn't mean we can blame all of American civilization for what happened. Your mom was wrong to say those things to you. I'm happy that you're alive, and nothing could ever change my mind about that." Her stiff figure softened at these words. It was exactly what she'd needed to hear since Samuel got sick. Deep down, she knew she was a good person, and she didn't deserve her family's scorn. Still, she held the guilt inside her, and it ate away at all the good memories from her childhood. A weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She could run from danger and survive, not because her instincts told her to, but because she believed she was worthy of life. "Thank you," she said softly, a small smile on her face. "Don't thank me," Thomas said. He was about to tell her more reasons she shouldn't blame herself for things that weren't her fault, when she leaned across the table and kissed him on the lips. He froze, surprised by how soft her lips were against his. He felt his face getting hot as she separated from him. "Wow," he breathed, not able to formulate the words to say something a little more profound. Melissa was his first real kiss, and he was still shocked that someone as cute as her would want to kiss him. She giggled and leaned back in, kissing a little longer this time. He slid the candles on the table out of the way, gently cupping her face in his hands. Thomas's mind raced. They were alone in a candle-lit cabin. It was the most romantic thing he had ever been a part of. There was no telling where things would lead. They split apart after a few long seconds when they heard a noise coming from outside the cabin. Always on edge, they jumped up, eyes wide in panic. "What was that?" Melissa asked, gripping Thomas's hand. "Maybe it was just the wind knocking a branch on the side of the house. I'll go check," he said, grabbing his shotgun. "No," she gasped. "Don't go out there. I don't want to be alone in here." "It's probably nothing," he said calmly, as his heart raced. He walked to the door, but didn't make it outside before it swung open with a loud crash. At least 10 infected people poured into the house, snarling and scratching at Thomas and Melissa. She grabbed a knife and crawled toward the window, making stabbing motions at anyone who approached her. Thomas fired a few shots, but that only seemed to make the infected multiply. There were more entering the cottage by the second. Thomas shot an infected between the eyes, sending it sprawling across the wooden kitchen table. It collapsed, sending candles flying in the air. The dusty rug caught fire immediately, and the synthetic material went up in flames, spreading the fire to everything it touched. The next thing Thomas knew, tall, angry flames separated him from Melissa. "Get out!" he screamed toward Melissa, who was furiously stabbing an infected in the chest. The flames licked the ceiling in the middle of the room, but Thomas couldn't get around the fire to save her. Black smoke occluded his vision. He couldn't shoot because he could hardly tell the infected apart from Melissa. As he aimed to shoot, two hands grabbed him by the arms and forcefully pulled him from the cottage. Outside, he sputtered, the smoke thick in his lungs. He rubbed his burning eyes, fighting to get away from whatever had pulled him into the fresh air. Bethany, the girl no one believed existed, stared at him, a curious expression on her face. Thomas scrambled up to his feet. "Melissa!" he called, walking toward the door. Just as he was about to re-enter the burning building, a blast from the back of the house rocked the entire foundation and knocked Thomas on his butt. Once again, Bethany ran forward and dragged him back to safety. "No!" he shrieked, waving wildly as Bethany struggled to hold him back. "Don't even think about it," Bethany panted. "You'll burn to a crisp." "I have to get Melissa!" "You can't save her. Maybe she got out. All I know is that if you go back inside, you will die. You cannot go inside a burning building." "How would she get outside? She was too busy fighting to open a window. She has a bad shoulder. I don't think she could have lifted it." "Then she's probably dead," Bethany said flatly. "Come with me. It's not safe here." Thomas ran into the bushes to be sick. He couldn't get his mind off Melissa. One minute, they were kissing. The next, she was dead. He had promised to protect her, and now she was dead. Melissa was the first friend he had made since his family and friends died in the epidemic. She was a kind, strong woman who was more sensitive than she let on. Thomas had grown to like her very much. He even wondered if his affectionate feelings for her could be considered love. She meant the world to him, in a world where very little mattered anymore. Chapter 17. "Come on," Bethany urged. "What if there's another explosion?" "I don't care," Thomas growled, staring at the blazing fire until his eyes burned. "I should have been in there. I should have been next to her." "You would have died," Bethany said coldly. "You don't have to thank me, but you don't need to give me attitude." He continued to stare into the inferno, as if he could mentally will Melissa out of the destruction. Bethany was most likely right. There was no way anyone could survive a fire like that. "Let's go," she urged, grabbing Thomas's hand. He allowed her to lead him away from the cottage, his shotgun hanging limp in his other hand. The barrel of the rifle dragged to the ground, creating a thin trail in the dirt and leaves as he walked. Thomas couldn't stop looking back at the house. It seemed too callous of him to just leave Melissa's body behind. It was such a shame she didn't make it. She was well enough to ride on the back of the stolen motorcycle. If Alec returned the next day like he said he would, then she would have made it out of the woods. "Hurry up," she said, leading him into the trees instead of taking the trail. "I don't think those were the only infected in the area. We need to get out of the area before more are attracted to the flames." Thomas didn't hear what she was saying. Everything sounded like static in his head. He didn't know if this was because of the explosion or the fact that he just didn't care about anything anymore. He was completely in a trance. He kept forgetting where he was or why he was walking through a forest at night. A few times, he thought he was back in Washington, walking around with his friends in the dark. After dragging him for half a mile or so, Bethany jerked his hand forward and stopped in her tracks, so he came to a stop facing her. She gave him a slap on the cheek that stung for a second. "Listen up," she said firmly. "You have to get it together. You're holding me back, and you're going to get the both of us killed. I get that you're upset, but you have to hold yourself together long enough to get to a safe place. Got it?"
"Sure," he murmured. Thomas took a deep breath and tried to regain awareness of the situation. He had been with Melissa in the cabin. Then they were ambushed by infected. A fire broke out, and Bethany pulled them out, kicking and screaming. Melissa was likely in the house when it exploded. Melissa was dead. His bad fortune continued. The few people in his life that he truly loved had to die right in front of him. He'd met so many new people along the way who died faster than he could get to know them. Bethany would probably die soon. He would probably die soon. Alec and Elaina would never come back for him, and the cure to the virus would never reach the right hands. The world was over. Yet he continued to fight for some reason. Why? In an attempt to recapture his sanity, Thomas began to take inventory of everything he could sense in the world around him. "Cold wind," he whispered to himself. "Burning flesh. Crackling fire. Black trees. Black smoke. Black rocks." The pair reached a clearing, and Bethany pulled a bottle of water out of her satchel. She took a long drink before handing it to Thomas. He waved his hand dismissively, even though the acrid smoke from the cabin burned his throat. "Tell me everything that happened since the moment we met," Bethany said, putting the water back into her bag. Thomas's eyes narrowed into slits. He clenched his teeth and tried not to scream in her face. "You want me to tell you what I've been up to?" he hissed. "You were the one who disappeared and made me look like a fool. We would probably be in Oklahoma right now, safe and sound, if it weren't for you. People have died because of you. We were so close to getting out of this mess," he said, clenching his fists. Bethany frowned. "I didn't mean to hit your car. It didn't make things any better for me." "Where were you?" Thomas asked. "Why didn't you just come join us? Where did you go? How is it possible that you're here now? Who are you?" "Lower your voice," she said, looking around. "Answer my questions," he persisted. She looked around her again, on the lookout for any attackers. "Can this wait? I'll tell you what you need to know in due time, but I don't think this is the right time or place for this conversation." "Where would you prefer to have this conversation?" Thomas asked, his face getting redder. "No, I'm not taking another step until I know I have even the slightest reason to trust you." "Fine," she whispered, sitting down on the forest floor. Thomas sat across from her, his rifle resting across his lap. "Basically, it all boils down to the fact that I was terrified. When you said there were 6 of you, I knew I was outnumbered. I didn't want you to kidnap me and hold me against my will. Why would we do that? I think I asked you if you were okay. Why would I check on you if I just wanted to kidnap you? That's the whole thing. There are people out there who are doing exactly that. You know that radio I had in the truck? I had heard warnings about these military groups who drive around and act like they're rescuing people. Instead, they torture them and do all sorts of bad things. No one exactly knows who they are and what their endgame is. The word on the street is that they sometimes act like they're infected, but then go right back to normal. When you went back to your truck, I ran as far as I could and hid. I watched as you came back to look for me. Then I watched as your friend went through my stuff." "Well, he's not my friend. Besides, I don't know where he is now." "Well, I know that he stole my radio and my gun. That radio was my lifeline. I wouldn't be alive without it. That's why I don't feel safe without it. I have no idea where the dangerous people are lurking. I want to ask if anyone had encountered a group of 6 in a white pickup, but I never got the chance." "Wait, what do you mean when you say people who act like they're infected, but not?" "That's literally all I know about that," she said. "I was trying to get more information
when I crashed into you guys and my radio was stolen. I tried to play it cool around you when you approached me, but part of me really thought you could turn into a maniac at any moment."
Thomas put his head in his hands. This was too much for him to deal with at the moment. Nothing made any sense. He hated Will, even more than he previously did. If Will hadn't stolen the radio, maybe he would have some idea as to what was going on around them. So much of their fear came from lack of information. If they knew where the dangerous people lurked and where the border lay, then they wouldn't be running anymore. They would be safe. After Derek died, Thomas never had the chance to tell Alec about the radio and how Will had lied when he'd said it was broken. It didn't really matter anymore, though. Will was gone. Thomas had some reason to believe what Bethany was telling him. After all, he had heard a little about the Army offshoot that Will, Natalia, Derek, Victoria, and Melissa had escaped from. He didn't know much about it, besides the fact that they were using the people they collected to take part in experiments. That, and the guy who'd created the virus in the first place, had injected his own daughter. This story lined up with Bethany's. He just hoped that this army was nowhere near them. He had been part of a dangerous, close-knit organization for a while and knew how difficult they were to escape from. "Do you have any more questions, or can we keep going?" she asked. "We have a lot of ground to cover." "Where are we going?" he asked, making his decision to go along with her, even though something still seemed suspicious about her.
"There's a safe house at the border. They house refugees who survived the virus."
"I don't think we're in the clear yet," Thomas interrupted.
"Fine. They house healthy refugees in need of shelter. They have plenty of food and water. From what I've heard, they're working on moving healthy people across the quarantine line."
"I thought you said that Colorado is done for," Thomas said, remembering their discussion when they first met. "You said that we didn't stand a chance if we wanted to cross the border now."
"I did say that. I suppose I was feeling particularly pessimistic at the time. Perhaps I've had a change of heart. I'd like to go there and see it for myself. I don't have any other good ideas. Do you?"
Thomas shook his head. His only plan was to wait for Alec to return. He wasn't even sure if Alec and Elaina were still alive. He wished he had a way to contact them, to tell them that Melissa had perished in a fire and that he needed to meet up with them. Most of all, he worried that Alec would return to the spot, see the remains of the cabin, and write Thomas off as dead. Alec would never find him again. Bethany pulled a tiny gold compass out from her shirt. She wore the instrument on a long gold chain. It looked expensive, like it was a rare antique piece of jewelry that wasn't ordinarily used for navigation purposes. In fact, she looked too glamorous for someone who was on the run. The other girls Thomas had met along the way were pretty, but they were always understandably a little dirty. They all were. It only made sense for everyone to have a little grime on them. They worked hard to get to where they were, and their appearance reflected that. Bethany's dark, silky hair was still pinned straight. Her face was clean, and Thomas thought it looked like she was wearing makeup. She wore tight dark jeans and an oversized sweater that only made her look taller and thinner despite its size. He noticed this because he swore she was wearing something different when he first met her. Thomas, and many of the others, had been wearing the same unwashed outfit for weeks. He watched her as she carefully consulted the compass, as if she had clear instructions for where she wanted to go. Thomas could hardly make heads or tails of where he was. If it weren't for the trail that ran past the cabin, he wouldn't know how to get through the mountain. "I'm going this way," she said, pointing into the darkness. "You can come with me if you like. Otherwise, I wish you luck. It's not safe in these woods. I think you know that better than anyone." Following others had done nothing but get Thomas into more trouble. Part of him wanted to be alone after Melissa died. She was the last person he truly wanted to be with, and he was confident that no one could ever replace her. Bethany began to walk away.
not seeming to care if Thomas stayed or followed. He held his ground, his feet frozen on the spot as he watched her go. Alec told him to stay on the trail if possible. He needed to be able to return for Thomas. Thomas gave him his word. If he went any further into the forest, he would never see Alec or Elaina again. He had 2 surviving allies left. He didn't want to lose them for good. At the last moment, he turned and followed Bethany through the trees. He had no idea why he felt the need to go with someone he didn't particularly trust. She was too cool and collected for the situation they were in, and every time she explained herself, Thomas only had more questions. But she seemed confident, and Thomas was lacking in that department, so he followed. Chapter 18. "I knew we should have taken the first aid kit," Elaina said, as she propped her swollen ankle on a chair. "I thought I was being kind by leaving all of our things with Thomas and Melissa, since she was going through so many bandages and alcohol swabs. Now I realize I was just being stupid." "You were being kind," Alex said, returning with a small plastic box. "We had no idea we would need elastic wraps," he said, opening the first aid kit he found in the back office of the library. "Let me look at that ankle." She obliged, lifting her foot up a fraction of an inch and moving it toward Alec, who was now sitting in a chair across from her. "Ouch," he said, noting the swelling and bruising. He rolled a bandage over the area, compressing the swollen tissues and stabilizing the joint. "Give that a try," he said when he was finished. Elaina got up and hobbled around. She could walk, but not very easily. After a few steps, she collapsed back into the chair. Alec gently lifted her foot and rested it on an empty chair. "Well, keep it elevated," he said. "I hope you're feeling better by tomorrow. I know how excited you were to get to a hospital." "I know," she said glumly. "I'm sorry I'm such a klutz. I feel terrible about delaying our mission another day. If you want to head back now and get Melissa and Thomas, I'd understand." "No, they'll be fine on their own for another day or 2. Accidents happen. You didn't mean to get hurt, and I know you're upset about it. We'll do what we need to do on our own time. Don't worry about it." "Okay," she relented, feeling a little better after Alec's pep talk. Elaina was terribly disappointed by the way things were going, but it wouldn't help to beat herself up about it. She was still excited about the prospect of being able to spend time in a laboratory and the possibility of finding a working phone. For as many infected people as they had encountered in the city, it looked like it was still in decent shape. It was nothing like Seattle was when they left. Here, most of the buildings were still intact. The air didn't smell like smoke the way many other towns did once the infected took over. Elaina figured it was recently infected, and whoever survived fled the city and headed east. She hoped that this meant that there was electricity and access to the outside world. She longed to use a telephone. If internet access were a possibility, she'd be overjoyed. But she knew better than to get her hopes too high. "If you want," Alex said, "you can get some sleep. I'll keep watch." She looked at his watch. It wasn't even that late. "I'm not tired. I actually feel more rested than I have in quite some time." "Me too," he replied. "Want me to find some books for you? We've got another 8 hours or so until daylight." "Sure," she said. "Surprise me." Alec disappeared into the stacks. She listened carefully to make sure she heard him, and only him, walking around in the dark. If she had to jump up and run for her life, she didn't think she would be fast enough to escape. He returned momentarily with 2 books in hand. One was a trashy romance novel, and the other a book on survival techniques. "I didn't know what you'd want to read, so I grabbed a few options." "Really?" she asked, grabbing the paperback with a shirtless beefcake on the front before tossing it right back at him. He laughed as it hit him in the chest. "I had a feeling you'd react that way. I found this survival book, though. I figured you might learn something you didn't know. I think it's supposed to be a novelty book, like for people who built bunkers for the zombie apocalypse. I guess they got the last laugh." She flipped through the first few pages that explained basics, like how to build a fire and which kinds of mushrooms were dangerous. "Thanks," she said. "What did you find to read?" He held up a stack of city maps and a marker. "I'm going to draw up a few routes, just in case we run into any unexpected trouble." He turned his chair to work at the adjacent table. Elaina read about how to tie several different kinds of knots, which she practiced with her shoelace. Then she learned about which forest berries were edible and which would cause crippling diarrhea. When she finished the book, her eyes felt heavy. According to the clock in the reading room, it was nearly 2 a.m. "I'm going to take a quick nap," Elaina said, getting up from her chair and gingerly moving to the carpeted floor. "Let me know if anything happens." She waited for a response before realizing that Alec's head was not bowed in concentration, but in sleep. She chuckled to herself before closing her eyes, just to rest. That night, she dreamed that she was sitting around a roaring campfire with Alec, Natalia, and Will. Will and Natalia were smiling and laughing, while roasting hot dogs over the fire. Elaina sat next to Alec on a log, his arm around her. They were talking about something trivial, like the traffic, when Alec leaned over to kiss her. Elaina closed her eyes, inviting Alec's lips to touch hers. She savored the moment and the warm, fuzzy feelings the kiss invoked. Suddenly, the air changed. She felt like something was wrong, but didn't know what. When she opened her eyes, she realized that the mouth touching hers belonged to an infected. Elaina jolted awake, hitting her head on the chair above her. She rubbed her aching forehead as she tried to orientate herself. Her dream had been so strange that she completely forgot that she was in a library in southeast Colorado. "What'd you do that for?" Alec yawned, sitting up from the table. "Bad dream," she grumbled. "I don't even want to get into it." She was so relieved that the person greeting her that morning was Alec, and not the infected version of her companion. "Good. We don't have time. It's light outside, and we need to get moving. How's the ankle feel?" Elaina got to her feet and tried to put even pressure on both legs. The right one was still throbbing and definitely felt weaker than her good ankle. She took a few steps and managed to walk without falling over. "I can walk, but I don't think I can run." "Then let's hope it doesn't come to that. I've mapped out a route that avoids infected-friendly spots like gas stations and nursing homes. If that doesn't work, I have a few other backup plans." Elaina took a few slow steps toward the door. Alec came up beside her and held out his forearm. "You can support some of your weight on me," he said, nudging his arm toward her. "I know you like to do all the hard work by yourself, but we'll get there faster this way." She grabbed his arm and playfully rolled her eyes at him. "I can't wait until we get to the hospital. Maybe I'll find a spare crutch around. I hate to think that you're enjoying my dependence on you." "Oh, you know I am," he grinned. They walked out of the library and onto a side road, as Alec had mapped out. Alec did his best to walk slowly so Elaina could keep up. But the longer they walked, the easier it was for her to put weight on her foot. Eventually, she could walk with only a slight limp, without Alec's help. "Feeling better?" he asked after a mile of walking. They had passed the grocery store on the map, which, according to Alec, put them on pace to reach the hospital by 9 o'clock. "I think the anti-inflammatory medication is finally working," she said sheepishly. "I forgot to mention that I did raid a few key items from the group's first aid kit." "Good thinking," Alec said. "If I've learned anything about surviving out here, it's that you've got to watch out for yourself." They continued walking and quietly talked about strategies for retrieving Thomas and Melissa from the cabin. Alec wanted to retrieve the motorcycle and bring them to the hospital while Elaina worked, but Elaina thought it would be too risky. He would have to make 2 round trips to reunite the remaining members of the group, and she was afraid his luck would run out before he made it to the city for the third time in 1 week, especially if he planned on walking the distance from the bike's hiding place to the hospital. Elaina suggested that he find a truck so he could use the bike to ride up the path to notify the younger two that he had returned. Then they could all ride together. Elaina suggested that she come along, just to be an extra set of eyes on the road. Alec shut that idea down quickly. He didn't want her to feel obligated to help him out while she was in the middle of such important work. "What we need is one more person on our team," Alec said. "Then I could stay with you, and we could send someone else out to retrieve the others." "I wonder how they're doing in there. Melissa was in bad shape when we left her." "I wonder what they're doing," Alec said with a grin. "Thomas is totally in love with Melissa. It's pretty hilarious to watch." "He is?" Elaina asked. "I thought they were just being nice to each other because Will was acting so strangely." "It's pretty obvious. I don't think most people are that protective of strangers if they don't have feelings for them." "You've been pretty protective of everyone we've encountered thus far," Elaina said, a little confused with where Alec was going. "Well, that's just my nature. Besides, most of the people we've traveled with were younger than me. How could you not want to watch out for the kids? I didn't feel like I needed to protect Derek." "Me neither," she replied. "Maybe we should have." Alec shrugged. "And then there's you. But you already know why I want to keep you safe. The world depends on it. That, and you're a cool girl. I want to keep you around." Elaina became embarrassed from all the relationship talk, so they just walked in silence for a while. They were no further than a mile out from the hospital by Alec's account when he requested a pit stop. I kind of need to use the bathroom," he said, feeling uncomfortable discussing it with Elaina. "I'm going to go behind those bushes, if that's okay with you." "By all means," Elaina said quickly, turning her back toward him. She pulled a piece of long grass from the ground and twirled it around her finger as she waited. She was in her own little world, daydreaming about what she would do once she had all of her lab equipment at her disposal. She was running through equations in her head to figure out how much serum she could make when she heard Alec return. "I hope the hospital has some of those chemical ice packs," Elaina said, as she started walking again. "My ankle sure is throbbing." Alec didn't respond. That was unlike him. She turned around to find that it wasn't Alec approaching her, but an infected. She started running, but her ankle threatened to give up on her. She ran from the grassy area where they walked toward the street. She wanted to scream out to Alec, but she was petrified of attracting more infected than she could handle. Alec would have to figure out where she was headed on her own. She couldn't notify him without putting herself in greater peril. There was nothing but open road in front of Elaina. She hobbled down the concrete, crying out in pain with every step. Grabbing her bag from her back, she plunged a hand inside to find her knife. Her hand searched wildly for the handle, but she came up empty. It was then that she remembered that she took the knife out while she was at the library. It must still be there. The first building she saw, she ran around to the back in hopes that she would throw the infected off her scent. She dropped to the ground and held her breath, waiting for the infected to pass by her. It was of no use. The infected found her immediately, flailing wildly at Elaina. She shrieked, her hands searching for anything that could be of use to her. In the tall grass by the garden shed she had hid behind, she found a small trowel. With as much force as she could muster, she plunged the tool into the infected person's neck. It wasn't enough. The infected dove toward her, scratching a long, jagged fingernail into Elena's arm. She recoiled, ready to strike again, when she heard the sickening crack of the infected skull breaking. Elaina looked up to see Alec standing over her with a spade in his hand and a terrified expression on his face. "I'm so sorry I turned my back for even a minute," Alec said, scooping Elaina up into his arms. She returned his embrace, but her limbs hung limp like noodles. "I'm fine," she said, her ankle twice the size it had been before she had fled. "I just don't know how much more I can walk right now." Alec took his bag from his shoulders and gave it to Elaina. "Get on my back. We're nearly there." Elaina was too tired to argue. She put both bags around her shoulders and hoisted herself onto his back, her hands grasping his broad shoulders. He started walking, much faster than they'd trekked the previous miles toward the hospital. "According to my map, the hospital is in sort of a secluded location. I think we can get away with using a gun to remove infected," Alec said, turning over his shoulder to speak to Elaina. He noticed the small gash on her left arm that she had mopped up with her shirt. "Laney, did that just happen?" he asked, a tone of alarm in his voice. "It's just a scratch," she replied. "At least it's not the first time I've come into contact with the virus. If anything, it's just another way to test my serum. Let's just hope it's working." Alec tried not to think about the fact that Elaina was technically infected too. The thought of her turning into something unrecognizable was too much to bear. "Like I was saying," he continued, changing the subject, "I think we can get away with a little gunfire. You're not in fighting shape, and we need all the help we can get. You've got a good swing, so just grab the first heavy object you can find and defend yourself. I'll do a sweep of the rest of the place." "Any intel on the hospital?" Alec flipped through his loose pages until he found something that appeared to be ripped from a magazine. "We're looking at 6 floors. The lab is on the 3rd. State-of-the-art technology, it says. That was at least 10 years ago, though. That should work. Any word on where the generators are?" "The article didn't deem that information as necessary, I guess," he said sarcastically. "I'll check it out." In no time, they were standing in front of the hospital's doors. One was propped open by the corpse of an infected person. "Well, that's one we don't have to worry about," Alex said, pulling his gun from his pocket. "You ready?" "Ready as I'll ever be." They made their way inside the hospital. Like clockwork, the infected started appearing the moment Alec and Elena's footsteps were heard. Alec fired at the first batch, destroying them quickly. The gunshots drew more infected, but this seemed to work in Alec's favor. It drew the infected from the woodwork and allowed Alec to get a clean shot on them. Elaina grabbed a wooden cane and began to swing it toward any infected that made it within a 4-foot radius of her person. This did nothing but stun a potential attacker for enough time for Alec to fire off a few shots. After a few rounds, the stream of infected slowed, then finally halted. It looked like they were in the clear. Elaina wiped a bead of sweat from her brow as she walked toward the staircase. She opened the door and peered inside, ready to fight back. When she realized that the stairwell was empty, she hopped up the stairs, bracing herself against the railing. Alec chased after her, out of breath by the time he reached the 3rd floor. Her eyes locked onto a sign directing her to the laboratory. She was finally within reach. It was as if she could no longer feel the agonizing pain in her ankle. Their journey through the forest and the city had been worth it. Something caught her eye on her way down the hall. A white telephone hung from the wall in the hallway. Her heart began to pound. What if it worked? Slowly, she reached toward it and took the receiver from the wall. She held it to her ear and heard the sweet sound of a dial tone. Nearly fainting from relief, she closed her eyes tightly and pictured the piece of paper that hung in her office, back at her laboratory. Dr. Aldrich Himmler's contact information appeared in her mind. She dialed the numbers carefully, making sure to press each button in the correct order. Then she waited. "Hello?" a gruff voice answered at an office in New York. "Is someone there?" Elaina couldn't speak. She was so choked up that she could do nothing but breathe into the phone. Both relief and nerves flooded through her bloodstream. This was perhaps the most important phone call she would ever make in her entire life. She needed to get this right. "Yes, Dr. Himmler," she squeaked. "It's Elaina Morgan." Chapter 19. Thomas begrudgingly walked through the forest with Bethany, though he doubted she really knew where she was going. They weren't headed in the same direction Alec and Elaina went. In fact, it seemed like they zigzagged and circled around instead of traveling in a straight line. Any minute, Thomas expected the forest floor to fall from underneath his feet, trapping him in a hole in the ground. "What's our timeline here?" Thomas asked, trying to get as much information out of the mysterious woman as possible. If they were separated, he wanted a good idea of where she was and what she was up to. "You're practically running. Are we being followed?" "No," she hissed. "The last time I heard from anyone at the refugee camp was about 3 days ago, and they were getting worried about the border becoming impenetrable. You have no idea how quickly this thing is spreading. We need to get a car and step on it." Bethany began to jog now. Thomas followed, his lungs still aching from smoke inhalation. He regretted ever following Bethany. The freedom and safety they were chasing did not exist. He was fairly confident about that. He regretted leaving Melissa, who he never confirmed was lost in the fire. It was probably denial telling him that there was still a chance she was alive, so he didn't express this concern to Bethany. He couldn't handle her mocking him for wishful thinking. Now, he was too far away to turn back and check on the remains of the burning building. He would go the rest of his life without having the closure he needed. "Can you start from the beginning?" he asked. "There are some things I just don't understand." "Like what?" she murmured, tired of answering questions. "You were there when the infected came in. What did you see?" "I came across the house while I was walking down the path. You guys weren't very stealthy when it came to hiding. There were fresh footprints in the dirt, and someone left candy wrappers behind. It was pretty easy to find you. I saw a few infected run into the house from the other direction, so I hid. I heard the screams and knew that there were healthy people inside." "Who started the fire?" "The infected, I suppose," she said, slowing to a brisk walk. "Who else would it be? They're not really known for arson. That place went up in flames quickly. It pretty much exploded." She cocked an eyebrow at him. "What were you using for a light source?" He thought for a moment before admitting, "Candles." "Right," she said, dragging out each sound. "I think that answers your own question. I saw the fire, and I thought about booking it, but from the doorway I could see you fighting instead of fleeing. I knew that you were either a complete idiot or a gentleman. Either way, I didn't think you could survive on your own, so I grabbed you. It's a good thing you're skinny, or I don't think I would have gotten you out of there." Thomas scowled. He felt like she was poking fun at him. "But where did the infected come from? We were quiet, and there wasn't much light coming from inside. What would possibly bring them out of their dormant state?" Bethany shrugged. "No answer?" She looked away. Thomas was becoming increasingly annoyed with her short answers to his important questions. "Like I said, the infected don't always act like I've expected them to. 1 minute they're in a rage, and the next they're no different from you or me. Sometimes it even looks like they have a strategy for their attacks. The news used to say that their brains were completely compromised by the virus. I don't know if I believe that anymore." "Then what's really going on if it's not infected people we're dealing with?" Thomas was having a hard time following her logic. "I'm not one for conspiracy theories," she said, a hint of excitement in her voice. "I don't want to spread false gossip." The look on her face suggested that was exactly what she wanted to do. She had a sparkle in her eye as she watched Thomas grow more confused by the minute. "You heard this on your radio?" "Even better. I've seen it with my own eyes. I once saw a guy completely foaming at the mouth, attacking a group of travelers. I mean, he's going absolutely berserk. Then, all of a sudden, he stops what he's doing. He looks around like he's lost. Then, he starts crying." "He cried?" Thomas asked skeptically. "Yup. It was like he was ashamed of what he had done. He ran away before anyone could catch him. I had heard similar stories, but that was the first time I'd seen it happen in real life." Thomas didn't know what to make of this information. It went against everything he knew about the infected. "That doesn't make sense," he said. "No one survives after being infected with the virus." "That's what I used to think, too," Bethany said. "The situation may just be more complicated than anyone can understand at this moment." He remembered that Elaina had been infected, but wasn't showing symptoms. He wasn't about to out his friend to a stranger, though. But if Elaina could survive, then maybe there were others out there who could survive. Natalia's dad was a pretty big deal at the new army camp. Maybe one of his experiments was a cure. It would only make sense if Brett and Vincent wanted to create a cure. As far as anyone knew, he would be the hero of the story. Most people already believed that the virus was Elena's creation. At the time, any talk about the new army was a very sore subject. As a result of their capture, Natalia was dead, and her name became taboo in their group. Melissa was traumatized by whatever had happened to them there, so Thomas figured it was best to leave that situation alone. Alec had relayed bits of information to him, mentioning that Natalia's dad had injected her with the virus because she was about to expose him for releasing the deadly virus in the first place. Apparently, Dr. Vincent was running experiments on the people who were captured, as well as those who willingly joined forces. Perhaps there was some link between the army and the infected who weren't really infected after all. "Have you heard much about this military group from your radio?" Thomas asked. "I've heard conflicting information. No one really seems to know." Bethany trailed off. Someone was coming toward them. Thomas raised his rifle toward the sound of footsteps and held it steady, finger on the trigger. Bethany clicked her flashlight on and pointed it into the darkness. A light shone back at them. Thomas was temporarily blinded. He debated firing the rifle. He couldn't tell what he was up against. "Don't shoot," a male voice said. The man lowered his flashlight just enough for Thomas's eyes to adjust to the light. "Bethany?" the voice called. "Is that you?" "Hi, Mark," she said casually, as if she were greeting an old schoolmate. "I've been looking all over for you," he said, his voice a mix of jubilation and exasperation. "Where have you been?" "Looking for a way out of this nightmare," she said, her voice expressionless. "I'm Mark," the young man said, reaching his hand toward Thomas. "Thomas," he said, shaking Mark's hand. Mark was average height with an athletic build. He had the same dark, sleek hair that Bethany had, but his was cropped short and styled. "Bethany, why did you run off?" Mark asked. "You haven't replied on the radio in days." "Lost it," she said. "I'm sorry." The effortlessly cool Bethany began to fidget. She scratched at the skin beside her thumbnail until it bled. Her toes tapped on the forest floor, as if her legs were itching to run. Thomas had a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach, but he chalked that up to the horror of losing Melissa and the surprise of encountering another person in the woods. "Headed toward the safe house?" Mark asked. "Yeah," Thomas answered. "How close are we to the road?" "Not far at all. It's just over this hill. Follow me, and we'll get you some hot food and something to drink." Thomas hesitated, but Bethany began to follow Mark, so Thomas assumed it was safe. After all, she seemed to know the guy. That, and the promise of hot food, was something that Thomas could not turn down. He followed the two through the rest of the forest, finding himself on a dark gravel road. A giant SUV turned its lights on, illuminating the path. Mark got in the back seat and gestured toward Bethany and Thomas with a wave and a friendly smile. "Come on," Mark said, as Bethany slowly approached the vehicle with Thomas trailing a few steps behind her. "You're safe now." Thomas got inside the vehicle and found several other people sitting inside. One of them handed him something warm, wrapped in waxed paper. He unwrapped it to find a hot sandwich. He took a big bite, warm meats and cheeses filling his mouth. It was heavenly. For a split second, he didn't care where he went, as long as he could continue to eat this well. The vehicle took off, speeding down the road. Thomas was warm and full of delicious food, and the motion of the vehicle was so soothing to him. It was dark inside, and Thomas had to fight his heavy eyelids to stay awake. Finally, he succumbed to his urges and let his eyes close. He drifted off to sleep, knowing that when he woke, he'd be in a better place. Chapter 20. Upon seeing the charred bodies in the aftermath of the fire, Will Domenica let out a sigh of relief. He didn't feel completely vindicated, but his sense of justice in the world was corrected just a smidgen. He climbed down from his perch in the tree, his feet falling on a soft bed of pine needles. Soldiers milled about, talking into radios and collecting evidence. They loaded some bodies into black leather bags, and others were rolled into a trench that a few unlucky soldiers labored over. "It's over," Will breathed, trying to convince himself that a wrong was now corrected, and it was time to find closure. She's gone. Not completely convinced that Melissa was dead, he approached the wreckage, turning over bodies with his foot. It was almost impossible to identify the bodies. He knew that there were a lot of infected that had been killed, but it was so hard to tell the difference between a healthy person and an infected person in this state. He knelt down, covering his nose and mouth with the top of his shirt. Some of the corpses were most likely female. He could even see stringy bits of long hair that survived the fire. One body had a tiny gold chain around its wrist. Was it possible that it was Melissa? Yes, he saw the whole thing happen. He would have known if she had escaped. When he saw her through the window, she was at the back of the house, near his vantage point. He couldn't confirm if Thomas made it out or not, but he was fairly certain he would have known if Melissa had escaped. If the fire didn't get her, the infected most definitely did, especially in her weakened state. Will felt a little bad about harming Thomas. He didn't like how Thomas stood up for Melissa, but otherwise, he had nothing against the guy. He hoped that he'd somehow made it out of the house, but he understood that it was not likely, if he was being attacked at the time. What surprised Will the most was how little he felt. He had hoped that if Melissa passed away, he would feel better about losing Natalia. Ordinarily, he would feel terrible about harming an innocent person like Thomas, but overall, he felt indifferent about the whole thing. He just didn't care about other people's lives like he used to. As a young teen, Will remembered being mocked for being a little more sensitive than most. His friends laughed at him when he would tear up after watching movies where lost pets were reunited with their owners. Kids at his high school liked him because he always had a smile on his face and was nice to everybody. Girls liked how thoughtful and caring he was. He never felt the need to hide his feelings, which made him even happier as a result. He was free to express himself in any way he pleased. Most of the time, this included joking and laughing, his favorite things to do. When his parents died, he locked himself in his room, afraid of a world where he could feel so much anguish. His life had been pretty easy up to that point, and their demise was a shock to the system. Still, he had learned that a positive attitude and an open mind could take him far. So he made it his mission to spread a little cheer in an otherwise depressing atmosphere. As time went on, especially after Natalia's death, he realized that sometimes a good attitude means nothing. There was nothing he could do but let the bad feelings seep inside him and take him over. There was no good in this new world, only death and destruction. It hurt too much to look after anyone else, so he decided that a hedonistic lifestyle would be a better fit. For a split second, while he sifted through charred bodies, he felt a pang of guilt for the way in which Melissa had died. Being burned alive would be a terrible way to go. He couldn't imagine the pain she must have felt as the smoke clouded her lungs and the flames licked at her skin. Then he remembered how Natalia must have felt to be shot and thought about the pain it caused him. The guilt evaporated. "You want to help us with this, Domenica?" a soldier asked, as Will wandered through the ashes. "Yeah, I'll be right there," he said, taking one last look at his surroundings. The floor creaked underneath him, and he was concerned that the compromised foundation would crumble beneath his feet at any moment. Outside, he helped a few soldiers hoist a body bag into the back of the truck. He tried not to breathe through his nose, because the stench of death was too strong for him to bear, despite his recent experiences with dead people. "Did you find what you were looking for?" someone asked Will. He nodded. "Yep, everything is fine. Thanks." "We should be thanking you. I've been searching for the fugitives for quite some time now. I hope you can lead us to the more dangerous ones soon. It would really save us a lot of time." "I don't know where anyone else is," Will said. "I don't think I can help you with that." He wanted to change the subject. He had no problem ratting Melissa out to the military, but he didn't want to tell them anything about Alec and Elaina. They had been too good to him to betray them like that. "Are we still on site?" a crisp voice asked from the radio. It was the clear, uncaring voice of Dr. Breton Vincent. "Still here," a soldier replied. "We're gathering the samples you requested." "Good. Make sure you have at least 3 bodies. I need them to be in good shape. Also, try to get a few blood samples out of some of the more damaged corpses." "Yes, sir." "And please be careful to keep the samples from being contaminated this time. I had to throw out everything from the takeover in Montana. Do your jobs, and we won't have any problems." "Yes, sir," the soldier repeated. He took his hand off the radio and shouted to the other soldiers. "I need someone to take some blood samples. Don't screw it up this time. You remember what happened the last time the doctor wasn't happy with our work. Let's get it right the first time so we don't have to come back." The other soldiers mumbled an affirmative response. The sooner they could return to their bunks, the better. The small base that cropped up near the border was nice for a temporary site. Most of the soldiers came from tragic backgrounds, so any kind of safety and camaraderie was most welcome. "This takes the cake for the grossest thing I've ever seen," a younger soldier noted as he plunged a needle into the charred flesh of an infected person. Will thought back to the horrible deaths he had seen since his parents died. It was hard to rank the horror he'd seen. Burned flesh, decapitations, extreme blood loss, and gunshot wounds were part of the normal scenery. It was so much more grotesque if he knew the person who perished, though. He stood transfixed, staring at the blackened remains of the cottage he'd watched burn to the ground. He didn't know why he couldn't stop looking at the wreckage. It was as if a piece of his soul was burned away in the explosion. "Domenica!" a soldier shouted. as they all piled into the military vehicle. "Are you coming?" He broke his trance, looking up at the others. They all looked tired, like they wanted to return to base and take their daily hot shower. The base offered simple luxuries Will hadn't seen in quite some time. "Yeah," he said, running to catch up with the others. He took one last look at the house where his former companions had briefly resided before getting into the vehicle. He hoped that by leaving the bodies of Melissa and Thomas, he could leave the rest of his former life behind. But in the age of the epidemic, there were few witnesses to remember what had happened. The military organizations knew that they could kill with little regard to the lives of the people they slaughtered, because no one would notice if they were missing. Few people from the West had surviving family or friends. If they needed to permanently remove a potential threat to their mission, they could do so with ease. People like Melissa would be left in the dust. No one would notice she was missing, nor mourn her loss. People like Will could easily get away with being part of a conspiracy to murder innocent civilians. There would be no justice, as long as those with power lorded over healthy citizens with no means to escape the virus. In a moment of desperation, Will had switched sides. He became a part of everything he despised in a person, but at least he would be taken care of. Chapter 21. His name sent shockwaves through her system. For a second, Melissa thought she was certainly dead. "Domenica!" a disembodied voice called. She tried to be silent, but she so badly needed to cough and expel all of the black soot from her lungs and throat. She quietly choked, depending on the background noises to keep her hidden. She felt pain in her body that made her gunshot wound feel like a paper cut in comparison. She couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong with her, besides the fact that most of her body was suffering searing pain. Then there was the smell. From her hiding place under the floor, it smelled like barbecue meats covered in mold. Something hot and greasy was dripping through the damaged floor onto Melissa's skin. Every drop stung her tender flesh. "Yeah," a too familiar voice said. Footsteps came closer until she was certain that Will was standing directly over her. The floor creaked menacingly, threatening to expose her at any second. Melissa gritted her teeth. She couldn't make a sound, or she would give away her location. She had no idea how Will came to appear at the cabin, but she knew it wasn't good that he was there. She'd suspected that he was still alive. He was too spiteful to die. It was a miracle that Melissa was still alive. After the ambush, she tried to escape through the window, but it was sealed shut. The infected that were attacking her caught fire and became too distracted to fight her. The only reason she found the door to the storm cellar was because she had fallen on the ground when the smoke rose. While on the floor, gasping for breath, Melissa's hand came into contact with a small metal handle. She hadn't noticed it before, but she had also been unconscious for most of the time they had spent there. She managed to lift the hinged door with one arm and jumped inside the dark hole in the ground. The walls of the cellar were hard and stony. It felt like it had been paved with bricks or concrete. She felt around the floor, trying to make sense of her surroundings in the dark. Beside her, she felt notches in the wall, as if the builder had created steps to get in and out of the hole. Cans and bottles lined one wall, and she even found a waterproof container with matches and candles and a lone flashlight. It was so hot in the cabin from the fire that the candle wax stuck to her hand. Will stood above her for a long time. Why wouldn't he move? Finally, she heard the sound of footsteps. Then, the sound of a truck starting up. People piled into a vehicle and eventually drove away. Silence. Not trusting the sudden quiet, she stayed fixed to her spot in the cellar. It had been perfectly still when the infected interrupted her moment with Thomas, so she wasn't about to be tricked again. Thomas. He was in the house, fighting the infected, but she'd lost sight of him. She didn't hear his voice in the aftermath. If Will and other men were in the house, wouldn't someone say something? Melissa needed answers, but she was too afraid to go back to the cabin. She sat on the damp ground, her arms wrapped around her knees. She had a terrible feeling that whatever she would find above her would be horrifying. Perhaps she could suspend reality for just a little while longer if she remained in the bunker. But curiosity and the sweltering heat got to her first. She climbed up the side of the stone wall and carefully lifted the cellar door, which nearly crumbled in her hand. She gasped when she saw what was left of the cottage. She flicked on the flashlight, careful not to shine too much light outside, just in case someone was lurking nearby. She was shocked to find how much structural damage had been done, and marveled at how lucky she was to be alive. The roof was almost completely gone, and the walls looked like they could be brought down with a strong wind. Everything was black with soot, and whenever the wind blew, ash swirled in the air. Then there were the bodies. Some were badly damaged, but some still looked recognizable as people. One reminded her of her high school science teacher so much that she had to cover his face with a rug. Another looked like someone her mom might have been friends with back in the suburbs. Melissa had feared these people more than anything. But when it came down to it, they were just people. She didn't want to continue examining the corpses, but she needed to ensure that Thomas got away. There were several men about his height and weight, but none looked quite like him. While in the bunker, she heard muffled voices talk about collecting bodies. For what purpose, Melissa had no idea. They wouldn't have taken Thomas, would they? She shone the flashlight on her body, trying to find a source for the pain she felt. The backs of her hands were red and shiny, and a blister was starting to form on her bicep. She gently touched her neck and winced. Small bubbles had cropped up on her neck and chest. The remains of the first aid kit had melted. She pried the top of the kit off and tried to distinguish one medical supply from the other. A small tube of burn ointment was twisted and mangled from the heat, completely unusable. She tossed it back in with the rest of the ruined items. So much for taking the remaining doses of her antibiotic. However, she was feeling well enough that this didn't concern her. She just hoped she could keep her new wounds clean. At this rate, Melissa didn't know if she would ever be truly healthy again. Outside the cabin, it was dark and still. Melissa shivered when the cold breeze made contact with her clammy skin. She thought she heard someone coming toward her, but it just turned out to be a fox, who scurried by without giving her a second look. She was truly alone. As long as the virus had left her without family or friends, she had clung to whomever she could find. Many of the characters she encountered were shady, but for the most part, they had a common goal of avoiding contamination by any means necessary. So when creepy men made comments about her figure, she pretended not to hear them. When the infected came after them, they blew them away in a blaze of gunfire. Some, she found, were possibly more dangerous than the infected. It didn't take long before she knew she was in big trouble for being a part of whatever Dr. Vincent called his cronies. Luckily, she met up with people who shared her same concerns and had similar values. But like everything else, that group had dissolved as quickly as it formed. Victoria, Natalia, and Derek died way before their time. Will turned out to be a complete psychopath. Alec and Elaina were cliquey, Melissa thought, but they were still good people who seemed to at least show a little concern for others. Thomas was the best of them all, though. He was the most thoughtful one in that group. Melissa knew that she would never find a travel companion like Thomas again. He was 1 in a million, a light in an otherwise dark place. Few good people had survived the virus at this point. There was no point in sticking around the cabin. There was nothing left to shelter. If anything, being in an exposed area made her more vulnerable to attack. If more infected saw the smoke, they'd come running. It just wasn't safe to stay. Melissa gathered as much as she could from the cabin, which was far less than she was comfortable with having on hand. She needed weapons, food, and first aid kits. She returned to the cellar, carefully climbing down the steps into the hole in the ground. She tossed cans of food and bottles of water to the main floor and pocketed other small items like the hand-powered flashlight. In the kitchen, Melissa sifted through the silverware to find something she could use as a weapon in case of emergency. She found a paring knife with a partially melted handle and added it to her stash. She would have preferred Thomas's shotgun, but that was nowhere to be found. Since she didn't think Alec and Elaina were planning on returning, she didn't feel the need to stay on the trail like Alec ordered. She wasn't about to wait around like a duck in a pond, ready to be targeted. She was going to stick to her original plan: Oklahoma. Melissa thought of very little else when it came to future goals. Her grandparents' house was her endgame, since her brother had died. She had spoken to them over the phone after her mother left, and they were very understanding. They didn't blame Melissa for what had happened to Samuel, and they wanted her to be safe with them. Along with wanting to be with her grandparents, Melissa also envisioned herself as a savior, giving displaced survivors a place to stay. She felt as if by helping others, she would be able to cancel out her misdeeds against her own family by providing an opportunity for the virus to attack her loved ones. But since Will lost his mind, she changed her stance on that issue. She would go alone. There was a small part of her that was worried that Alec would come back for her and she wouldn't be there. Best case scenario, she could continue traveling with them until she split off from the group to live with her family. If there was any chance they cared about her well-being and wanted to come back for her, she wanted them to know she had survived the fire and was receptive to being found if such a situation were in the cards. Before she left, Melissa got out the knife and started hacking away at a tree trunk. She carved rough letters into the bark until the melted handle caused her hand to blister. When she finished, she stood back and looked at her handiwork. MEL-OK. Melissa hoped that her secret message would tell her former companions 2 things: that she was okay, and she would continue traveling to Oklahoma without them. She hoped that her markings would last until they returned, and that it wasn't an open invitation for sinister people to start looking for her. With that, she made her way down the trail, careful to walk near the trees so she could hide at a moment's notice. The tire treads on the ground were still fresh. For a split second, Melissa thought about following the markings, just to see if she could find Thomas. She even wanted to find Will and punch him straight in the face, but she knew he would quickly overpower her, and the thought of being in contact with him again made her skin crawl. She trudged through the woods, even though every inch of her ached and burned. She was absolutely exhausted, but she willed herself to continue for as long as her legs would hold up. It was possible that there were more cabins along the way, but they were probably raided too. Perhaps once the sun came up, it would be safe to rummage for supplies. Until then, Melissa had to keep moving toward the east. Sweat stung every damaged skin cell, and Melissa was out of pain medication. Gritting her teeth, she kept walking, though she was weak and in pain. She was tough, though, and never stopped betting on herself to survive. Chapter 22. "Are you there, Dr. Himmler?" Elaina asked. He didn't respond after she said her name. "Yes, Morgan, I'm here," he said, his voice sounding weary. "I need to explain what's going on," Elaina said quickly, before he had the chance to hang up on her. "There's a lot of false information being spread about me." Dr. Himmler was quiet again for a moment before speaking. "I'm listening." Elaina didn't know where to start. She felt like she had told her story so many times and practiced it in her mind for these types of situations. But she was finally in the position to speak to someone who actually knew the ins and outs of what was going on, and she froze. "I didn't do this. You know that, right?" she stammered. "Dr. Morgan, I thought you were going to present your argument to me." This sounded like the professor she knew. He was tough, but fair. "Yes, I know," she said, gathering her thoughts. "We spoke not that long ago. You gave me suggestions about my work and how I could make my virus more effective in fighting cancer cells." "Yes, I recall," he said. "I may be an old man, but my mind is as sharp as ever." "Good. Then you know that I wouldn't use my work for malevolent purposes. I only ever wanted to create a side-effect-free cure for the disease. I've been working on it in theory ever since my sister died of cancer." "It was a remarkable idea," he mused. "So many scientists turn to pharmacology when there are better answers right in front of our faces." "I only ask because I want to ensure that someone who met me before the epidemic occurred can vouch for my intentions and my research." "I understand, but emotional appeals are a rhetorical fallacy," he said. "Tell me the facts." Elaina nodded to herself. She was much more comfortable with facts than feelings, anyway. "I mostly work alone, but the other people in my lab obviously know what I'm working on. Breton and Vincent like to point out reasons for why I was working on a futile task while simultaneously working on something top secret of his own. I never quite trusted him when I worked with him. Now I definitely don't. I know that he created a copycat virus and released it in Seattle. Then he pinned the blame on me. This is his virus, not mine." "These accusations are very serious. If what you're saying is true, there will be complications." "I'm certain that I'm correct," Elaina said. "I've never been more certain than anything in my life. My innocence means nothing, though, if I can't prove it. The problem is, everyone is too brainwashed by the media to see any other explanation for this epidemic." "What do you plan to do?" "I don't exactly know. That's why I traveled to an area with working phones so I could contact you. I've been working on a cure, but without a proper lab, I don't have the means to mass-produce it." "Does it work?" he asked. He sounded more interested in what she had to say. "I believe so. To a certain extent, anyway. I haven't been able to do many trials, but it's worked in one case."
You've created a working cure for the virus?
Yeah, she said, confused. But I haven't conducted the trials I usually like to do.
Dr. Morgan, I have been called by the military to work on a cure. I haven't even come close in my 2 weeks working on it. The government can't find anyone who can get a cure quite right. Are you saying that you think you have something that will work?
Yes, she said, feeling confident. Dr. Himmler sighed.
This is incredible news. I caught word that Dr. Vincent was called in to work on a cure for the so-called Morgan strain. He couldn't even undo his own creation. They sacked him and called other experts to chip away at the mystery.
I know, Elaina said. I've seen him since the virus broke out. I wonder if the military knows what he's up to now.
Do tell.
Elaina explained her run-in with Dr. Vincent, where he injected her with his virus. Then she told him the information she got from Natalia about the new army before her death. She told him about how it was possible that he was working on a way to militarize his virus instead of working on a cure.
I'm quite stunned by your accusations, Dr. Himmler said. If what you're saying is true, this sounds like treason. It sounds like Dr. Vincent is committing a war crime. The very thought that he would give up his duty to do good is absolutely despicable. Alas, I am not surprised at all to hear this.
Why? Elaina asked, worry in her eyes. Alex stood nearby, trying to figure out why she was so concerned.
Frankly, the United States has all but given up on saving anyone from this horrible disease. There is a border in place that has become virtually impenetrable. There is a lot of controversy in the East right now. Some are motivated by fear and refuse to help those in infected areas. Others think it's a disgrace that the country would turn its back on its own people.
Elena's face fell. Where do you stand?
It's complicated. People like us know that viruses are transmitted at alarming rates. But we also know that cures exist for these viruses. I firmly believe that we must contain the disease as well as we can. But we need to quickly work on a vaccine as well. I would hate it to get to the point where the military is wiping out healthy people just because they come from an infected area.
That's a possibility?
Not now. But it's something that is being discussed. Time is of the essence, Dr. Morgan.
Panic filled her brain. She believed that getting across the border and into safety would not be an issue. Even if she had to fight guards, she figured she would have enough people behind her to break through. Hearing Dr. Himmler tell her how difficult it was to get across was seriously discouraging. He wasn't one to exaggerate. "What else do you know that I don't?" she asked. He was her first glimpse into the outside world since the virus broke out. "I haven't heard much from that side of the country."
"All flights have been canceled."
"I knew that. They wouldn't let anyone fly out of Seattle pretty much immediately."
"No, I mean there are no flights anywhere," he said. "I'm in New York, and I couldn't fly to Philadelphia if I wanted to. All airports are closed, and private planes are prohibited to fly under any circumstances. The military has even threatened to shoot planes out of the sky. That's how serious they are."
I had no idea.
"Things have changed around here. Nobody leaves their homes. Kids take their classes online. Jobs that are not essential to daily life are non-existent. People order food and water to their homes in bulk. It's done a lot to prevent the spread of the virus here, but everyone knows that we can't keep it up. There will be a breach one way or another."
"That's bleak," she commented. What's worse is that every citizen will soon be required to go through weekly virus testing. That means every man, woman, and child will be required to undergo blood tests. Anyone who produces a bad result will be sent to camps. Because there's no cure yet, I fear they will be eliminated."
"That's awful," Elaina gasped. "If only they knew that I could fix it."
"I hope they soon will."
"Then how am I going to get out of here?" Elaina asked. "I don't think the government is going to be too happy to see me. No one will listen to me. People have tried to kill me because of what they think I did."
"Dr. Morgan, you asked me if I can vouch for your character, and I am willing to do that. I will appeal to the military and see if we can't do an extraction. Perhaps a military vehicle will be able to bring you to my lab so we can continue with your work. Humanity has no other choice."
Elaina nearly cried with relief. "Do you really think it's possible?"
"Possible, yes. Definite? No. I will see what I can do. Are you in a safe place?"
Elaina looked around the dark hospital hallway. It was a difficult question to answer. "I don't think I'm ever really safe."
"Then I shall rephrase my question. Can you stay near this phone for the next day or two?"
"Yes, I can try," she said.
"Then I will be in touch. Good luck, Dr. Morgan. I hope to see you soon."
"There's one more thing," she added. "I have a few others with me. Can they come too? They've been instrumental in my progress."
He paused. "I'll see what I can do. There might be an aircraft large enough for a few extras."
"Some of them aren't exactly with me at the moment?"
"Again, no promises."
"Thank you, Dr. Himmler. You won't regret this."
She hung up the phone, feeling both excited and terrified. She had learned that it wouldn't be easy to get to safety, but she had some help. Elaina took a step toward Alec and nearly collapsed. She had almost forgotten that her ankle was still in bad shape. "Come with me," he said, helping her down the hall. "Let me wrap up that ankle before we get to work on the lab. You can tell me everything about that phone call." Elaina allowed Alec to tightly splint her ankle while she recounted her conversation, nearly word for word. He studied her lower leg as she spoke, nodding along as she went through the main points. "Now I know how Thomas and Melissa must feel," Alec said, handing 2 pills and a bottle of water over to Elaina. "We're going to have to wait here, not knowing if someone is going to come for us." She nodded. "It's not ideal, but this is the most promising news we've gotten in such a long time. There's someone on the outside who actually wants to help us get out of here. This is huge. I don't know how I'm going to wait to hear back from Dr. Himmler." "I know," Alec agreed. "Luckily, you'll have plenty to do to keep yourself busy. What do you think of the lab?" She looked around the dimly lit room, limping around to examine her resources. No different from the last hospital. I think it'll work. If I can produce even 100 millimeters of the serum, that will be enough to use as evidence and treat anyone we encounter along the way." She suddenly slapped her palm to her forehead. "What?" Alec asked. "I should have just dictated my notes to Dr. Himmler. He could make the serum without me." "Don't let him know that's a possibility," he said. "Why not? It would be more efficient for him to recreate my work than to have him run through the chain of command to charter a military vehicle." Alec shook his head. "You're too noble. You have a perfect bargaining chip at your disposal. If they don't need you in person to use your mind, then they might not go through the trouble to get you out of here. Who knows what would happen to you in the meantime? Make sure that they know how valuable you are to them. It's your only way out." She nodded. If no one came back for her, then that meant that no one would come back for Alec, Thomas, and Melissa. They relied on her knowledge and skill to find safety. I'm worried, she fretted. Even with Dr. Himmler validating my good character, I don't think it's enough. People have been watching my face on the news for months now. What if he tells the military to pick me up so I can help create the serum, but they arrest me instead? Am I better off teaming with the military or working on my own in a secret location?
I don't have a good answer for you, Alec said, shrugging. We risk getting ourselves into trouble no matter what. I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. What does your instinct tell you?
I don't know if I'm the right person to use instinct to make decisions, she frowned. Common sense and intuition aren't my strong suits. I prefer to make judgments based on facts and figures. What am I supposed to do?
Well, can you trust the professor?
Of course. He's basically my mentor. I've known him since I was a teen. He's given me a lot of help with the Morgan strain. He should know that I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, I know he's not a fan of Brett and Vincent. He doesn't like the pompous type of scientist. I think that's why we got along so well.
And if we get to New York and things are bad, we can always break out. We've done it before, Alec added.
Elaina smiled. That's true. We're outlaws.
Is that why you like me? He flirted. You like bad boys? Is being on the run exciting for you?
She blushed. I like someone who's game to see this thing through. They smiled at each other. Alec walked over to Elaina and put his hands on her hips.
So, Alec said, leaning closer. Have you made your decision?
I don't know.
I think you might. Think about the arguments you presented for each choice.
Elaina looked at the ground as she thought it over. Then she looked back up at Alec, a knowing look in her eyes. You're right. I think we should go with Dr. Himmler. It's our best chance at getting across the border and getting my work out there. It's our only chance.
Then I say we take that chance. You and me. Well, and Thomas and Melissa. But you know what I mean.
We'll do this together. Elaina grabbed Alec by the shoulders and kissed him hard on the lips. He wrapped his arms around her a little tighter and kissed her back. They held each other for a while until they finally broke apart. Elaina blushed and returned to the lab bench, gathering beakers and protective clothing.
Back to work? Alec asked, grinning.
We can't waste any time. She smiled bashfully. Why don't you start that incubator over there? She said, pointing to the device on the wall.
Anything for you, he said with a wink.
Chapter 23. When Thomas woke from his nap, the truck was sitting still in a parking lot in front of a grocery store. Though the store wasn't in operation, the driver and two passengers in military garb grabbed a cart from the parking lot as if they were doing their weekend shopping. Thomas and Bethany remained in the back seat, alone. He looked around, trying to figure out where they were and how much time had passed since they were picked up. He was angry with himself for not remaining completely alert for the ride. He had hoped that he would have seen Alec on his motorcycle somewhere along the way and would have been able to communicate with him.
What did I miss? Thomas said groggily.
Not much. The soldiers have gone inside to pick up some supplies for the camp. They said they wouldn't be gone for long. He remembered the conversation he had started with Bethany in the woods, but they'd never had the chance to finish it. Now he had questions. You know something about the soldiers, right? Yes. You can't let them know that we know anything, she whispered. They seem fine now, but I'm telling you, they can change at a moment's notice. 1 minute, they're perfectly fine, friendly even. The next, they're foaming at the mouth, ready to attack. It's terrifying. Then, they're right back to normal, after they've ripped some poor person apart. How does that even work? Thomas wondered out loud. I mean, Is it possible that they've received a cure that doesn't work very well? I guess it would make sense if it only worked sometimes and not other times, right? I think it's the opposite, she whispered. I think they were given a virus that shows symptoms on a temporary basis. Someone purposefully made them this way. Thomas watched as the young soldiers returned to the car. They were smiling, even joking around with one another. They didn't look infected at all. Where were their other symptoms? Their skin looked normal, and their eyes were still bright. They weren't coughing or achy or tired. It didn't make sense. I understand that they aren't in a rage mode yet, Thomas argued. But if they were infected, wouldn't their organs still be under attack? I think we've all seen how the virus progresses. People get really sick. Do they look sick to you? I'm telling you, there's something weird going on. Be quiet, and don't talk about this again when others are around, she said in a hushed voice. Mark and the other two soldiers loaded up the vehicle with their spoils and returned to their seats. Mark handed Thomas and Bethany a bottle of water and a sleeve of crackers each. "Oh, you're up," Mark said brightly. "What were you guys talking about?" "He was just wondering where we were. He's a little out of it from his nap," Bethany said quickly before Thomas had the chance to answer. "We're not far from base," Mark said. "I bet you guys are happy we found you. What were you doing walking around the forest anyway? There were a lot of infected out there." "It's a long story," Bethany said. "It's not particularly interesting either." "Go ahead," Mark said. "We have a way to go." "I got in a car wreck," she said. "That's how I lost contact with you. I don't know what happened to my radio." "How did you get into a wreck? There are hardly any cars on the road." "Don't ask me," she mumbled. "Maybe I was tired and fell asleep at the wheel. I had been driving for a long time. Thomas's car and my car crashed into each other. He was the only survivor in his vehicle." "Damn," Mark said under his breath. "Did you know the other passengers well?" "Not really," Thomas responded. "It was just safer to travel in a pack, you know?" "Of course," Mark responded. "What did you know about them?" Bethany looked tense. Her fists were balled up by her sides, and she bit her lip nervously. Thomas could tell that she wanted him to reveal as little information as possible. He thought she was being a little paranoid, but it seemed really important to her that he kept her cover. So he lied. "I had only been with them for a day when it happened," he said. "I was with two other guys. They were older, maybe in their 40s or 50s. I don't even know if I learned their names. They picked me off the side of the road. We were headed east. I fell asleep in the car, and the next thing I know, we're getting slammed into. I started walking down the trail because I didn't know what else to do. That's when I met up with Bethany. We spotted each other about 10 minutes before you guys found us." Thomas looked at Bethany to see how she responded to his tale. She seemed satisfied. "That's a crazy coincidence," Mark said. "I'm glad we found the two of you. Our army could always use new, enthusiastic members." "Oh, I don't know about joining," Thomas said hesitantly. "I'm not a big fan of controlling other people." "How are you with the gun?" Thomas shrugged. "Not bad." Mark smiled. "I bet you're being modest. It's always nice to have a sharpshooter on board. You wouldn't believe how bad some of these guys are at shooting. If you joined us, you wouldn't have to be involved in the heavy action. You could potentially sit at a watchtower and shoot dangerous intruders. You'd have a cushy job and would be treated like a king." "I don't know," Thomas said. "I'm not really interested in joining the army." The job description sounded too familiar to Thomas. He had experienced shooting infected as a means to keep the healthy population safe. Then it quickly turned into holding innocent people hostage. He felt like this army could be a similar situation. "Well, if you ever change your mind, you're more than welcome to join us. I think you'd find that we're more like a close-knit community than an army. Our mission is to protect the healthy by any means possible and eliminate any dangerous targets. We're always happy to get more new recruits. I know I've asked Bethany to join us, but she claims to be a pacifist." Bethany grimaced. "I don't want to discuss the matter any further," she said through clenched teeth. "Lighten up, little sister," Mark said, playfully shaking her by the shoulder. "We're safe now. We're on the winning side. We're going to defeat the infected and all who protect them. We're not the bad guys." "Sister?" Thomas sputtered. "You didn't say you were elated." He was on a whole new level of confusion. Bethany said that she knew Mark and that she didn't trust him, but she'd never made mention that they were siblings. When Thomas thought about it, he was annoyed that he hadn't realized it himself. They were practically identical. Mark was taller and a little more muscular than his sister, but they shared the same almond-shaped eyes and sleek hair. "You didn't mention that?" Mark laughed. "I swear, Bethany, sometimes I wonder where your head is. You're getting into car crashes and failing to mention important details to people. Is something on your mind?" "No, nothing besides staying alive, I guess." Mark ruffled her hair. Bethany quickly finger-combed it back into place. "We're nearly there," Mark said, a big smile on his face. "You're going to love it here. It has everything you could ever need." She looked down at the floor of the vehicle, not buying his claims of absolute happiness. A few minutes later, they arrived at a building, much like the courthouse where Thomas had helped put Elaina and Alec on trial. This made Thomas feel even more nervous. It was like he was going back in time. He instantly regretted ever following Bethany. He didn't know where he would be if he wasn't given transportation, but he figured he would at least have his independence. The driver opened the door and escorted the newcomers inside. They weren't necessarily being forced around, but Thomas got the feeling that he would be stopped if he suddenly ran off. "Once we go inside, the two of you will have to go to decontamination and medical testing. It's a pretty simple and painless process, so don't worry about that. They're just going to make sure that you don't have the virus before they let you mingle with the rest of the healthy population. Then you're pretty much free to roam about the camp as you please." He led them inside and down a hallway that had been hastily painted red. A crooked red line ran along the floor in front of them. "The whole place is color-coded to make it easier to find where you're going. The two of you will have to stay in the red area until you're cleared. I'll try to meet up with you guys once you're out. Have fun." Mark led them to the red door, then turned around and retreated down the tile hallway. The door opened, and masked workers grabbed Thomas and Bethany by their forearms and brought them inside. The decontamination chamber was uncomfortably sterile. White walls met the white floors, and the strong smell of chemicals filled the air. It looked like a gym locker room, if only blindingly white building materials were available at the time of its construction. Two people in plastic suits escorted Thomas and Bethany to stand on top of a floor drain, about a foot apart. Then a man in a lab coat arrived with a clipboard. "Name," the doctor droned, looking at Thomas. Thomas," he stuttered. The doctor jotted something down on his paper. "And you?" he asked, pointing to Bethany. "Bethany," she sighed, knowing that she could not be anonymous while her brother was present. "Okay, go ahead and remove your clothes and put them into the basket. You can retrieve them once they have been properly sterilized." "What?" Thomas asked, fearing he had heard the doctor incorrectly. "Clothes in the basket," the doctor said impatiently. Out of the corner of his eye, Thomas could see Bethany peeling off her layers and placing them in the provided basket with little emotion. Thomas's face burned red. He tried not to look at Bethany, to give her some privacy, but his eyes accidentally wandered. He stared so hard at the wall in front of him that he started to get a headache. He didn't want to undress in front of strangers, especially cute female strangers, but he could sense the doctor's annoyance and quickly pulled his clothes off. hoping Bethany was not peeking at his naked body. He had never felt so exposed in his life. Not only did he not give consent for this examination, but he had no idea what they were going to do to him. He hoped that it would be over soon, and that they would provide him with some kind of cover. The doctor carefully inspected Thomas first, lifting his limbs and checking for any kind of abrasion or wound that could suggest he had come into contact with the virus. He took Thomas's temperature, checked his eyes, and drew a tiny vial of blood. Once he was finished, he waved his assistants over to ensure that Thomas's skin was free of contaminants. He was so busy being scrubbed and sprayed that he couldn't see what was happening with Bethany. It was probably better this way. He didn't want to catch his eyes wandering again. He shuddered to think that anyone was looking at his naked body, too. Once they were rinsed off, they were handed small hand towels to dry off with. Thomas quickly wiped his body and held the towel in front of his private parts. Bethany tossed hers on the ground. They stood shivering in the air-conditioned room, waiting for someone to retrieve them and tell them where to go next. "That was weird," Thomas said, breaking the tension. "Yup," Bethany mumbled. Her long hair hung like curtains in front of her chest. Her once pristine eye makeup was smudged around her small eyes. Her lips fell into a pout. "Are you okay?" he asked, turning his head ever so slightly to see her expression. Then he quickly snapped his head forward. "Fine," she said through gritted teeth. She looked toward one corner of the room, then the next, methodically sweeping the decontamination chamber. Finally, she put her head down. Her behavior concerned Thomas. She had been fairly talkative between pulling him out of the burning cottage and being picked up by her brother and his fellow soldiers. Now, she wouldn't answer his questions with more than a one-word response. Fear struck him. Did she catch him looking at her? He silently admonished himself for not being more respectful, while they were both in a vulnerable position. He was embarrassed by his behavior. "Is something wrong?" he asked again. This time, she gave a clearer answer. She covered her face with both hands, as if she were wiping excess water off her skin. But while her mouth was covered, she whispered so softly that Thomas barely heard her. "There are cameras. We're being watched. Be careful." Trying not to be obvious, Thomas turned his head and spotted a blinking red light on the wall, right next to what appeared to be a small camera lens. He looked back down at the floor and waited for instruction. Whatever organization he had entered, he knew that they did not care about their privacy and personal needs. If there were cameras in the room, where visitors were stripped naked, then there would certainly be cameras everywhere else. It didn't matter that he would soon be added to the general population and given all the luxuries he never thought he'd see again. It all came at a price, and he feared the price was freedom. Chapter 24. Mud and grass stuck to Melissa's shoes every step she took along the side of the highway. Over time, her shoes became unbearably heavy, making it difficult to take another step forward. Panting, she stopped to rest on a fallen tree, letting her aching legs dangle over the log for a while. Her swollen burns were beginning to deflate, but they still showed up as angry red patches on her hands and neck. Her shoulder throbbed, but the pain was finally manageable without medication. Though she wanted to check the progress of her healing wound, she resisted, knowing that she didn't have any more bandages to keep her wound clean. Melissa didn't know how much longer she could go on. Her body was doing its best to stay upright, but there was only so much physical trauma it could take. She would never reach Oklahoma on foot. To believe so would be foolish. But she didn't have any other options. She would not allow herself to be taken by any organization that wanted to use her instead of protecting her. As she swung her dangling legs, she thought about Thomas and hoped he was still alive somewhere. She hated herself for allowing herself to get too close to someone, but Thomas caught her off guard. He wasn't the type she normally went after, but he was sweet and listened to what she had to say. That, and she was painfully lonely. The few friends she'd had prior to the virus did not survive. She spent so many days alone and could not bear the thought of having to go through the horror of finding safety on her own. Thomas was the embodiment of protection to her, so it wasn't hard to catch feelings for him. If they weren't in the midst of a crisis, she didn't know if she would have ever given him a second look. Melissa jumped down from her perch and continued walking. She trudged through the mud on the side of the road before she gave up on being stealthy and moved toward the edge of the pavement. She hadn't seen a car in hours, so it felt safe. Besides, if she heard anything, she could always jump back down into the ditch. The sun shone directly into her eyes. She squinted until her head hurt. Finally, she just closed her eyes and continued walking in a straight line. It felt nice to just walk in peace and quiet with the warm sun on Melissa's face. She hadn't seen any infected since the fire. She wondered if she had reached an area where the virus wasn't as prevalent. With her eyes closed, she pretended that she was walking down the dirt road by her grandparents' house on a sunny day. Perhaps there was calm in the world after all. Her spirit was instantly lifted. Her feet felt lighter, and her legs felt fresh. She picked up the pace, optimistic that she would reach shelter, or maybe even an abandoned vehicle by the time the sun went down. It didn't take her long to get to the end of the trail. Maybe she would even catch Alec on his way back for them. She heard a vehicle zooming down the road. Her initial reaction was to hide, but if it were Alec, she wanted to be seen. She got closer to the edge of the road, ready to either jump into the tree line or wave her arms, depending on who was driving the vehicle. Unfortunately, the approaching car was moving so quickly that Melissa didn't have time to hide. A red Corvette cruised down the center of the highway, screeching to a halt once the driver saw her. It was a fairly small vehicle, so it definitely wasn't being used to gather up stragglers. This was a good sign for a cautious Melissa. In fact, when she looked into the car, there was only a driver. The driver stopped in the middle of the road and got out of his car. He looked to be about Alec's age and wore a leather jacket, ripped jeans, and boots. He took off his aviator sunglasses to get a better look at Melissa.
"What are you afraid of?"
he drawled, a toothy grin on his face. Melissa had recoiled, preparing herself to run away if the situation turned out to be dangerous. She was prepared to grab her knife and defend herself if necessary.
"Are you afraid of me?"
the man asked. He seemed particularly pleased by this assumption, as if he liked to feel powerful.
"I don't have the virus. I'm not going to bite you."
Melissa froze. She didn't want to engage in conversation with a stranger, especially when he seemed so wild. She was intrigued by this mystery man, but also extremely skittish.
"So, are you going to get into my car or not?"
he asked, tapping his boot on the ground. Melissa hesitated. "I don't think so," she stuttered. "Thanks for the offer."
"Whoa, girl,"
the man said, his brow furrowed in confusion.
"I don't think you're understanding the situation right. I pulled over to give you a lift. You look like a nice young woman in need of assistance. Now you're telling me that you'd rather walk on the road instead of riding a fast car?"
She shrugged. "I'm just going to the border. I'm sure I'll find a car along the way." He chuckled.
No, you're not going to make it to the border on foot. I've been hauling ass down the road, trying to reach it myself. Even at 100 miles per hour, I'm still pushing it. Nah, if you walk, you can be assured that you'll be stuck in the infected zone for as long as this thing holds out.
How can you be sure?
Everyone knows this, he said plainly. I'm surprised you don't.
When it came down to it, Melissa also knew that she was running out of time. She just didn't have any evidence to tell her exactly how much time she had left.
You're not very trusting, are you? He asked.
No, not really, she said firmly. I've had some bad experiences.
Join the club, sweetheart, he hollered. Just the other day, I had a guy stab me in the arm because he thought I was trying to sabotage his plans. I just wanted to get a fast car and get the hell out of town. If you're afraid of crazy, I'm not crazy. I'm just a good man trying to get to a safer place. You can turn my offer down and keep walking, but you'd be stupid to do so.
I don't even know your name, she said desperately.
Bobby Dean, at your service. He grinned, holding out his hand for her to shake.
Melissa, she said softly, weakly gripping his coarse hand.
Beautiful name for a beautiful girl. So, are we hitting the road or what?
Melissa looked around. I don't know. I've had some friends who said they would come back for me.
Did they go east?
She nodded.
I'm afraid to break this, dear, but they're not coming back. Hop in.
Bobby Dean was probably right about that. She doubted that Alec would return the second Thomas told her the plan. Alec and Elaina had no reason to move backward when they had a very specific mission. Fine, she said reluctantly, opening the passenger door. Bobby Dean removed a rifle from the seat and tossed it into the back. Thanks, she mumbled as she fastened her seatbelt.
No problem,
Bobby Dean said as he adjusted his mirrors and started the car.
You're in good hands now. Let's see if we can race the border now, shall we?
He started the car and revved the engine. Then he took off, speeding down the road. Melissa gripped the seat, ready to brace for impact. Her knuckles turned white, and she noticed that she was holding her breath.
You should see yourself right now,
Bobby Dean laughed, looking straight at her. Shouldn't you have your eyes on the road? She squeaked out.
You're just not used to going fast yet, he said. Give it time. You'll even come to enjoy it soon. There's not another soul out here, so we don't have to worry about the cops.
Yeah, but you could still lose control of the vehicle at this rate of speed.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen? We crash and die? At least then it'll be quick and painless. It's better than having your arm gnawed off by an infected.
He chuckled at his own joke. Melissa didn't find it amusing at all.
Lighten up, toots, he said. Just sit back and enjoy the ride.
He turned on the radio, and Melissa was surprised to hear music coming through the stereo. She found it relaxing to listen to music, instead of searching for the news that never gave any helpful information. Melissa even found herself sinking into the leather interior, taking slow, smooth breaths again.
That's better, Bobby Dean said. Where do you come from?
That question took on a whole new meaning for Melissa. She figured he was asking where her hometown was, but she had also come from a lot of places in the past few months. Every time she got a chance to settle down, she was running again. The Seattle area, she said. My family lived in the suburbs. How about you?
Nevada. It's nice to be out of the desert. I'm hoping I can make my way to Miami. I just want to be on the beach, surrounded by beautiful women. You can join me if you like.
That's okay,
she said, shuddering at the thought of being the strange man's arm candy. "I'm trying to get to Oklahoma to find my grandparents. They live near the Panhandle, so I guess we're not that far away."
"Farther than you think. I'll get you as close as I can, though."
"Thanks," Melissa said, feeling more comfortable with Bobby Dean. He was certainly acting the part of the bad boy, and she was surprised to find that she kind of liked that. He didn't seem too concerned about anything, despite the fact that his driving was just as dangerous as any infected person on the street. He was clearly a wild card. Melissa had no idea what Bobby Dean would do next, but she was curious enough to stick around and find out. In fact, she was starting to have fun listening to loud music. She felt like a regular teen, cruising around with a guy her parents would not approve of.
"You got family back home still?" he asked.
She shook her head. "I'm the only survivor. You?"
"Never had much family to begin with. It's probably better that way. I just live my life the way I want to. I don't have much use for rules."
"Yeah, totally," she agreed, trying to appear cool in front of her new travel companion.
"You got a boyfriend?"
"No," she said, her voice going up an octave.
"Good," Bobby Dean concluded. "I've never been one to tie myself down with a chick. You always gotta play the field. Keep your options open. You never know when the next pretty thing will walk into your life."
Melissa blushed. She got the feeling that he was trying to hit on her. It didn't seem like the appropriate time or place for that, but she was flattered.
"How many infected have you killed?"
Bobby Dean asked casually, as if he were asking about the weather. "I don't know," Melissa stammered. She felt uncomfortable talking about killing infected people, like it was a normal part of life. After she'd killed Natalia, talking about such things was almost taboo.
"You don't keep count? I think I've killed over 30 at this point. That should make you feel safe, huh?"
He wasn't wrong. She tended to feel safer when she was surrounded by people who were willing and able to defend themselves. "I don't know. Maybe 5 or 6, she guessed.
"Good girl. We'll make a fine pair."
"Did you hear that?" Melissa asked.
"Only thing I hear is the music and the engine," Bobby Dean replied.
"It's weird. I thought I heard someone talking." Bobby Dean's eyes narrowed.
"What are you talking about?"
"I don't know," Melissa sighed. "I'm exhausted."
"You look pretty gassed. Why don't you take a little rest?" Bobby Dean suggested, turning the music down. "I'll wake you up if there's any action."
"Okay, thanks," she said appreciatively, closing her eyes. Melissa counted back the hours, trying to figure out when she'd last slept. Her body was begging her to shut down for a few hours so it could repair itself. As she drifted off to sleep, Melissa couldn't help but think about how bizarre it was that she'd heard such a familiar voice speaking. If she hadn't put the bullet in her head, she would have sworn that Natalia Vincent was in the back seat. Chapter 25. "That's the last of it," Elaina said, loading a final rack of test tubes into the incubator. "Now we wait, for the serum and for the professor." "Easier said than done," Alec replied, twirling around on a lab stool out of boredom. "How long has it been since you called?" "Well, we slept for about 3 hours," Elaina said, counting on her fingers. "Then I worked for about 5 hours while you cleaned the hospital and looked for supplies. So it's been approximately 8 hours since we heard from the outside world." "Seems much longer than that." "I agree, but it's not as if we're spending a typical workday in the lab. We're essentially waiting to find out if we're going to be saved."
"I don't even want to think about it," Alec groaned. "I'm trying not to get my hopes up, but I can't stop thinking about how amazing it would be for you to get some help on your serum. And for all of us to get out of this part of the country, Elaina added. Maybe the military could even drop Thomas and Melissa off in Oklahoma. That way, everyone could be happy. Alec got off his stool and sat down on the small love seat he dragged into the lab. He motioned for Elaina to join him. She followed, plopping down on the couch beside him. "Did you sleep well last night?" Elaina asked Alec. He had bags under his bloodshot eyes. "I rarely do," he said, scratching at the stubble on his face. "Bad dreams. I'm sure you have them too." "Sometimes," she said, becoming concerned. "Definitely not every time I fall asleep, though. Are you still having nightmares about that girl in Seattle?" He nodded. "When I think about it, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I've seen much more horrific things since then. In comparison, the girl was just another infected person I had to eliminate so I could save healthy people. Why has it bothered me this much?" Elaina rested her head on his shoulder. "I don't know. Maybe it's because she was the first one. People treated you like the villain for doing something that we've all done to survive. She was young and innocent. But so were you." "I wasn't young and innocent." "In a way, you were. You were fairly new to the job, and you hadn't used deadly force at that point. Even though it might not be the most horrible thing you've seen out in the world, it's left the biggest impact." "She was so young," Alex said. "That's what always gets me. She didn't deserve to get sick. She didn't deserve to lose her humanity like that." "I know," Elaina said, giving him a sympathetic pat on the knee. "After my sister died, I was so angry all the time. It wasn't fair that she got sick. It still isn't. I think about her every single day. If she hadn't gotten sick, I think she would be right by my side, helping me with my serum. If those hicks had picked her up and held her in a jail cell for treason and murder, I think she would have gotten out almost immediately. She was just so likable." "You are too," Alex said. Elaina laughed. "You don't need to flatter me. I have a pretty good sense of who I am, and I'm okay with that. My sister was my best friend because I didn't have many others. None of the kids my age could relate to me. I was academically a high schooler in an elementary schooler's body. Lily liked to play scientist with me. I mean, I was actually conducting experiments at home, but she thought it was a fun game. She was my first lab assistant. She didn't think that I was a freak." Alec frowned and put his arm around Elena's shoulders. "I can't imagine that anyone would think you're a freak. You're brainy, sure, but you're not that different from anyone else." "Maybe I'm finally growing into my age," she said. "I think I'm always going to feel a little odd, though. It's part of my identity. It's who I was meant to be." "You're incredible," Alex said, gazing into Elena's eyes. "I know you might not always feel like it, but you are the bravest, smartest, kindest woman I've ever met." He leaned in to kiss her, and her body melted against his touch. Things were beginning to get serious with Alec. Elaina was no longer afraid to touch her lips to his. When they kissed, her problems dissolved for as long as they were together. She felt his tongue on the outside of her mouth, and she slowly parted her lips. When the phone rang in the hallway, Elaina and Alec jumped up and ran toward the phone. Elaina was so nervous to speak with Dr. Himmler that she felt like her stomach was about to leap out of her mouth. "Hello?" she squeaked. "Dr. Morgan." Dr. Himmler's gravelly voice sang. "I trust you're doing well?" "Yes," she breathed. "My samples are in the incubator as we speak. Will you be able to take a look at them?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Yes, I do have good news for you today," he said brightly. Elaina turned to Alec and gave him the thumbs up. "I have spoken with the superiors, and they are willing to fly an aircraft in to pick you up. along with your travel companion. They ask that you have some work available as proof that you are not using their goodwill as a ploy to get to safety." "Absolutely," she said. Tears welled up in her eyes. It was finally happening. "There are some terms they want you to be aware of." "Anything." "They want to remind you that you are technically still wanted for some serious crimes. As they put it, you are on a very short leash. Your actions will be monitored, and your work will be examined by myself and other experts in the field." "No problem," Elaina said. "You'll understand how my serum works the second I show you the plans." "I have no doubt about that. I have already done all I can do to convince the government that the Dr. Morgan I know is not a bioterrorist. You're going to have to convince them the rest of the way." "I'll certainly try. It would help if they focused their attention toward Dr. Vincent." "One step at a time, Morgan," Dr. Himmler said. "Besides, if you're the same scientist I once knew, you're more concerned about science than justice." He was right. It was far more important for her to deliver the preliminary serum to the right hands than it was for her name to be cleared. Though she wanted to be cleared of all charges, she would rather sit in prison in a virus-free world than be a free woman in an infected country. "Of course," she said, "and I'm so eager for someone else to look at what I've created. I thought the Morgan strain would change the way we treat sick patients, but the Lilly serum certainly could prove to be bigger. I truly believe that we can begin to cure infected and vaccinate the country within the next month. I really think the country can come back from this." "It's encouraging to see you with so much hope. The information from the phone company says that you're at Curie General Hospital, correct?" "Yes, that's correct." "Excellent. Expect an aircraft to arrive for you in the next 8 to 12 hours. Remember to bring all of your work and to be on your best behavior. Someone will be coming for the two of you very soon."
"What about the kids?" Elaina asked, feeling panicked. "There are 2 more back in the mountains. We told them to wait there until we came back. Does the government know about them?"
"Yes," Dr. Himmler sighed. "I informed them that there were more survivors and mentioned that they were in a second location. Unfortunately, the aircraft will only make one stop. If the kids find their way to the hospital by the time the helicopter is there, they may find a spot on board. Otherwise, you and your companion will be the only passengers arriving to my laboratory."
"But that's not enough time to find them," Elaina protested.
"I'm sorry. I'm just relaying the information I was told. Your new employers are not open to negotiation. You'll find that out soon."
"I understand."
"Good. I look forward to seeing you very soon, Dr. Morgan. Take care."
"You too," Elaina said, feeling a mix of emotions. "Goodbye."
Elaina hung up the phone and silently walked back to the lab. She checked on her samples through the glass of the incubator before sitting back down on the couch. "What did he say?" Alec asked from the doorway. Elaina recounted the short conversation, not knowing whether to feel happy that she would be leaving so soon or upset that the other 2 may not be able to come along. "I just feel so guilty about leaving Thomas and Melissa behind," Elaina said. "We promised that we would come back for them. I really meant it." "I did too. I don't know if they could make it very far on their own. They both really preferred being part of a group."
"But there's nothing we can do. We don't know if they're still at the cabin. Hell, we don't even know if they're still alive. Melissa was in pretty rough shape when we left. What if she died and Thomas continued on? It could take days to find them. We have hours."
Alec grabbed his bag and stuffed a few extra snacks and drinks inside.
"What are you doing?"
Elaina asked. "I think we both know what I need to do. I'm going to look for them. If I have to put both of them on the back of the bike, so be it. We can't abandon them."
"You can't go," Elaina gasped. "It's going to take about 8 hours just to get to the cabin and back. If you don't find them immediately, you might not make it back." I just can't leave them, Laney, he said softly.
But you're here, Elaina protested. We're hours away from getting out of here. You can't leave me.
You don't need me. The kids do.
Elaina wanted to cry. She had dreamed about finding safety with Alec for such a long time that the thought of losing him was heartbreaking. She desperately wished she could bring the younger two on the aircraft. But she would rather have Alec join her for sure than take a gamble and lose all three.
Hey, Alec said gently, sitting beside her.
He pulled her into his arms, and she rested her head on his shoulder.
It's gonna be fine. We'll make it work.
What if you don't make it back in time?
Alec thought for a minute. I'll go straight to New York. Write down Dr. Himmler's contact information, and I'll get to you as quickly as possible.
Elaina obliged, but she knew that there was a slim chance he'd make it that far. In 2 months, they had managed to go from Washington to Colorado. At that rate, she wouldn't know about Alec's well-being for half a year. At the rate the virus was progressing, she didn't see how he would make it past the quarantine. I don't think I can change your mind about this one, Elaina said sadly.
No, I don't think so either. If the helicopter comes, and I'm not here, you have to leave. Don't even think twice about it, okay?
Okay.
I'll see you soon, he said, pecking her on the lips.
Elaina knew that this was not likely. If he wasn't killed or captured along the way, he certainly wouldn't make it to her lab anytime soon. He was smart and careful, but they had been lucky too many times. She knew that luck would run out soon. I'll see you soon. You'd better hurry.
I'm going to run all the way to the bike. I hope it's still there, he said through a forced grin. I'll ride as fast as I can, and I'll track the others down like a bloodhound. Otherwise, I'll follow you to New York. I'll always be with you, Laney.
Okay, she said, her throat feeling tight.
Have fun saving the world, he said, caressing her cheek before he stood up. I'm rooting for you.
Thanks, she said. Good luck finding Thomas and Melissa. They owe their lives to you.
I know, he chuckled. Bye, he said, embracing her one last time before he returned to the mountains.
Bye,
she whispered, giving him a final kiss on the lips.
Elaina watched as Alec walked out of the lab and out the door. She wanted to chase after him, to tell him that she couldn't go on without him, but she knew that would be selfish of her. She was completely capable of surviving on her own and delivering life-saving medicine to the human race. She was capable of doing what no other scientist could do. She just didn't want to do it without him. Her success wouldn't be as sweet without Alec celebrating with her. Not wanting to face her sudden loneliness, she turned to the lab bench, ready to work. She only had a few more hours until the helicopter landed, and she wanted to show the world that she was not the monster she was being portrayed as. Elaina was so close to saving the world that she couldn't lose focus, even though the only friend she had made in the last 2 decades was walking away. Chapter 26.
Are you having fun yet?
Bobby Dean hollered over the music as they continued down the road.
Yeah, it's not so bad, Melissa admitted sheepishly. Sorry I freaked out on you earlier. Not a big deal, he drawled. Besides, it's fun to watch you squirm. I probably shouldn't give you such a hard time. You've had it rough, she shrugged.
No worse than anyone else.
I don't know. Between your family abandoning you and your friend getting burned up in that house fire, sounds like you've had a pretty bad time. I've only had to deal with a few crazy women on my tail. Nothing like you've gone through.
Bobby Dean opened a tin and shoved tobacco into his lip until it protruded from the rest of his mouth. Melissa couldn't stand the smell, but she didn't want to tell him how gross she found his habit. "Want some?" he mumbled, handing it to his passenger. She shook her head, trying not to gag at the thought of it. "We're about out of gas," he said, pointing at the dashboard instruments. "I don't know if there are going to be healthy people or infected people at this stop, so I'm going to need your help." "Sure," she agreed, eager to get out of the car for a little while. His driving was making her queasy. "Good girl," he purred, turning off the road. When he arrived at the empty gas station, he grabbed his rifle from the back seat. Then he reached across Melissa and opened the glove compartment, brushing his hand against her thigh as he did so. She scooted as far back in her seat as possible. He pulled out a small revolver and handed it to Melissa. "We're gonna stick this place up," he said. "I need you to be my lookout. We'll get the gas, grab any valuables we can inside, and split. Got it?" Melissa raised an eyebrow. "Stick up? I'm pretty sure this place has been abandoned. I mean, I haven't seen anyone pay for gas in weeks. Don't we just pump it, grab a few snacks, and go?" Bobby Dean playfully patted Melissa on the head. "You're cute. You know, it's fun to use your imagination sometimes. Try it. Go out there like we're Bonnie and Clyde, holding up a bank. It makes things a little more interesting." "You're crazy," she said lightheartedly. "Maybe I am," he laughed. His laughter at her comment made Melissa feel a little uneasy. He completely owned his wild demeanor and didn't feel the need to present his best self to her. All along, she had been acting cool to get Bobby Dean to like her. He had been acting without a care in the world. It was then that she realized that she was stuck with him for a while. He didn't seem overtly dangerous. There were no threats against Melissa's well-being, and he did offer to get her as close to her grandparents' house as he could. There was nothing malicious in his words, but there was something about Bobby Dean's wild spirit that clashed with Melissa's cautious personality. Melissa didn't feel like playing pretend. Her world was in such upheaval that she wasn't in the mood for games. She wanted to stay on task and do things by the book. It went without saying that Melissa wouldn't pretend to be the Bonnie to Bobby Dean's Clyde. She would pump gas or gather supplies and nothing else. "Do you know how to use a gun?" he asked condescendingly. "I mean, can you hit the broadside of a barn?" "Yes," she replied without explanation. "Good girl. You're going to be a lot of help for me. I'm glad I stopped for you." She strained her mouth to give him a half-smile. She wished she had never used a gun. Guns only brought her trouble. The shot she fired at Natalia had caused so much trouble as a result. If she had never shot Natalia, she wouldn't have earned Will's ire. There wouldn't be a bullet hole in her shoulder, and she wouldn't be planning imaginary heists with a man named Bobby Dean. It was too easy to regret when so many things had gone wrong as a result of the choices Melissa made. She still didn't feel like she deserved her misfortune, but she wished that someone else had stepped in during those situations where she jumped to action. At least Bobby Dean made her seem calm in comparison. "You ready, girl?" Bobby Dean winked at Melissa. "As ready as I'll ever be," she replied. They got out of the car, guns raised to fire. Bobby Dean grinned and spat onto the ground. "Let's clear the store first," he said, pointing his rifle at the gas station convenience store. "Then, when we know that the infected scum aren't going to ambush us, we'll pump gas." "Why don't I pump gas while you go into the store?" Melissa suggested. "That way, we'll get out of here faster." "Not so fast. I need my backup in there. Let's go." Melissa reluctantly followed him into the store. She dreaded going in those types of places. For some reason, the infected always ended up in places where healthy people had no choice but to visit. Gas stations, grocery stores, and hospitals were popular places for the infected to lurk. Before Melissa even saw an infected, Bobby Dean started firing wildly into the store. Melissa held up her gun and waited for a figure to appear in her line of vision. But the second she saw a shadowy figure, it would fall flat to the ground. Bobby continued walking into the store, but Melissa stayed fixed in her spot in the doorway. She didn't want to get in Bobby Dean's way. After a few minutes of watching Bobby Dean destroy the convenience store, he lowered his gun and admired his handiwork. Melissa walked into the store and counted the bodies. All in all, she'd found 3 infected people, riddled with bullet holes to the point where they were no longer recognizable as people. The rest of the store looked like it had been bombed. Perfectly good supplies were now ruined. "Why did you have to do that?" Melissa asked, frustrated with her new traveling companion. "You could have fired 3 shots and we would have been fine. Don't you know how much ammunition you're wasting? Besides, you just shot holes in the drink bottles. I'd be surprised if there's a usable bottle of water in the bunch." "Lighten up, babe," Bobby Dean said. He searched through the cooler and found an intact can of beer and cracked it open to prove his point. This angered Melissa. How could he be so calm when he just ruined a store full of valuable resources for no reason? There would have been enough food and water to keep them alive for months if he hadn't blasted holes in everything. She grabbed all the food she could find that hadn't been contaminated and stuffed it into a plastic shopping bag. Then she held her mouth up to a leaking water bottle as the liquid poured into her mouth, dribbling down her chin. She managed to salvage another bag of non-alcoholic liquids and took both bags back out to the car before returning to the store. Inside, Bobby Dean was sitting on the counter, casually drinking his can of light beer as if he were watching a football game. "Should we pump gas now?" Melissa asked, starting to get anxious. They had been in the store for much longer than she felt comfortable with. Gunshots seemed to attract the infected, and Bobby Dean had fired enough rounds to bring in hundreds more. "In a minute," he said, taking another drink. "Let me finish this first." Melissa tried to stay cool. Her controlling tendencies were threatening to come out if Bobby Dean continued being so nonchalant about the potential danger they were in. She didn't even know if he had the ammunition to protect them from another wave of infected. In the meantime, Melissa collected a few things that she had lost in the fire. With a fresh set of bandages, she was finally able to check the progress on her bullet wound. Pink scar tissue surrounded scabbing flesh. It wasn't pretty, but her injury was finally healing properly, without any signs of infection. She splashed a little rubbing alcohol in the area and slapped a clean bandage on. Then she carefully dabbed ointment on her burns. By the time she finished doctoring herself up, Bobby Dean had finished his drink and punctuated it with a loud belch. "Ready?" he asked. It took all of Melissa's self-control not to scream. She had been ready for quite some time. She stuffed a few more things from the bullet-riddled shelves in her pockets and made her way outside. "Now, I'm going to pump the gas, and I want you to stand guard for me, okay?" Bobby Dean asked. "I don't want any sneak attacks." "Got it," Melissa said dryly. She followed him out to the car and checked their surroundings. Surprisingly, she didn't see any infected in the area. She was sure that Bobby Dean had sealed their fate by causing a ruckus inside the store. "I feel like I'm constantly stopping to fill this damn car up," he said to himself. "Good thing I'm not paying for the gas." "I think that has to do with the speed you're traveling at," Melissa replied. "Going that fast and revving the engine probably uses more fuel." "Then it's worth it," he grinned. While he was pumping gas, Melissa was beginning to hear the strange noises again, like she had as she fell asleep in Bobby Dean's car. She didn't want to mention it to him. There was only room for one crazy person in the car, and Bobby Dean had already taken on that role. Perhaps she was still sleep-deprived. Her nap had helped her feel re-energized, but she was recovering from a sleep deficit that was greater than the hours in a day. With more sleep, maybe the strange auditory hallucinations would stop. In the back of her mind, she couldn't help but worry that the trauma she had experienced in the last few months was taking its toll on her mental health. The fact that the voice sounded like Natalia only backed up that suspicion. Melissa wasn't a big believer in the supernatural either. As far as she was concerned, ghosts of the floaty white apparition type did not exist. But she figured if ghosts did exist, Natalia's would certainly come back to haunt her. However, she was more afraid of Will than the ghost of the person she'd fatally shot. Finally, Bobby Dean finished pumping the gas and got back in the car, throwing the rifle in the back seat. Melissa quickly got in the car and fastened her seatbelt. Bobby Dean continued down the road, much to Melissa's relief. She closed her eyes and tried to calm down. When she thought about it, it was silly of her to get so frustrated with Bobby Dean. He was a little strange, but not harmful in any way. He was just trying to make light of the terrible situation they were in. Besides, he had already transported her a few hundred miles in a relatively short amount of time. She could put up with a little eccentricity for that. Then she heard the voice again. This time, it was louder and clearer than before. It didn't sound like Natalia either. It sounded furious. "Get me out of here!" The muffled female voice rang out from the back of the car. It sounded like it was coming from the trunk. Melissa whipped her head toward Bobby Dean. He shrugged in response. Relief washed over Melissa. She clearly wasn't the only one who heard the voice. If he acknowledged it, then it had to be real. She wasn't suffering from psychological symptoms after all. Then, fear took the place of her short-lived relief. There was someone in the trunk of the car. Someone who wanted out. "Who's in the trunk of your car?" Melissa asked, as her heart pounded. Was it possible that she had misjudged a deranged sociopath for a quirky bad boy? "Don't worry about it," he said. This caused her to worry more. "I need to get out," she said. "Pull over." "I'm not going to do that," he said casually. "We have too far to go to keep making these pointless stops." "Pull over!" she shrieked. "No," Bobby Dean drawled, raising his voice. Melissa panicked. They were speeding down the highway, and he was showing no signs of slowing down. The girl in the trunk was now banging on the sides of the car. No matter how loud Bobby Dean turned up the music, Melissa could still hear it. Whoever was in the back seat had been there for several hours. Melissa figured she was injured in some way if she had been quiet for so long. She didn't know if the girl had been kidnapped and if Bobby Dean was planning the same fate for Melissa. She desperately wanted to save herself and the other captive, but she didn't know how. In an attempt to get the man to take her seriously, Melissa pointed the revolver at Bobby Dean's head. "Don't be like that," he groaned. "It's just my crazy girlfriend. She was pissing me off, so I tossed her in the trunk so I could have some peace and quiet. It's better for both of us that she stays back there. Trust me." Melissa recalled Bobby Dean telling her that he was single. Something was not matching up, and she realized that he had been lying to her about at least one thing. He was a threat, and she needed to get away from him and save the other girl immediately. They might not have a car, but she figured the two of them would be safer without Bobby Dean. Without warning, Melissa grabbed the wheel and jerked it to the side. Bobby Dean stomped on the brakes, but they were traveling too quickly. The car slid into the ditch, jolting Bobby Dean and Melissa forward. The seatbelt caught Melissa in the chest, knocking the wind out of her. She looked over to see Bobby Dean's head touching the windshield, a tiny crack in the glass where he'd made impact. Melissa unbuckled her seatbelt and ran out of the car toward the trunk. She didn't know if Bobby Dean was still alive, but she needed to escape before he could catch her. Before Melissa could grab the release handle, the trunk swung open and a woman popped up. She swung at Melissa's face, hitting her so hard that Melissa crumpled to the ground. The last thing she remembered was seeing the spiteful face of the girl who hit her, baring her teeth as she swung her fist. Then she was overtaken by darkness. Chapter 27. "Thomas, Bethany, you're free to proceed to general population," a bored doctor announced, handing each of them a set of pajama-like outfits. They reminded Thomas of doctor's scrubs. He pulled his on as quickly as possible, not wanting to be completely naked for another second. The door opened, and the two were escorted to the wide-open room where they were to spend the majority of their waking hours. It looked like a recreation center and a cafeteria in one. In one corner, there was a small kitchen, handing out food and drinks. There was a ping-pong table, a library, complete with oversized beanbag chairs, and even a set of massaging chairs. People sat in matching gray scrubs, reading books or playing board games. Everyone seemed fairly happy. At the very least, no one seemed displeased to be there. "Want to check out the cafeteria?" Thomas asked Bethany. "I'm starving." "Sure," she said, as she took in her surroundings. Her eyes frequently looked toward the ceiling. Thomas was disappointed when he saw that the cafeteria was really just a few vending machines until he saw what they dispensed. At the push of a button, Thomas could receive a steaming hot slice of pepperoni pizza and a soda. He greedily munched down on his meal, burning the roof of his mouth in the process. He didn't care, though. It was the first proper meal he had enjoyed in months. His eyes searched all of the possibilities in the state-of-the-art machine. He couldn't wait to try the prime rib and the fried chicken the machine claimed to offer. Bethany pressed a button, and a small plate of sushi and a cup of tea appeared on the conveyor belt. She picked it up and joined Thomas at a table. Thomas had never had sushi before, so he returned to the machine and ordered a plate for himself. He wolfed down the rice and fish, deciding that he quite enjoyed it. He wondered what other new things he could try at the base. "Pretty cool place, isn't it?" Mark asked, sliding into the seat next to Bethany. His sister jumped, startled to see him appear out of nowhere. "Not bad," Thomas said with a mouthful of food. "There's plenty more where that came from. Let me take you on a tour of the place." Thomas and Bethany followed Mark around the wide room. Thomas looked longingly at the cafeteria, hoping that the meals were available at all hours of the day. "How was the medical exam?" Mark asked. "Invasive," Bethany answered coldly. "Yeah, sorry I didn't warn you about that. They just want to make sure that the base isn't infected." "Here's the library," he said, pointing to the stacks of books. "We have a lot of books here, but it's also just a nice place to relax and take a nap." They continued walking to another section with the ping-pong table that Thomas saw earlier. "This is the game section," Mark said. "We've got board games, video games, a ping-pong table, air hockey, and other fun stuff. It's probably the most popular area on base." Then he led them to a patio area, surrounded by tall fences. A few young women were sitting on deck chairs with their sleeves rolled up, soaking up the sun. "This is the garden. We have some plants growing out by the koi pond and a little walking path if you need to stretch your legs. Otherwise, as you can see, it's mainly used as a place to get some sun." "How is this place so nice?" Thomas asked. "It looks so new." "Our benefactors put a lot of money into making it as state-of-the-art as possible. I think the soldiers deserve to have nice things. We work so hard that it's nice to relax a little at the end of the day." His answer didn't explain much for Thomas. The survivors in his town took over the courthouse and made it their own, but it still looked like a courthouse on the inside. This place seemed impossibly nice. There were clearly powerful people behind the construction of a brand-new military base. Next, Mark led them to a smaller, closed-off room. They peeked through the small window in the door and saw people practicing hand-to-hand combat in a padded room. "That's the training room," Mark explained. "The Army uses it to prepare soldiers for battle. Civilians aren't allowed to go in there, though," he said. "If you join, I'll teach you how to spar. It's pretty fun." Down the hall are the men's and women's dormitories. Then there are a bunch of offices for military personnel, but that's also off limits for civilians. Again, I'll give you a tour of those facilities if you join. Mark finished the tour at the cafeteria, much to Thomas's delight. It's all so fancy, Thomas mused. If you think this is nice, you should see the military wing. You wouldn't believe your eyes. This piqued Thomas's curiosity. However, he took what Bethany said seriously and wasn't about to join the army on a whim. Besides, he didn't want to be tied to anything he couldn't back out of. But seeing how well they were being taken care of, he wondered if Bethany was making a big deal out of nothing. "So, Thomas," Mark said brightly, "tell me a little bit about yourself." "Oh, I don't know," Thomas said, feeling bashful. "I'm not a very interesting person." "Nonsense! Everyone has a story. How old are you?" "I'm 20. I'm from a small town in Washington. It was a pretty blue-collar place, and my family was poor." "Any work experience?" "I worked at a grocery store to support my family and to save up enough money to move away from home." "Are your family members still alive?" "Unfortunately, no," Thomas said softly. "How did they die?" Mark pried. Bethany glared at her brother, but Thomas didn't really mind answering his questions. Everyone had gone through similar situations, so it didn't seem more tragic than someone else's story. "The virus, of course, but I was actually the one to shoot them before they infected anyone else." "Sorry to hear it," Mark said. "So you've used a gun before?" "Mark!" Bethany exclaimed, startling a few civilians at a nearby table. "It's fine," Thomas said. "I don't really mind talking about it." She shook her head and frowned, but Thomas continued, feeling more comfortable talking to Mark. "The surviving men in my town formed a militia of sorts. We defended the town and took turns sniping from the taller buildings. We kept a lot of infected away." Mark raised his eyebrows. "That's impressive. Why aren't you there now?" Thomas shrugged. "I didn't like being a part of it. They weren't good men. I wanted to get away." Mark nodded. "I completely understand. Luckily, all of the soldiers here are good citizens. You'd like them. They're very good at making you feel like a welcomed family member." Bethany tapped Thomas's foot under the table. When he turned to look at her, her eyes were closed, and her head bowed down toward the table. "You know, you're just what we're looking for," Mark said. "I know you said you weren't interested in joining, but maybe you could withhold judgment until I tell you more about what we're doing here." Bethany sighed loudly. She looked absolutely disgusted with her brother. "Bethany, if you're going to be rude, you should just go to the library and chill out while I talk to Thomas. He's giving me a chance here. If you don't wanna, I don't want your negativity around here." She stood up quickly and took long strides across the room, eventually disappearing into the stacks. "Don't mind her," Mark said apologetically. "She's always been kind of moody. I understand that she doesn't like violence, but she doesn't seem to understand what we're trying to do here. I can tell that you know the difference between senseless violence and necessary force. She just doesn't listen and won't open her mind. I love her, but she can be a huge pain in the butt sometimes. I'm sorry you have to be in the middle of it." "Don't worry about it," Thomas said, feeling awkward. "So, what is it that you do here? I've heard some things about a new army, and I have to admit, it doesn't sound good." "What, exactly, have you heard?" "Oh, not much," Thomas said. "I just heard that the soldiers weren't treated very humanely." "I promise, whatever you've heard about us isn't true. In the early days, I know that the leaders struggled to get everyone on the same page, and things got messy on occasion. Now we work like a well-oiled machine. We're trying to make the world a safer place for people like us. I promise you that I've only had good things happen to me since I joined." This puzzled Thomas. He had heard Mark promise safety, but he'd never explained exactly how they were going to achieve that. Thomas had about all the protection he needed after he'd met Alec and Elaina, and there was nothing unethical about how they were surviving. But how? Thomas worked up the nerve to ask. Mark bit his lip. The United States military is no longer interested in saving citizens. Basically, they're trying to get rid of the infected portion and start fresh. They are not using available technology and knowledge like they could be. That's where we come in. Our scientists are working on experiments that will change the world as we know it. We have the power to take back the sick part of the country without detonating a bomb to rid it of infection. Once the war on the virus is over, we'll rise to power and give a voice to the people who have been ignored for so long. But how? Thomas asked again. Mark twiddled his thumbs. Here's an example. Our head scientist is the most brilliant scientist in the country. Yet no one listened to him. They ignored his work for years, even though it was life-changing stuff. In the new world, when we're in power, everyone will know about the work he did to save the country. We just need more good people like you to spread the cause. I don't think I'm what you're looking for, Thomas said. Can I ask you something? Mark asked, narrowing his eyes. Sure. Have you ever felt like people don't listen to you, even though you have good ideas? Do you feel like people are always telling you what to do, and you have no choice but to follow along? Do you ever feel like people don't appreciate you and what you're capable of? Thomas looked down at the table. It was as if Mark knew his deepest and darkest thoughts. He wanted to deny it, but everything Mark had asked was painfully true. Maybe sometimes, I guess, Thomas mumbled. Mark gave him a kind smile. Then I think you're exactly the type of person we're looking for. I'd love to talk about this more, but it's getting late, and curfew is coming up. I just want you to keep an open mind and think about joining the ranks. Sleep on it. Then we'll talk about signing you up tomorrow. Okay? Okay, Thomas replied. He wasn't keen on joining, but he could at least promise to think about it. There was no harm in that. Cool, Mark smiled. He stood up from the table and gestured for Thomas to follow him. They walked to the library, where they found Bethany flipping through an old paperback. Bedtime, little sister, Mark sang, beckoning her to follow him toward the bunks. They walked down a hallway until they reached 2 rooms on opposite sides of the hall. Bethany, you're in room 5. Thomas, you're in room 6, just across the hall. Bathrooms are at the end of the corridor. Try not to wander around too much at night. There are guards to make sure everything is in order. Try not to piss them off. Got it, Bethany said sharply. Good night, Mark said, leaving the 2 to their rooms. Thomas turned to enter his dormitory and felt a hand touch his left buttock. He whipped around to see why Bethany would do such a thing, but she was already in her room, the door shutting behind her. Thomas reached his hand to his backside and felt a piece of paper tucked into his back pocket. His heart skipped a beat. He left the paper in his pocket, too nervous to read it. Bethany had been oddly calm about being naked around him, and she had seen how flustered their nudity had made him. Maybe she was just messing with him again by slipping him a salacious note. He didn't want to read it and get flustered again if he had to enter a dorm full of other men. He decided he'd wait until he was tucked under the covers to read it. Inside, he was warmly greeted by 3 other men his age. They all shook his hand and introduced themselves as they filled him in on everything that had been happening on base. They all had recently joined the new army and were eager to join the ranks in the upcoming days. Have you joined? One man asked. No, Thomas admitted. I'm not sure I'm gonna. You should, the man encouraged. Everyone has been so great to me here. I just want to join as a way to show my appreciation for picking me off the streets and taking such good care of me." The other men echoed his sentiments, talking about how they wanted to be a part of a noble cause. "I said I'd think about it," Thomas chuckled, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. He wasn't sure if he'd ever been surrounded by so much positivity in his life. After Mark found the two of them in the woods, Thomas was so worried that they would be put in a holding cell, like his group had done to Alec and Elaina when they were captured. Thomas's experience with the new army was the furthest thing from that. After Thomas had a chance to wash his face and brush his teeth, his new roommates turned off the lights to get some sleep. Thomas flicked on his small reading lamp and pulled a slip of paper out of his pocket to read the message Bethany wrote for him. "Don't trust my brother. Don't trust any of them." Thomas quickly turned off the light and wadded the paper into a ball and shoved it between the mattress and the wall. Bethany and Mark were telling two different stories, and he wasn't sure what to believe. In his short life, Thomas had encountered many smooth talkers who told people what they wanted to hear. When it came down to it, Mark dodged Thomas's questions and never gave him a straight answer. But perhaps there was just too much classified information out there. It wouldn't make sense for Mark to divulge secrets to someone who hadn't officially joined yet. Everyone's smiles suggested that they were in the clear and that the virus was no longer a threat. But until Elaina was able to distribute her cure, Thomas knew that it was ridiculous to feel that secure. No one could promise full immunity, no matter how powerful or wealthy he or she was. The virus did not discriminate. Besides, armies were inherently unsafe. If there was fighting involved, then there were certainly casualties. When it came down to it, people were acting as if the virus was eradicated, when Thomas knew that was impossible at the moment. On the other hand, Bethany's fear and skepticism were something that Thomas could understand. He had seen that kind of fear in Melissa's eyes when the infected came for them. He knew what it was like not to trust that the leaders of a cult were acting in his best interest. He had heard stories of people being lured in to fight for a cause, then realized they were just talked into being used. But what if Bethany was wrong? Thomas wasn't sure if Mark was trustworthy, but he definitely didn't think that Bethany was. She had rammed her truck into his truck, secretly followed them through the forest, and just happened to be at the cabin when it was going up in flames. She also seemed to dodge important questions. Perhaps she was hiding something sinister. Thomas fell asleep as he was debating whether he could trust his new friends. One was trying to help him, and the other was a liar. He just couldn't pinpoint to whom each role belonged. Chapter 28. The trip back to the cabin in the mountains seemed to take so much longer than the drive into the city took. By the time Alec got back to the bike, he was completely exhausted. The last thing he wanted to do was drive several hours back to the place where he originated. But despite the long ride and running 7 miles through a deserted city, the worst part of the whole day was leaving Elaina behind. Alec didn't like to worry about her to her face because he didn't want to seem condescending. She was more than capable of taking care of herself in most situations. But there were dangers that were too great for any one person to handle, no matter how clever or strong they were. Instead of telling her how distressing it was to leave her alone, he did his best to keep it to himself. Elaina had enough to worry about. Besides, it was his idea to go back for the kids in the first place. He had made a promise that he would return, and he planned on sticking to it. It was as if he saw the face of the girl he'd shot at the shopping center that day whenever he looked at Melissa's concerned face. He would do anything to save innocent lives. He just hoped that his return trip wasn't for nothing. He had seen how pushy Melissa could be if she felt like she was being cornered, and Thomas was a bit of a pushover. If Melissa got spooked and wanted to leave, Thomas would be right by her side. There was also the possibility that one or both of them were dead. Derek was a fierce soldier, and he was snuffed out before Alec could even come to his senses. If people like Derek were killed so easily, he feared that the younger two might not stand a chance. They were the weakest of the survivors, both in strength and experience. Alec couldn't stop shivering as he rode through the hills. A motorcycle was not the best option for his surroundings, but it was the only thing he had. He didn't understand why, but almost all of the vehicles he saw in town had been burned. He didn't remember seeing that on his way in, so he figured something caused the infected to destroy the cars while they were in the hospital. This caused even more concern when he thought about the fact that the infected were growing increasingly violent as time went on. The only other explanation was that a healthy person was trying to make it impossible for others to escape, which seemed like fodder for a conspiracy theory. So, instead of trading in the motorcycle for a more practical vehicle, he rode through terrain that nearly pushed the small motor to its limits. Alec was also not dressed for the mountainous climate and was frozen in his jacket and jeans. With any luck, the former owners of the cabin had left a spare sweater or long johns in their haste to escape the virus. He fantasized about adding a layer or two of clothing and warming his hands and feet by the fire. Eventually, Alec was at the end of the trail. He made his way up the narrow path, slowing down considerably to check for Thomas and Melissa. While he'd told them to stay at the cabin, he hoped that they had made their way to one of the closer cabins in order to save time and fuel. He wanted to make all sorts of noise in order to alert the two of his arrival, but he also feared that any commotion would attract negative attention. Instead, he slowed down even more so the motor didn't roar and listened carefully. The further he went up the trail, the more nervous he became. Alex saw no sign of life from any of the other small cabins along the way. As he approached the house where he'd left Thomas and Melissa, he held his breath. If they weren't waiting for him there, he didn't know what he would do. He drove past the charred remains of a structure he didn't remember seeing during their short stay in the forest. White ashes danced around the air as he drove by. Then, upon realizing that he had gone too far, he whipped around and returned to the destroyed cabin, a lump in his throat. "No," he whispered, stopping the motorcycle. He dismounted and slowly approached the wreckage, hoping that he was wrong in his suspicion. He picked up a piece of blue and brown patterned fabric and realized that the last time he saw such a material, it was on Melissa's back in the form of a knapsack. He tread lightly, kicking over rubble with his boot. Bending over, he searched the ground for more evidence that his young companions were once there. From his experience in minor investigations of potential crimes, Alex suspected that arson was likely. A structure rarely experienced such substantial damage from a simple house fire. This looked purposeful. Alec tripped over the remains of a chair and stomped down on a large boulder. But the rock gave way, and Alec's foot sank to the floor with a sickening squelch. "Oh," Alec groaned, as he shook the mysterious muck from his work boot. He bent over to see what he had trod on, and nearly became ill. The mangled remains of a human skull lay in front of him. He had cracked the damaged body part like an egg. He whipped out his flashlight and shined it on the black floor, illuminating more human figures. There were too many of them to only be Thomas and Melissa, and he didn't foresee the two being keen on letting strangers share their abode. It was horrifying to see so many bodies scattered around, but this was becoming a common sight. It was just a little startling instead of deeply scarring. Then there was only one thing left for Alec to do. He examined each corpse, comparing them to his mental images of Thomas and Melissa. While dental records would be necessary to identify the charred bodies, there were still enough physical characteristics intact to compare them to Thomas and Melissa. For instance, he could reasonably rule out the large men and women as matches, along with the short men and lanky women. With the process of elimination, he ruled out almost all of the bodies. Then searched the corpses for other clues like clothing and personal belongings when they were of similar size to his companions. When he was fairly certain that none of the bodies belonged to Thomas or Melissa, he smiled with relief. There was a chance they were still alive. The only logical explanation Alec could come up with was that the little house was ambushed by the infected. In an attempt to quietly rid themselves of the threat, Thomas and Melissa had trapped them inside and started the fire. Perhaps they were smarter than he had given them credit for. He felt guilty for worrying so much about them, as if they were little kids. They were inexperienced in a lot of things, but they were tough and determined to survive. That didn't solve his problem, though. He had set out to retrieve the kids and bring them to the hospital. By his watch, if he wanted to guarantee a ride out on the helicopter, he needed to leave immediately. Of course, that meant that he would ride straight to the hospital and not encounter any problems along the way. He stifled a scream. What would he tell Elaina if he returned empty-handed? He knew that she would be disappointed, but otherwise thankful that he'd returned at all. But he knew he couldn't live with himself, knowing that he broke his promise to the younger two that he would come back for them. Frustration filled every cell. Alec slammed his fist into a moss-covered tree. He saw the remnants of something etched into a tree, perhaps the initials of the rightful owners of the house. He wondered if they would have suffered a similar fate had they not evacuated the house when they did. His mind wandered to places it had no business being, like imagining owning a vacation home with Elaina. That was when he saw the tire treads on the ground. The markings were much larger than the wheels of the motorcycle, and Alec was certain they hadn't been there when he rode out with Elaina. Wherever they were, Thomas and Melissa were not alone. The treads were large, so Alec reasoned that they belonged to an all-terrain vehicle, possibly military-issued. It was impossible to guess who drove the vehicle, as he learned that it was all too easy to acquire a vehicle from the military. He found it hard to believe that Melissa would ever get in a vehicle after her bad experience with the new army, but if desperate enough, they may have joined a group of refugees, similar to the one that had abandoned them. Melissa could be stubborn, but if anyone could sweet-talk her, it would be Thomas. He seemed to have a calming effect on her. Even though he was meek and mellow, he had the ability to make tough decisions on his own. Alec had seen him do it firsthand. It didn't make sense for Alec to continue backtracking, having told the two that they needed to stay on the trail in order to be found. So he decided he would follow the tire tracks as far as he could, in hopes that he would be able to retrieve Thomas and Melissa and make it back to the hospital before the helicopter arrived. What killed Alec was that it would be so easy to call his mission a lost cause and return to the hospital. He remembered telling Thomas that he wouldn't be able to come back for them if he couldn't find them. In a way, Thomas had broken his half of the contract by leaving. Alec understood that they likely had no choice but to flee. But it didn't change the state of things. If anything, their absence should have been a sign that they had moved on and were surviving on their own. With this came the understanding that Alec could no longer provide protection for them. He just couldn't give up on them, though. Somewhere, he knew that Thomas and Melissa were wandering around, absolutely petrified. According to Dr. Himmler, they would never make it out of the quarantine zone, especially not on foot. Their only hope for survival was inside the helicopter that was scheduled to arrive that very day. Fighting all instinct that told him to save himself, Alec followed the tire treads to the end of the trail, looking back at the tiny houses hidden in the trees as he went. Where he had taken a left out of the parking lot to get to the highway, muddy tracks turned right onto a dirt road. Alec cursed under his breath. On an old motorcycle with less than optimal traction, he would have to ride much slower to keep from crashing. Nevertheless, he turned his back on the safe route and headed down the road with a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. Alec realized that he was being foolish. In a choice between defending and protecting the country's only hope for salvation and babysitting a couple of kids he'd picked up along the way, he'd chosen to embark on a futile task of finding 2 kids in a huge expanse of land. It was like finding a needle in a haystack, if there were hordes of infected people destroying any needle they could find first. It wasn't even about ensuring that he was evacuated along with Elaina. While he would love to be on the first flight out of the hell that was the western half of the country, he was more concerned about leaving her vulnerable to attack. He had seen how intense Elaina got when she was working. It wouldn't be hard for an infected to sneak up on her while she was deep in thought. He felt queasy just thinking about it. "Where are you guys?" Alec muttered to himself, wondering when the helicopter would arrive. Every few minutes, he scanned the skies, relieved that they were clear. For Elena's sake, he hoped that help would arrive soon. For his own sake, he hoped the military pilots took their sweet time. He had a feeling he needed all the time allotted to find the kids and return in one piece. Chapter 29. In the living room in her grandparents' house in Oklahoma, Melissa awoke from the couch to find Thomas drinking a glass of ice-cold sweet tea. She sat up quickly in utter surprise. The window was open behind her. She could feel the warm sun on her face and smelled the fresh country air. She felt so warm and cozy that she found it hard to keep her eyes open. "Your grandma told me to remind you that you promised to help her bake biscuits this afternoon," he said casually, as if he had been waiting for her to wake up for a while. "Oh," she said, dazed from her slumber. "I didn't realize that I had said that. What are we having for dinner?" "Your grandma and I went out and shot some quail today. I think we're going to roast those and have them with green beans and biscuits. If you ever get off the couch and make them," he teased. Melissa playfully rolled her eyes at him. She stood up from the couch, feeling lighter and more energetic than she had in a long time. She was surprised to find that her shoulder was completely healed, and that the blistering burns on her hands, neck, and chest had disappeared. Her body finally had enough downtime to heal. "What's that on your face?" she asked, pointing to Thomas's pale, freckled complexion. There was a small black smudge on his face. She figured he had gotten dirty during his hunting trip. "Huh?" Thomas wiped his hand on his face, but it only made the black smudge grow. "You have dirt on your hand or something," she said exasperatedly, reaching over to brush it away. Melissa knew how serious her grandma was about keeping a clean house. She didn't want her to scold Thomas for dirtying her throw pillows. She rubbed at his face, but it only made it darker. "Oh, it's probably just soot," he said, reaching for a home improvement magazine Melissa's grandma read religiously. He flipped through the pages without giving his dirty face a second thought. "Why are you covered in soot?" she asked. Her grandparents had a fireplace, but it was too warm outside to burn wood in the house. Perhaps they had an outdoor fire pit, but Melissa didn't recall seeing one when she was out back picking vegetables from the garden. "From the fire. You know, the house fire in Colorado." "What are you talking about?" Melissa asked. She was scared and confused by the statement. She was starting to remember something horrible, that she had tried so hard to forget. The words were familiar, but she couldn't quite grasp what he was saying. The meaning was just out of reach. "The house fire, silly," Thomas smiled. "You know, the one where I died?" Melissa jolted back into consciousness, her eyes wet with tears. She was lying flat on the pavement, her face absolutely throbbing. "Thomas?" she asked. "Look what you've done, you crazy bitch," a voice shouted. "You punched her so hard she thinks my name is Thomas." "My name is Bobby Dean," he said loudly and slowly, overpronouncing each syllable. "No," she moaned, bits of her memory coming back to her. She knew that Bobby Dean was dangerous and that a girl was involved, but she couldn't quite piece it together. She blinked her eyes open and saw two shadows hovering over her. One she recognized as Bobby Dean. The other was a short woman with a row of piercings up each ear. She wore a pink tracksuit and chomped on a piece of gum. Melissa found the sound to be nauseating. Bobby Dean held a bandana to his battered face, trying to wipe away the blood from a series of lacerations across his visage. His eye was black and puffy. When he glared at the woman, his right eye was completely closed. His rifle was now in his hand, which made Melissa feel uneasy. It was her fault that they were in that state, and she knew that he was likely furious with her for causing the wreck. "You didn't have to hit the poor girl," Bobby Dean yelled at the woman. "I don't trust anyone," she replied. "If some person is coming after me, I swing first, ask questions later. You never know if it's an infected person." Bobby Dean groaned. "You stupid idiot. Ariel, why would an infected try to get you out of the trunk? Why would I let an infected ride shotgun with me for a few hours? You are dumb." Ariel crossed her arms and swung her head away from Bobby Dean, causing her high ponytail to whip him in the face. "I'm sorry," Melissa cried, trying to sit upright. "I heard a voice coming from the trunk. Oh, I was scared. Please don't hurt me. I didn't mean to cause an accident." "See," Bobby Dean said to Ariel, "she didn't mean to hurt anyone. She was just trying to be nice." Ariel ignored them. Bobby Dean crouched down so he was at eye level with Melissa. "I appreciate the apology. I just don't know why you would do a thing like that. Didn't I tell you not to worry about the voice from the trunk?" "Yeah, but—" "Didn't I tell you that it was just a crazy woman and that we would be better off leaving her in the trunk?" "Yeah, but I thought—" "You probably thought I was going to throw you back there too, huh?" He grinned. "How come? Don't you trust me?" Melissa didn't know how to answer that question. Instead of insulting Bobby Dean by telling him that she did not trust him and his wild ways, she gave a noncommittal shrug instead. "Your face looks bad," he snickered. "I'll give you some credit, Ariel. You know how to pack a punch. You may be small, but you got some power behind you." This seemed to improve Ariel's sullen disposition. She turned back around to be a part of the conversation. "You're going to want to put a bag of frozen peas on that," Ariel said. "Where are we going to find frozen peas, you idiot?" Bobby Dean hollered. "Think before you speak next time." He smiled and shook his head at Melissa. "I bet you wish you'd never opened that trunk, huh?" She didn't answer, but he was right. While she didn't believe that locking someone in the trunk of a sports car was right, it seemed justified in this one situation. If she had just listened to him, they would still be driving, and the left side of her face would still be the same size as the right side. Bobby Dean and Ariel started to argue again, and it was giving Melissa a splitting headache. She wanted a way out of the picture, and didn't care what she had to do to get away. She wondered if the car was still in good condition, and if she could just hop up and drive away while they were busy fighting. Unfortunately, Bobby Dean had a gun, and it would be too easy for the trigger-happy man to shoot out the tires as she fled. Even worse, she didn't think he was the type to be careful about preserving the life of a healthy person. He loved that car, too. It would be tough to steal it and get away in one piece. After a while, Melissa just hoped that Bobby Dean and Ariel would forget all about her and leave her on the ground. If they drove off together, then it would save Melissa the pain of having to hear their screeching voices. They were both clearly unstable, and Melissa couldn't deal with both of them, especially in her concussed state. "Please stop," Melissa moaned when she reached her breaking point. "Don't you know that loud noises attract the infected? All of your shouting will make them come out of their dormant state and attack us." "Bobby Dean," Ariel said, "you didn't tell me that we had a scientist on our hands. How do you know what attracts the infected?" "Isn't it obvious? Have you noticed how things like gunshots and loud cars seem to bring the infected out of hiding? Otherwise, they just kind of wander around and keep to themselves." "I've never thought about that," Bobby Dean mused, scratching his head. This didn't surprise Melissa one bit. He was so careless with the way he moved about. Still, they had to be pretty thick to not understand how the infected operated. "What else do you know about them?" Ariel asked. "I don't know," Melissa said, annoyed with their stupidity. "I just know that the best thing to do is to move quickly and quietly. Can we get back in the car?" Bobby Dean looked over his shoulder, looking dismayed. "We'll have to push it out of the ditch first. I don't even know if the damn thing will run now. Those cars are delicate, you know. You screwed the pooch by driving it off the road." Melissa knew that she had made a terrible mistake, but there was no way of knowing someone like Ariel was in the trunk. For all Melissa knew, she was saving herself and another innocent soul from Bobby Dean's crazy self. Now, she knew that Ariel was perhaps crazier. "Well, why don't we try to get the car back on the road?" Melissa suggested, climbing back to her feet. "I don't want to get in the ditch," Ariel complained. "It's muddy down there." "Well, we don't have a lot of other options," Bobby Dean said loudly. "Let's go." Melissa froze. Coming up the road, she saw 3 infected people ambling toward them. She knew that they were being too loud to stay hidden. Now they were in trouble. She pointed toward the infected, and Bobby Dean began firing his gun immediately. He fired wildly at the infected, eventually knocking all of them down. Like Melissa had predicted, the shots attracted more attention. Bobby Dean fired again, only to realize that he was out of ammunition. "Damn it!" he screamed, looking around wildly. Without his powerful weapon, he didn't have any idea how to preserve his own life. "Run!" Melissa hissed, pointing toward the trees on the side of the highway. She was wobbly on her feet, but she managed to take off at a quick pace toward the small forest. "They're following us!" Ariel whined, struggling to keep up. "What do we do?" "Quiet," Melissa whispered. "They will find us if they hear us." "They're gonna destroy my car," Bobby Dean complained. "They're going to destroy all of us if you two don't shut up," Melissa asserted. She wasn't going to let 2 idiots get her killed. Ariel's observation was correct, though. The infected were now chasing them through the trees. Melissa could hear them running in the distance, from multiple directions. If they didn't find an escape, they would eventually be surrounded. There would be no hope for survival. Then, Melissa got an idea. She grabbed a tree limb with her good arm and hoisted herself up by sticking her foot in a knot in the trunk. "Follow me," she whispered. She continued climbing, just like her brother had taught her as a child. It was difficult to move quickly with her injuries, but once the adrenaline kicked in, she felt unstoppable. It wasn't until she was nearly 20 feet in the air that she stopped to look down. Bobby Dean and Ariel weren't far behind, both of their faces pale and clammy. They struggled to navigate through the branches, but eventually came to rest on a thick branch near Melissa. Melissa held her finger to her lips, signaling to the other two that their survival depended on their ability to shut up for just a few moments. Luckily, the message came across clearly, and Bobby Dean and Ariel barely breathed while they waited in the tree. Having lost the scent of the healthy people, the infected became confused. They kept their distance, not even aware that it was an option to climb trees to look for their prey. Melissa smiled to herself. She had successfully saved herself and two others with her quick thinking. The infected were still milling about below, but they appeared to go into their dormant state. As long as the three were up in the tree, they wouldn't become aggressive again. "I like this girl," Ariel whispered. Melissa looked at the ground, expecting the loud whisper to bring the infected back into rage mode. Instead, they looked as lethargic as ever. Some had even slumped over onto the ground. "She's smart. Who would have thought that we could climb a tree?" She seemed absolutely delighted by this revelation. Melissa rolled her eyes. The girl had punched her out less than an hour ago, and now she was acting friendly? She couldn't wait until she could ditch the crazy couple. Secretly, she fantasized about pushing Ariel out of the tree to sacrifice her to the infected, in hopes that it would satiate them. Melissa knew that it was wrong, but she couldn't help but think about how much easier things would be without her. Bobby Dean snickered quietly. "I told you she's crazy." "I know," Melissa replied. "I'm sorry I didn't listen to you." "Don't worry," he said, patting her on the knee. "I've been down that road before. That's how she ended up in the trunk. In the end, it was easier to let her take her pills and booze and have a little nap in the back while I enjoyed some peace and quiet. Once we get out of here, we'll have to convince her to go back into the trunk." Melissa lightly touched her face, feeling the swelling with her fingertips. She just couldn't catch a break when it came to bodily harm. How was it possible for people like Thomas to survive ambushes without a single scratch on his body? Meanwhile, Melissa had been shot, burned, and now punched out. To make matters worse, these injuries had largely happened at the hands of healthy people. Ariel continued to chomp on her piece of gum, and Melissa had the strong urge to yank it from her maw. Melissa didn't care if Ariel wanted to be rude and practice bad habits, but she wanted her to abstain from being obnoxious as long as they were forced to share close quarters. She shook her head, absolutely baffled that she'd ever reached her current situation. She thought back to the strange dream she'd had while she was unconscious on the highway. For such a brief moment, she was in bliss, spending time in a place she loved with the first true friend she had made in recent memory. She hoped that wherever Thomas was, he was in a better place than she was. Though, as she perched on a tree branch with the most insane people she had ever met, she decided that it wouldn't be too difficult for anyone to be in a better place. Chapter 30. The next morning, Thomas still wasn't able to come to a decision about joining the army. He had slept poorly, tossing and turning all night, knowing that when the sun came up, he would be bombarded with tough questions. No matter what he chose to do, he would be letting someone down. No answer would be the correct one. He even dreaded having to get up to eat breakfast in the cafeteria because there would be so many soldiers around to pressure him into something he wasn't sure he wanted to do. But when he thought about it, the new army wasn't doing anything Thomas wasn't already doing. From his understanding of how they worked, they traveled around, picking up healthy people and eliminating infected. While Thomas hoped that they would one day be cured, for the time being, they needed to be contained. It was just an unfortunate truth that no one wanted to think about until the crisis affected them. Thomas had to face the facts. He was without an ally. The rest of his traveling companions were either dead or had moved on to more important things. Perhaps he really could make a difference in the world after all. If he joined the new army, at least he would be taken care of. While the East was his primary goal, maybe fighting for safety on the West would be a worthy cause. It was the only home he'd ever known. On his way to the cafeteria, he was warmly greeted by his roommates and other soldiers he had yet to meet. Feeling like a part of something felt nice, especially when he wasn't taken for granted. He strode up to the vending machine and ordered bacon, eggs, pancakes, and a big glass of orange juice. Mark immediately sat down next to Thomas with his own tray in hand. He gave Thomas a wide smile and patted him on the back. "How did you sleep?" Mark asked, digging into his egg white omelet. "Fine," Thomas lied, not wanting to complain. "The beds are pretty comfortable here." "I know. I had been sleeping on the hard ground most nights before I was rescued," he replied. "Have you given more thought to what we talked about yesterday? I don't want to rush you, but unfortunately, we could use more people." "I'm still not quite sure," Thomas said sheepishly. "I've just had a lot of bad experience with these kinds of groups. I've seen how a good concept can turn into a witch hunt without much warning." "Hey, I get that," Mark said, raising his hands in defense. "I wasn't so sure about the new army when I came in. But once I saw what they were doing, I changed my mind. Why don't you finish your breakfast while I talk to my supervisor? And I'll see if I can take you out of the general population area. I know you're technically not supposed to be outside the rec room, but I think I can pull some strings." "Okay," Thomas said, tucking into his breakfast. Not long after Mark left, Bethany took his seat. "So?" she asked, nothing but a cup of black coffee in front of her. "I haven't made any promises," Thomas said defensively. "Can I ask you something?" "I guess," she said, taken aback by his sudden boldness. "What is it that makes you distrust Mark so much? I assume you spent your whole life with him. Has he done anything to betray your trust?" She blinked a few times as she tried to formulate a response. "Honestly, not really. He's always been a fairly optimistic person, but he's taken it to a whole new level here. He's downright chipper. I think it's weird." Thomas frowned. "So you're saying that you don't trust him because he's happy?" She shook her head, sending her long hair flying. "I'm telling you what I know. There's something strange going on here. I'm warning you that this new army is nothing but trouble." "But how can you be so sure?" Thomas asked. "I just am," she sighed. "I'm sorry. I don't know what else to tell you. Did you really fall asleep at the wheel when you hit us? How are you outside the cabin the moment it went up in flames? Did you fire off the shots in the woods that led to Melissa getting shot?" Bethany was visibly flustered. "Are you calling my character in question?" she squeaked. "I'm trying to give you life-saving information, and you're vilifying me." Her face turned red. It was odd to see such a cool, unflappable woman lose her temper. "It's just suspicious, that's all," Thomas concluded, taking another sip of the orange juice. Bethany looked like she was about to cry. She abruptly stood up from the table, sloshing coffee down the sides of her cup. "I tried," she said, before storming off toward the library. Mark returned to the table, nearly knocking over a middle-aged woman balancing a bowl of oatmeal on a tray. Come on. Some troops have returned from a mission. Apparently, they've gathered important samples for the science division to work on. Thomas figured it didn't hurt to gather intelligence, so he got up from the table and followed Mark out the double doors. Outside, he saw a Humvee surrounded by several tired-looking soldiers. They opened the back of the vehicle and pulled out black body bags, letting each one carelessly fall to the ground with a thud. "I think these are the samples of the virus," Mark said. "Want to take a look?" "I don't know," Thomas started. But Mark wasn't listening. Thomas felt like it would be disrespectful to marvel at the dead infected, lying in body bags. At least he hoped they were infected. Mark unzipped the bag a small portion to reveal something that Thomas's brain didn't quite register. He didn't see the rotting flesh of the infected he had grown accustomed to, but instead found a shriveled, blackened body. Thomas backpedaled, a horrified expression on his face. Mark stifled a laugh, amused at Thomas's innocence. Thomas felt dizzy. He couldn't help but wonder if the bodies came from the cottage he'd escaped. He put his hands on his knees and tried not to vomit. It felt like Mark was playing a mean trick on him. "Come on," Mark said gently, leading him toward the base. Soldiers led them back inside the building, their feet dragging with fatigue from being out all night. "We're going to the briefing room," Mark said to a green Thomas. "I don't think there will be any bodies in there." Thomas walked inside, his eyes directed toward the floor the whole time. He couldn't look at Mark's eager expression without it feeling like the walls were closing in on him. He wanted to turn around and run to general population where no one was confronting him with his past. When he entered the briefing room, Thomas finally raised his head. He planned on sitting quietly and listening to what was said, then politely declining Mark's attempts to recruit him. The new army was not for him. When Thomas looked up, he saw the face of Will Domenica staring back at him. Rage boiled within Thomas. Suddenly, he was able to add the missing pieces to the puzzle he had struggled to solve. The new army had something to do with the cabin fire. Will was part of the new army. Will caused the fire. It was so simple. Will clearly lost his mind, or was never entirely all there to begin with. When he went to get water, he purposefully deserted the group. Instead of being attacked in the woods, he must have hidden out, waiting for the opportune moment to get his revenge on Melissa and the person who cared about her the most. "You," Thomas roared, pointing a finger at Will. "You did this to me. Why would you try to kill me? I did nothing to deserve this. You're a murderer." Will blinked. "I'm actually glad you survived the fire. I didn't want you to die." Thomas threw his hands in the air. "Are you kidding me? So, what did you do? Did you tell the army that you found fugitives or infected people and torched the place?" He shook his head. "Justice has been served. Besides, the place was filled with candles. What did you think would happen?" Thomas trembled with rage. He couldn't believe that Will was standing in front of him, casually talking about his attempted murder. Or, as far as he knew, he had gotten away with Melissa's murder. "Is her body here?" Thomas choked out. "Is Melissa here?" "I don't know. It's hard to tell." Thomas clenched his jaw. It was taking every last ounce of restraint not to punch him in the face. He would have no problem hitting him if it weren't for the other soldiers in the room. "They were right not to trust you,"
Thomas said darkly. "They knew that you were bad. You let Derek be attacked by the infected. You repeatedly tried to kill Melissa. You think your friends were on your side? But they weren't. When you disappeared, they were relieved." Will winced, but covered it up with a scowl. "I don't care." Thomas smirked. He knew he had gotten to Will. It wouldn't bring Melissa back, but it was a small victory. "Who is he talking about?" Mark asked Will. "Who didn't trust you?" "No one," Will replied. "He's trying to get under my skin, that's all. I'm sorry to say, but if he's the best you've got, you may need to reevaluate your recruitment tactics." "No, he'll do just fine," Mark said. "He does seem a little agitated right now, though." "You're damn right I'm agitated," Thomas bellowed. "Will murdered Melissa. No one could survive a car crash, a gunshot, and being burned alive. He killed my friend, and he is a danger to everyone around him." "You're causing a scene," Mark said. "Why don't I take you back to your bunk so you can calm down?" he suggested, taking Thomas by the crook of his arm. "I don't care," Thomas spat. "Just get me away from him." Mark escorted Thomas through a different set of doors, through a corridor Thomas hadn't seen before. He looked back over his shoulder to find that Will was still following them. "Get away from me, murderer!" Thomas growled, turning to face forward. "Melissa murdered Natalia, plain and simple," Will said. "She deserved to die for what she did to Natalia." "No one would ever agree with you, you lunatic!" Thomas retorted, as he continued to march down the hallway. "I would," a voice said from behind Will. Thomas turned around to see a man in a white lab coat and glasses giving him a curious smile. The scientist came closer, extending his soft hand to Thomas. "We haven't met. I'm Dr. Bretton Vincent," he said, shaking Thomas's limp hand. Thomas's heart pounded at that name. He remembered hearing about him when he was guarding Elena's cell at the courthouse. If he recalled the story correctly, the man shaking his hand was responsible for all of Thomas's pain in the last few months. At that moment, Thomas didn't have the wherewithal to hurt the man or even scream insults to his face. He felt numb. The doors at the opposite end of the corridor burst open, and Bethany ran down the hall toward Thomas. Bretton casually leaned his head into the office and coolly asked for assistance. "You're in restricted territory," Bretton said to Bethany. "If you do not leave this instant, I will have guards escort you out." "Bethany, get the hell out of here," Mark warned, his pleasant disposition suddenly going cold. "Leave him alone," she said, grabbing onto Thomas's other arm. Two guards immediately swarmed Bethany and restrained her, waiting for further instruction. "I need you to trust me," Mark said to Bethany in a hushed voice. "Listen and do as you are told. It's in your best interest." "Tell me what's going on here," Thomas demanded. "You can't just keep people here against their will. Let Bethany and me go, and we won't cause you any problems." "I'm afraid that's not an option," Bretton said. "You are now a member of my army." "Your army? I didn't agree to anything." "No?" Bretton asked. "Then I guess I'm giving an executive order. You are now officially a soldier. Let's get to work." Two burly guards took hold of Thomas as he squirmed to get away. Bethany was shoved into an unused office space, and Thomas was marched down the hall into the laboratory. "Goodbye, Thomas," Will said dryly. "I hope you find a way to survive this." Thomas fought to get away, but he was outnumbered. He dropped to his knees, but the guards simply raised him off the ground and carried him to a seat
where he was promptly restrained. He tried to wiggle loose from the bindings around his wrists and ankles, but they were too tight. He was starting to wear himself out in a futile battle. Breton and Vincent filled a syringe and injected Thomas in the neck as the guards held Thomas's head steady. The prick of the needle didn't hurt, but the freezing sensation of the injection made Thomas want to jump out of his skin. "Expect some drowsiness at first," Breton said, placing the used syringe in a biomedical waste container. "That will soon pass. Then we'll begin your trials. If you make the cut, you'll join our team of elite super soldiers." Good luck. The guards tossed Thomas into a small padded cell and locked the door behind him. He scrambled to look through the tiny barred window, hoping someone would see him and rescue him. Instead, he only caught sight of Will returning to the body bags, dragging them into a storage container. The drowsiness that Breton described was an understatement. Thomas collapsed onto the ground, no longer able to support his body weight. Then the tremors set in. He shivered uncontrollably, but he never felt any warmer. Suddenly, he was burning hot. He begged for help, but no one was there to hear him. He started having hallucinations. He could see dark figures approach him, but their presence infuriated him. He wanted to rip them to shreds, but didn't know why. It was like he had become part beast, and his human side couldn't communicate with the new part of him. Then, at the height of his fury, everything went dark. The next thing he knew, Thomas was lying in a pile of rubble with smoke occluding his vision. Red warning lights flashed, and loud sirens seemed to pierce his eardrums. Thomas whimpered. He felt like all of his energy had been drained out of him, and the terrifying hallucinations would not cease. He just wanted to feel normal again. A hand reached into the remains of his destroyed cell and pulled him out from underneath the crumbled cinder blocks. "Run!" Alec screamed over the chaos. "We have to get out of here!" Thomas didn't know if what he was seeing was real or not, but he listened to Alec's voice anyway. He tried to pull himself up to his feet, but he fell back down like a newborn deer. "Come on," Alec urged. "We don't have a lot of time." With all of the strength in his body, Thomas got up and staggered after Alec. The bright lights and loud noises were disorienting, and at times Thomas wasn't sure what he was doing or where he was going. "What happened?" he asked Alec as they dodged rubber bullets. "No time to talk. Get on the bike and I'll explain later." Alec had to help Thomas onto the bike and wrap Thomas's arms around his torso, terrified that he would fall off in his weakened state. Miraculously, Thomas managed to hold on as Alec gunned it out of the base and navigated back onto the road. "Stick with me," Alec murmured as Thomas's head lolled. "Focus on getting to safety." Thomas held on as tightly as he could, while Alec did his best to evade the army. He didn't know what to focus on, so he thought about Melissa's grandparents' house, using all of the details she told him about the place as they sat on the cabin couch together. He pictured himself walking through the horse pasture when Alec stopped the bike and yanked him off. "Are you infected?" Alec asked frantically, setting Thomas down to rest against a tree on the side of the road. He tossed him a bottle of water from the motorcycle's storage compartment. "I don't know," he said. "I don't remember anything. I'm just really tired and weak right now. I don't think I'm infected. I'd know, right?" Alec shrugged. "I don't have a good answer for that." "Where are we going?" Alec sighed and checked his watch. "I was hoping we'd make it back to Elaina, but we're too late. The United States military sent a helicopter to pick her up and take her to a lab in New York. but she's already gone by now." Thomas flinched upon hearing about the military. He wasn't sure why, but it frightened him. "No, this is the actual government military," Alex said, noticing his discomfort. "This isn't the militia led by Dr. Vincent. You're going to be fine. You'll never have to deal with them again. Melissa wasn't with you by chance?" "I didn't see her." Thomas shook his head. "I don't think so." Alec frowned. Perhaps she had been in the fire, and his denial had kept him from identifying her body. "How did you find me?" Thomas asked. "I went back to the cabin and saw what happened. I followed the only tire tracks I saw, and eventually it led me to the militia's base. It wasn't easy to find you." Thomas blinked. There was so much he couldn't remember, and it was frustrating him. "How did you get in? Why was I covered in dust?" Alec gave him a wry smile. "I found explosive devices in a truck near the entrance. I suppose they didn't think anyone would come for them. I started a few small explosions to distract the soldiers so I could find you. I saw you through the window, blasted the wall down, and then we booked it. Their defenses aren't as strong as they need to be if they're breaking that many laws." Alec helped him to his feet and got back on the bike. Thomas followed, wrapping his arms around Alec's waist. He felt odd doing so, but he was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on to the bike on his own. "Where are we going?" "To New York. I promised Elaina I'd meet her there." Alec turned from the dirt road onto the highway, driving as quickly as the motor would allow. He would be with Elaina again, if it was the last thing he would ever do. Chapter 31. The wind caused the trees to sway ominously, making Melissa nervous. Hours had passed, and she feared she was about to lose her mind. "I'm bored," Ariel whined for the 10th time. "And my car is destroyed," Bobby Dean complained. "And it's all your fault." "Shh," Melissa said. "It sounds like gunshots, or an explosion, or maybe a car backfiring." She heard rustling from below. The infected came out of their dormant state and ran toward the noise, abandoning their targets in the tree. "Now's our chance," Melissa whispered, and quickly climbed down from the tree. She ran back to the road, Ariel and Bobby Dean in tow. Once Bobby Dean got a closer look at his car, he began to fight with Ariel again. It was totaled, rendered completely unusable. He blamed her for being the cause of his troubles, and she fought back, blaming him for her poor treatment. Melissa looked down the road. She had two options. She could either cut her losses and run, evading the two ex-lovers so she could retain a little sanity, or she could stick with them, in hopes that they would eventually be of use to her. She took a deep breath, refocusing on what was important: staying alive. While it appeared that the two had no valuable skills, she figured they had to know something useful. Clenching her fists, she turned around to face Ariel and Bobby Dean. "Arguing isn't going to get us out of here any faster," she said, interrupting them. "Are you guys coming?" They looked surprised, as if they had no idea that their constant bickering inconvenienced anyone else. But they followed Melissa down the road, headed toward the border they could never seem to reach. Though she had suffered much more in the past week than she ever imagined she would in one lifetime, Melissa kept her head up and continued traveling toward safety. Surviving the numerous attacks did nothing to break her down, but only gave her a stronger will to live. When it came down to it, there was no other option in her mind than to keep going. As she led her small, dysfunctional pack down the highway, she couldn't help but smile to herself. She just hoped that one day everyone who doubted her would see her thrive. This